The man's name was Chen Yue. A year ago, he unexpectedly traveled to a parallel world and became a down-on-his-luck college graduate selling tea eggs at the factory gate. Originally, Chen Yue thought he had no hope left in this life. But unexpectedly, fate suddenly gave him a chance to turn his life around, and he actually awakened his system. At that moment, Chen Yue was so excited he almost laughed out loud. He had already begun to fantasize about starting an extraordinary life, with endless money, luxury cars and villas, and beautiful women by his side. The next second, the system dealt him a heavy blow, because what he had awakened wasn't a sign-in system at all. It wasn't a system where you could simply sign in every day and receive rewards like money, resources, and mansions. It's not a military-industrial system. It's not something you could just pull out an AK-47, a Barrett, or even easily manufacture a Dongfeng 5C. The system he awakened had a name that sounded a bit outrageous: the strongest hand-cut master system. But when Chen Yue truly understood the system's capabilities, he froze on the spot. From the very beginning, the system directly granted him 4 max-level talents: 100% comprehension of mechanical products, 100% comprehension of electronic circuit engineering, 100% comprehension of vehicle products, and 100% manual manufacturing ability. Even more outrageous is that this system can continuously upgrade as Chen Yue gains experience, gradually unlocking higher levels of technology. In other words, as long as he dares to dream and dares to take action, he has the opportunity to personally create those cutting-edge technologies that only exist in science fiction movies in the future. At that moment, after Chen Yue was brought into the interrogation room, Director Zhao Changfeng, with his hands on the table, cut to the chase in a low voice, asking him if he knew why he had been arrested and interrogated. This one sentence instantly created an atmosphere of intense pressure. Chen Yue looked completely bewildered, saying he hadn't done anything wrong, was just a tea egg seller, and had no idea why he was being arrested. Criminal investigation team leader Kong Maolin coldly reminded him that confession would be met with leniency, while resistance would be met with severity, adding that he'd seen plenty of people feigning ignorance like this. Zhao Changfeng pressed on, asking what job he had done after graduating from university, intending to break down his psychological defenses step by step. Kong Maolin was also convinced that this kind of person wouldn't last an hour and would soon confess. Chen Yue asked himself if he could keep quiet, but in the end he confessed that after graduating he went to work in a factory, but the boss ran off with his sister-in-law, leaving him with no choice but to sell tea eggs at a street stall. As he said this, he suddenly remembered that the pot was still on the stove, and the tea eggs were probably about to turn to charcoal. Zhao and Kong exchanged a helpless glance. Zhao Changfeng tapped the table, telling him to forget about the tea eggs for now, and then pressed him to reveal if he had any other side hustles. Chen Yue then mentioned that he ran an online store on the dark web specializing in custom steel pipes, a statement that immediately aroused suspicion. Chen Yue truthfully explained the customer's requirements: 40 millimeters diameter, 1,104 millimeters length alloy steel pipe, 7.62 millimeters high-strength molybdenum chromium steel pipe, and a fist-sized conical steel shell, all of which were seamless and custom-made. Zhao and Kong were silent for a moment, then pressed for details, asking if all of these were seamless steel pipes. Chen Yue nodded in confirmation, adding that he could meet all the client's requirements, even joking that he could make 18-fold pleats, displaying considerable confidence in his craftsmanship, which only made the two men more suspicious. Zhao Changfeng then showed several battlefield photos, including disassembled gun barrels and RPG rocket launcher fragments, and played a news clip mentioning the intense fighting in the Middle East and the presence of Chinese components in weapons from multiple countries, which aroused international suspicion. Chen Yu's heart pounded, and he realized that the steel pipes he had sold might be used to manufacture weapons. He thought of the bearded customer and finally realized that he might have been scammed. He was shocked and terrified. Chen Yue was completely stunned, only then realizing he had been caught up in an even bigger misunderstanding. Thinking of the scenes from the Middle East battlefield and that so-called client, he couldn't help but scream inwardly, "This is outrageous." After turning off the news, Zhao Changfeng coldly stated that the matter had already caused a great stir overseas. Following instructions from the provincial authorities, the Lanyan City Public Security Bureau immediately launched an investigation, and ultimately all clues pointed to Chen Yue. Kong Maolin frowned, looking utterly bewildered, and asked Chen Yue if he was stupid. He did whatever he was told to do. Couldn't he even understand the purpose of these special-sized steel pipes? Even an ordinary person, let alone a college student, should know that this might be a dangerous situation. Yet Chen Yue insisted on taking on this order for that bearded Middle Eastern man. Chen Yue was stunned for a while before helplessly explaining that he was just a skilled craftsman, but knew nothing about weapon specifications. The other party offered a lot of money and said the items were car parts, so he started working on them immediately. Chen Yue was raised by his grandmother from a young age, and his family was always poor, making his education very difficult. Now, when he suddenly encountered this opportunity to make money quickly, he accepted the order almost without thinking. Zhao Chongfeng slammed his fist on the table and angrily rebuked the other party, saying that he was not an ordinary businessman at all, but the leader of the largest mercenary group in the Middle East, and that the weapons that had flowed out through his hands had caused a large number of casualties. Kong Maolin added that even if Chen Yue did not directly participate in injuring people, the gun barrels and cannon barrels he processed were eventually used in weapon systems, which would also bring serious consequences. In the adjacent conference room, a group of police officers watched the interrogation footage, whispering amongst themselves. The fact that a college student was involved in an arms case surprised everyone. Some suggested that the Middle Eastern arms market was inherently complex, and the key issue was whether Chen Yue was aware of the situation. Without intent, securing a conviction would be extremely difficult. Chen Yue reiterated that he was completely unaware of the situation. The other party claimed to be an auto parts supplier, and he was simply processing seamless steel pipes according to the order requirements. Zhao Chongfeng had been observing his expression and felt that he wasn't faking it, so he immediately decided to retrieve his computer records as crucial evidence for the next step. Half an hour later, the computer was delivered. After reviewing all the chat logs and browsing information, no obvious anomalies were found, and the evidence was insufficient to support further investigation. Ultimately, the police decided not to pursue criminal charges against Chen Yue for the time being, only issuing a fine and a serious warning before allowing him to leave. Zhao Chongfeng held up one finger, but Chen Yue mistakenly thought it meant 10 million, causing an immediate tension. The officer then corrected him, stating the fine was 1 million yuan. Chen Yue remained remarkably calm, stating he could pay immediately and even offered to donate another 1 million yuan to the Public Security Bureau. He then pulled out a gold card. The two officers visibly paused upon seeing the DeLong gold card, as this type of card typically signifies that the holder possesses assets of at least 5 million yuan. Zhao Chongfeng stared at Chen Yue, his tone complex as he confirmed again whether he really intended to donate an additional 1 million yuan to the Public Security Bureau. Of course it's true, Chen Yue replied earnestly. After all, the other party was the director of the Public Security Bureau. How could he dare to lie to his face? Kong Maolin stood to the side and patted his head, increasingly convinced that the kid was indeed a bit naive. Looking at the old equipment and peeling paint in the office, the whole building seemed exceptionally shabby. Zhao Chongfeng was actually quite interested in the donation, as the money could indeed improve his office conditions. However, his previous applications for funding from his superiors had been repeatedly delayed. The reality was a tight budget, and the superiors' responses were always processing. It was unlikely that the funds would be approved and implemented in the short term, perhaps even a year or two. Zhao Chongfeng then spoke seriously, advising Chen Yue to keep the money safe, worried that he was too naive in society and easily targeted by criminals, or even scammed again. Kong Maolin nodded in agreement, reminding him that there are many online scams nowadays, with all sorts of tricks emerging, and he should never easily trust information from strangers. Chen Yue quickly nodded in agreement, but his mind was preoccupied with his overseas transactions. Since it wasn't illegal, this way of making money seemed like it could continue. However, when it came to paying the fines, another problem arose. The DeLong gold card couldn't be recognized by the old card reader at the police station, so he had to go to the bank to handle it offline. The officers told him to transfer the fine to a bank within 3 days. Zhao Chongfeng inwardly complained that the station's equipment was too outdated, not even supporting basic payments. After leaving the police station, Chen Yue rode his bicycle to Dalong Bank. There were quite a few people ahead of him in line, so he obediently stood at the back and waited to be served. With his gold card status, he could have easily gone to the VIP lounge for priority service. However, he didn't like being stared at, so he chose to queue discreetly. While queuing, Chen Yue casually opened the class group chat and saw his classmates chatting about their old class reunion, also comparing their recent situations and incomes. Some people boasted about their monthly salary of 12,000 yuan, while others mentioned getting a job at a research institute and securing a stable position, their words brimming with a sense of superiority. Old Gao, somewhat disheartened by being exposed, found himself on edge. The group then began joking and debating about the newsstand's income, gradually creating a lively atmosphere tinged with irony. Someone then tagged Chen Yue, and he casually replied that he was doing some small business overseas, selling handmade products. In reality, this already pointed to his more unusual transactions. The classmates immediately started teasing him, making fun of his past selling tea eggs and speculating that he might have switched careers to supply tea eggs to foreigners. Led by class monitor Lu Jie, who added his sarcastic remarks, the group chat erupted in laughter. Everyone still regarded Chen Yue as the most ordinary, even somewhat down on his luck, person from back then. Chen Yue merely smiled faintly at the mockery, offering no explanation. After all, some things, even if he spoke them, would be unbelievable. Finally, it was his turn to process his business, and the counterstaff called his name. Just as Chen Yue was about to step forward, a woman's voice suddenly came from beside him. "Please wait." Upon hearing that clear female voice, Chen Yue subconsciously turned around and felt even more embarrassed. He hadn't expected that the person standing in front of him was Xiao Yunan, the university's undisputed campus beauty. Xiao Yunan wore a sweater and a black skirt, her small leather shoes landing lightly on the ground. She had a slender and well-proportioned figure, and her long hair cascaded down her back in large waves, giving her an outstanding presence. She curiously looked at Chen Yue, then slowly approached and asked softly, "Are you looking for me?" Her tone carried a hint of probing and doubt. Chen Yu's face flushed instantly. There were already few girls in engineering universities, let alone a campus beauty like Xiao Yuan. He had almost never had close interaction with a girl like that. She then gave a brief self-introduction, confirming that Chen Yue was indeed the senior from the previous year, and that she herself was Xiao Yuan, a third-year student. Her tone was polite yet familiar. Chen Yue quickly waved his hand, saying there was no need for an introduction, as he knew her too. After all, almost everyone in the entire school knew this campus beauty. Xiao Yunan smiled gently, addressing him as Senior Chen, and mentioning that he had consistently ranked first in his grade and was frequently on the honor roll, so she already remembered him. When she glanced at Chen Yu's phone, she noticed the large gold card in his pocket, and only then did she carefully verify his identity again, quickly forming a judgment in her mind. In her opinion, it was no easy feat to obtain a gold card just 1 year after graduation. She secretly felt this was an opportunity, and her gaze softened slightly. She began to tentatively inquire about Chen Yu's work situation and the origin of the gold card, pressing him about whether he was in business or had overseas clients, her words clearly probing. Chen Yue glossed over the question, only saying that he ran a small business, basically an online store, and refused to reveal any further details. When asked about his parents' background, he directly stated that he was an orphan and had no family resources. But this only made Xiao Yuan more interested, feeling that such a person offered more control. She pressed him further, asking if he had a team operating the business, whether he was involved in live streaming sales, and even suggested visiting his residence, but Chen Yue refused on the spot. Chen Yue went to the counter to conduct business, lowering his voice to request a transfer of 1 million yuan to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The female customer service representative then loudly repeated this through a megaphone, instantly drawing everyone's attention. After the words 1 million were publicly announced, Xiao Yuan's gaze immediately burned with fervor, and she became even more certain that the person before her was no ordinary individual. She quickly wrote down her address and phone number. When Chen Yue finished the formalities and was about to leave, she chased after him, wanting to ask him out for dinner, and even tried to take his arm. Chen Yue hurriedly refused, even blurting out that there were still tea eggs boiling in the pot, before quickly correcting himself, getting on his bike and speeding away, almost fleeing in panic. Before leaving, Xiao Yuan slipped a note with her contact information into his pocket, telling him to remember to contact her. Standing there, Xiao Yunan was momentarily stunned, her mind a jumble of emotions. She even began to doubt whether she lacked charm. Otherwise, why would the other person flee, as if running away? Chen Yue returned to his dormitory in the factory area and immediately turned on his computer, logging into his online store on the dark domain network. Reflecting on the conversation that had taken place that day, he began to consider whether he could use live-streaming e-commerce to expand his sales channels. Chen Yue had watched a lot of live-streaming e-commerce content. Those hosts would just casually call out family members a few times, and orders would pour in like snowflakes, easily breaking tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. An idea struck him immediately. He downloaded Douyin, TikTok, registered an account, and completed real-name authentication, quickly gaining access to his live streaming room. To quickly attract viewers, Chen Yue directly recharged 2,000 yuan, splitting it into 2,100 yuan red envelopes, and set them to be automatically distributed every 10 minutes. After preparing everything, he placed several steel pipes on the table, adjusted his posture for the camera, and then clicked to start the live stream. Not long after the stream started, the number of viewers jumped from 100 to 6 or 700, mostly casual viewers hoping to win red envelopes, cash rewards. The comments scrolled rapidly. Some asked him what he was streaming about, some joked that he looked like a college student, and others urged him to come up with a red envelope. Seeing this, Chen Yue quickly introduced, "Family members, look at these steel pipes. These are my handmade products. Customization is available, and prices are discounted. Bulk orders get even better deals." But the audience wasn't buying it. They questioned whether he was a scammer, saying the link wouldn't open and even flagged it as malware. Some even said they'd leave immediately after the red envelopes were all claimed. 3 hours later, the live stream ended. The viewership remained, but not a single sale was made, and he lost his 2,000 yuan red envelope investment. After reviewing the situation, Chen Yue realized that the problem wasn't with the product itself, but rather that the live streaming room relied solely on red envelopes to retain viewers, lacking any real conversion capability. He recalled how it was easy to become popular by creating engaging content in the past, but now the risk was too high. Accounts could be banned with the slightest mistake. Therefore, he had to find another way to break the deadlock. While pondering, he suddenly remembered Xiao Yunan, the school beauty he had met earlier that day. She also did live streaming, so perhaps he could get some tips from her. He found her contact information and added her on WeChat. She accepted almost instantly and even sent him a message saying, "Hello, Senior Chen." Chen Yue got straight to the point, saying he was doing live streaming e-commerce, but the results weren't ideal, and he wanted to ask her for some advice. Xiao Yuan replied quickly, saying that starting a live stream wasn't difficult, but doing it well was very difficult. One needed eloquence, good looks, or talent, at least one of those qualities. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yue simply asked, "Then can I hire someone to be a streamer? Is 80,000 yuan a month okay?" There was a half-minute silence on the other end, followed by a shocked emoji. Clearly, Xiao Yunan hadn't expected him to offer such a high salary. Chapter 7 was remarkably effective. The 80,000 yuan was well spent. Surprised as she was, Xiao Yuan was genuinely interested. Although her account had 70 or 80,000 followers, she was lucky if she earned over 1,000 yuan in gifts during a single live stream. She immediately asked Chen Yue if he was still hiring and casually inquired about the products he would be selling. Chen Yue replied that he mainly sold customized mechanical parts, such as steel pipes. Upon hearing the words steel pipe, Xiao Yunan was visibly taken aback. It was the first time she'd ever heard of someone selling such an obscure item on Douyin, TikTok. However, having personally witnessed Chen Yu's Huaxia Gold Card, her initial doubts were quickly overshadowed by the prospect of an 80,000 yuan salary. She immediately messaged him expressing her interest and arranged to meet him the next day. Chen Yue considered it for a moment and set the meeting for the following morning, instructing her to go to the entrance of the old machinery factory in Lanyan City. Although still puzzled, Xiao Yunan readily agreed. The next morning, Chen Yue arrived at the entrance of the old machinery factory and saw Xiao Yunan standing by the roadside from afar. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her black dress accentuated her fair skin. Her presence was exceptionally striking in the crowd. Upon seeing Chen Yue, she immediately flashed a sweet smile. Chen Yue glanced at the time. It was still 15 minutes before the agreed-upon 8 o'clock, so he asked her why she was here so early. Xiao Yunan smiled and said that since she was here for a job interview, of course she had to arrive early. She could call her Yunan from now on, and she would call Chen Yue brother or boss. Chen Yue felt awkward being called boss, so he asked her to just call him Chen Yue. Xiao Yunan turned around, smiling, and asked if his appearance and demeanor met the requirements. A sweet fragrance wafted over him, and Chen Yu's face flushed slightly. He could only nod and say that he was very suitable. In truth, he knew in his heart that besides Xiao Yunan, He didn't know anyone else who was a suitable candidate. Even if the live streaming sales didn't take off, the maximum loss would be 80,000 yuan. Thinking this, Chen Yue immediately decided to make her his live streaming sales host and transferred her salary on the spot. His phone quickly beeped. 50,000 yuan arrived, then 30,000 yuan arrived. Xiao Yunan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She had never seen such a generous person before. The live stream hadn't even started yet, and the salary had already been deposited. Blushing, she joked that Chen Yue was even more handsome than yesterday, and if there weren't other people around, she would have kissed him twice. Chen Yue was caught off guard by these words and quickly changed the subject, asking how the next part of the live stream should proceed. Xiao Yunan laughed at him for being silly. Since she had been paid, it was to resolve this issue. She tied her long hair into a neat ponytail and had Chen Yue start another live stream, this time with both of them appearing on camera together. Although she has less than 100,000 followers, they are very loyal. Aside from not sending many gifts, her viewership is always high. After all, who wouldn't want to see a beautiful woman for free? Chen Yue followed the instructions, took out his phone, and opened Douyin, TikTok. This time, he directly recharged 5,000 yuan, split it into 10 500 yuan red envelopes, and posted them in the live stream room before officially starting his broadcast. The 5,000 yuan red envelopes had an immediate effect on attracting viewers. In just 1 minute, nearly 1,000 viewers rushed into the live stream. The chat instantly became lively. Some people recognized this as the live stream that had been called an idiot yesterday. Some people stared at the 10 500 yuan red envelopes and exclaimed in surprise, and others said that the streamer must be rich and stupid and was just giving away freebies. The chat was scrolling rapidly, but the conversation revolved entirely around the red envelopes. Just as Chen Yue had expected, nobody cared what he was actually selling. At that moment, Xiao Yuhuan curiously peered over to watch the live stream, and her figure appeared in the frame. For a moment, the chat seemed to pause for a few seconds. Then, the entire chat exploded. Some recognized her as Xiao Yunan, the campus belle from the Mechanical Engineering University. Some wondered why she wasn't using her own account to stream, but instead appeared in the same frame as Chen Yue. Others started making sarcastic remarks, saying the streamer was foolish and had too much money, and wondered if she had paid to bring the campus belle over. Soon, the live stream was filled with comments telling Chen Yue to get lost and stay away from the school beauty. Chen Yue was speechless. These viewers who were grabbing red envelopes already looked down on him, but now that Xiao Yunan had appeared, their hostility had amplified dozens of times. Chen Yue even began to doubt whether inviting her to the live stream was the right choice. However, Xiao Yunan turned and gave him a reassuring smile, then faced the camera and sweetly greeted the audience. She said she was Xiao Yunan, and everyone should know her. She wasn't using her own account to stream today, but rather appearing on camera with the person next to her. She then introduced Chen Yue as a graduate of the Mechanical Engineering University, her senior. Upon hearing her mention him, Chen Yue quickly waved to the camera and introduced himself as a graduate of the Mechanical Engineering University from last year. Xiao Yuhuan continued, saying that everyone must be curious why she was in the same frame as Chen Yue. The reason is simple. She is now Chen Yu's full-time live streaming sales host. She then added, Senior Chen has only graduated for a year, but he already holds a Huaxia gold card, which definitely makes him a successful person. Chen Yue was inwardly suspicious. Wasn't this a bit too flamboyant? Wasn't this just blatantly inviting trouble? But he clearly hadn't truly mastered online live streaming. Xiao Yuhuan, with just a few words, had captivated over 1,000 viewers in the live stream. And with her introduction, the chat exploded once again. Chapter 8. Business is booming again in Chen Yu's workshop. Huaxia gold card. He actually has a Huaxia gold card? That's something only big bosses have. Really? Didn't he just graduate a year ago? Xiao, get him away from you. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. Viewers were filled with envy and jealousy, but also couldn't help being curious about what Chen Yue did and how he could have such a high-level card. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Xiao Yuhuan sweetly announced that she and Senior Chen will be showing everyone around his workplace. Aren't you all curious about how he makes money? Then please don't leave the live stream. After speaking, she looked at Chen Yue as if seeking his opinion. Chen Yue nodded and led her directly into the old machinery factory. In the past, he really wouldn't have dared to bring people in so casually. After all, the factory wasn't his. But now the boss had run away with his mistress. The supervisors had dispersed, and even the gatekeeper, Old Wang, had dragged a bag of steel bars back to his hometown. The factory is neglected, and a large portion of the electronic equipment is broken. Now, only Chen Yue and a dozen or so older workers who are owed wages remain, relying on the equipment to take on odd jobs. As for the steel pipe workshop that he usually uses, only he has the key now, so it's practically his private territory. Xiao Yuan blinked and asked why his workplace was in a place like this. Chen Yue casually explained that the equipment he needed was there, and, importantly, he could use it freely without paying. But Xiao Yuan feigned surprise and said, "So, the entire factory belongs to Senior Chen." Chen Yue wanted to explain, but seeing the heated discussion in the live stream, he held back. Xiao Yuan then told the audience that although the factory was old, its annual operating costs were still over 1,000,000 yuan. The live chat exploded. Some recognized it as the nearly bankrupt machinery factory in Lanyan City, while others questioned how it had become Chen Yue's, given that the owner had absconded. Many more were skeptical, believing that such an old, run-down factory couldn't possibly make much money. In just a short while, Chen Yue noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream had reached over 2,000. Yesterday, he had given out 2,000 yuan in red envelopes, which only attracted a few hundred viewers. Today, with Xiao Yunan joining, the number immediately exceeded 4 figures. He immediately felt that the 80,000 yuan he spent was definitely worthwhile. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the steel pipe workshop. Chen Yue took out his key, reminded Xiao Yunan to stand back, and then grabbed the doorknob and pulled hard. With a creak, the rusty iron door made a jarring noise, and rust and dust rained down, startling Xiao Yunan into shrinking back. Is this really where Chen Yue works? Not only did the viewers in the live stream not believe it, but even she herself found it unbelievable. After the door opened, the scene inside was very much in line with the atmosphere of an old factory. The workshop was about 100 or 200 square meters, with more than a dozen large machines, many of which were covered with thick black machine oil, and several were already scrapped and rusted. The pungent smell of engine oil wafting from the doorway made Xiao Yunan feel a little dizzy. In the corner was a makeshift workspace Chen Yue had set up, complete with tables, chairs, and an old-fashioned laptop. Xiao Yunan followed him in, phone in hand. The camera panned across a strangely shaped machine, and she couldn't help but ask, "Senior Chen, what's this for? Is it imported?" Chen Yue glanced at it and calmly replied, "I modified it myself using parts from discarded equipment." Xiao Yunan was stunned on the spot. "Modified it yourself? How did you do that?" Chen Yue smiled and said that he lacked some special processing machine tools, so he dismantled parts from old machines and tested and assembled them himself. Xiao Yuan was even more shocked because this kind of equipment not only required hands-on skills, but also knowledge of programming and circuits. Chen Yue, however, casually said that he knew a little about those things and had easily reworked the new program and circuit system. In the live stream, some viewers immediately exclaimed that if this were true, Chen Yue is incredibly talented. Others questioned whether the old and dirty equipment was even usable. Some more experienced viewers noticed something amiss. Did ordinary steel pipes really require so much precision equipment? This guy had professional equipment and a hand-operated machine. Was he really just using it to make ordinary steel pipes? At this moment, Chen Yue suddenly told Xiao Yuan to wait a moment while he checked if any new business was coming in. He then walked to his laptop, turned it on, and skillfully opened his online store. He wasn't about to forget his old customer, the bearded man from the Middle East. Xiao Yunan, also curious, leaned closer with her phone. She saw Chen Yue open an app, and after the loading bar finished, a black spiderweb-like interface appeared on the screen. The comments section instantly changed. Some asked what it was, others noticed it was all in foreign languages. Soon a comment appeared. "This looks like the dark web." The live stream fell silent briefly. The dark web, in many people's eyes, has always been mysterious and dangerous. Chen Yue, however, paid no attention to the audience's reaction, because after he clicked on the shop, a new message suddenly popped up on the screen. The sender's avatar was a foreigner wearing a white headscarf, and it was flashing incessantly. Chapter 9. Received a huge order from a Middle Eastern oil tycoon. Huh, not that bearded guy from last time? Chen Yue was a little surprised. After all, the bearded guy's profile picture was of him wearing sunglasses, and people doing business on the dark domain network generally don't change their personal information easily. He muttered to himself, "It must be a big deal, right?" Then he noticed that Xiao Yuan was standing behind him, holding up her phone and filming a live stream. To make it easier to use, Chen Yue had previously created a small program to translate the dark domain network software into Chinese. But with so many people watching the live stream, he certainly couldn't reveal the secret. So he casually opened a web page and typed in a string of code. The next second, all the text on the dark web page turned into obscure and incomprehensible characters. The viewers in the live stream instantly went wild. Everyone was completely baffled. It looked neither like Chinese nor English, and they had no idea what was on the screen. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Senior Chen, why did you change the software like this?" Chen Yue smiled faintly. "It's simple to protect customer privacy." That's what he said, but in reality, he wasn't sure what kind of person the other party was, let alone whether they were there to discuss business. After clicking on the profile picture, a greeting and self-introduction popped up. Chen Yue read it, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. Sure enough, this person was recommended by the bearded man and was planning to buy something from him. This entire scene was being broadcast live on Xiao Yuan's phone. Viewers watching the conversation on the screen began to speculate. Soon, knowledgeable netizens noticed that Chen Yue and the other person were using a Middle Eastern language. The live chat immediately buzzed with excitement. They're really foreigners. Quick, translate what they're talking about. I can't see clearly, but it seems like they're praising the streamer's product quality. No wonder the streamer has a gold card from China at such a young age. They really are doing business with foreigners. By this time, the 5,000 yuan red envelope that Chen Yue had set aside had long been claimed, but the number of viewers in the live stream had not decreased, but increased, remaining stable at 2,000 to 3,000. The person with the online name Middle Eastern Oil Guy sent a message. "Mr. Chen, the quality of your goods is fantastic. We compared them after receiving them and found that they actually meet the international top-grade standards." Chen Yue replied, "Since we're selling handmade products, ensuring quality is only right." The other party quickly added, "I used to have several suppliers, but I've changed my mind. I plan to keep only you as a partner." Upon seeing this, Chen Yue was taken aback. He was just a jobless young man, while the other party was a Middle Eastern tycoon. Countless large companies were lining up to cooperate with him. Where did he have such a competitive advantage? Moreover, if he really squeezed out those large companies, it might cause trouble for himself. Thinking this, Chen Yue cautiously replied, "Isn't that unnecessary? My personal capabilities are limited, and I may not be able to meet your needs." The Middle Eastern oil tycoon, however, was quite generous. "Mr. Chen, rest assured. From now on, your safety is our responsibility. Anyone who dares to oppose you will be killed." This statement was then translated by a viewer in the live stream who understood Middle Eastern languages, causing a stir in the chat. "Seriously? This foreigner is threatening us. Is the translation reliable? Don't question it. I passed a level 6 Middle Eastern language course. What did the streamer sell that made this foreigner act so aggressively?" The more the viewers discussed it, the more uneasy they felt. They had initially thought Chen Yue was just an ordinary streamer, but now it seemed he was more than just a simple person. However, Chen Yue had no time to pay attention to the reactions in the live stream. Compared to those potential customers, this real, large client was far more worthwhile to retain. He asked directly, "So what product do you need this time?" The Middle Eastern oil man replied, "Perfect timing. Through his introduction, I'm planning to order 2 more batches. I need 3,000 of the same standard 7.62 millimeters barrels as last time. Also, 500 1,100 millimeters barrels." He then quoted prices, 60 pounds per barrel for the former and 100 pounds per barrel for the latter. Chen Yue roughly calculated that this single order would bring him nearly 1,000,000 yuan in revenue. Such a large order on their first collaboration. This was truly befitting of a Middle Eastern tycoon. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. "No problem, deal. Pay the deposit first. This batch is large. All goods will be shipped within a month. Overseas shipping is not included." After closing this big deal, Chen Yue's mood improved considerably. While large international clients weren't frequent, they were always very generous. With the funds he now had, he could gradually expand into the domestic market. Even if he couldn't sell gun barrels domestically, his skills allowed him to produce precision machine products without much difficulty. After shutting down the computer, Chen Yue walked back to Xiao Yan inside and glanced at the live stream. Wow, the number of viewers had already surged to over 3,500, even more than when they were pushing the stream with red envelopes earlier. Xiao Yanin smiled and said, "See, I told you, as long as the live stream content is engaging enough, you don't have to worry about losing viewers. Now everyone is really curious about your product." Chen Yue sat down, picked up a steel pipe, and said to the camera, "That's settled then. Next, I'll introduce the various processing products we can currently handle. If you have any needs, you can send me a private message." He began to explain the product earnestly, unaware that at the same time, in the office of the Lanyan City Machinery Research Institute, Lu Jie was sitting in front of his computer, staring at the live stream with disbelief. He was watching Chen Yue and Xiao Yunan's live stream. Chapter 10: If he can hand-mold a gun barrel, I can build an atomic bomb. Despite his seemingly sophisticated demeanor, Lu Jie's job at the Mechanical Research Institute is actually quite leisurely. He spends his days at work either scrolling through videos or watching beautiful women dance. He lives a very carefree life. Today, he casually clicked into a live stream where people were giving out red envelopes, and to his surprise, he immediately saw two familiar faces, Chen Yue and Xiao Yunan. One was his classmate from university, and the other was the campus beauty who was a year below them. Lu Jie's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chen Yue was usually so introverted that he wouldn't utter a word. How could he possibly be hanging out with Xiao Yunan? But after watching for a while, he realized that the two weren't a couple, and Xiao Yunan had just been invited by Chen Yue to do a live stream to attract customers and sell products. Big overseas business, huh? Lu Jie scoffed, his face full of disdain. What kind of precision machine steel pipe can sell for such a high price? Chen Yue's tricks won't fool me. Although Lu Jie usually idled away his time, he was still a mechanical engineering graduate and was no stranger to the prices of mechanical products and semi-finished goods. Selling a steel pipe for 50 or 60 pounds. That's either gold-plated or outright robbery. Even if steel pipes at that price existed, it couldn't possibly be made by someone like Chen Yue. At that moment, the office door was pushed open, and a young man wearing glasses walked in. His name was Feng Ming, and he was also Chen Yue's classmate. He was of average ability, but because he had gotten close to Lu Jie, he was also assigned to this research institute after graduation. Feng Ming sat down on the sofa and said, "Brother Lu, did you see that? Chen Yue actually started a live stream, and his popularity is pretty high." Lu Jie tossed him half a pack of cigarettes and said contemptuously, "I saw it. No matter how much trouble he causes, he can't make a difference. At most, his popularity will drop to single digits tomorrow." Feng Ming shook his head. "I don't think so. Did you notice the software he used? It's real darknet software, and that foreign client is probably real too." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie immediately sat up straight. "Impossible, right? He sells steel pipes to foreigners for 60 pounds apiece. Isn't that robbery? We're all mechanical engineering students. Who doesn't know the market price?" He lit a cigarette and sneered. If he could really sell steel pipes for that price, the Lanyan City steel plant would have to close down. But Feng Ming looked very serious. He said he had just taken a screenshot and compared it with the dimensions and specifications reported by foreign customers in the software, and found that there was a type of steel pipe that might actually sell for that price. After speaking, Feng Ming raised his hand and made an H-shaped gesture. "A gun barrel?" Lu Jie's expression changed instantly as soon as the words left his mouth. Right, how could he have forgotten that? Ordinary civilian steel pipes are indeed worthless, but military gun barrels are a completely different story. Could it be that Chen Yue is manufacturing gun barrels for some wealthy foreign company? The thought stunned Lu Jie. If Chen Yue really dared to do such a thing, he was doomed. He immediately reopened the live stream. In the video, Chen Yue was smiling as he explained to the viewers the various steel pipe standards he was handcrafting with several finished products on his workbench. Lu Jie stared at the screen and immediately typed in the chat. "He's selling illegal products. Everyone report him." These are military products. They're illegal. But by this time, the number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded 5,000, and the chat was flooded with messages. His few words were immediately drowned out, without even making a ripple. Damn it, Lu Jie, sursedangrili. The reason he hated Chen Yue so much went back to their university days. Back then, Lu Jie repeatedly begged Chen Yue to pass him cheat sheets before exams, just to make sure he didn't fail. Given the lax invigilation practices back then, Chen Yue could have easily resolved the issue with a nod. But no matter how much Lu Jie pleaded or secretly offered him a bribe, Chen Yue refused to help. In the end, Lu Jie failed 8 subjects in a row, an incident he still remembers vividly. He couldn't understand why a powerless orphan dared to be so disrespectful to him. Seeing Chen Yue's success in the live streaming room, Lu Jie felt even more resentful. With a grim face, he picked up his phone and immediately registered a new account and deposited 20,000 yuan. Feng Ming, standing beside him, was stunned. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Never mind that. Lu Jie retorted angrily, then entered Chen Yue's live stream and showered him with 100 rockets in one go, also activating the Duke Guardian feature. This barrage of gifts instantly propelled him to the top of the leaderboard, earning him golden bullet comments and the privilege of having his comment displayed in the center. Immediately afterward, Lu Jie quickly typed, "I solemnly warn all viewers in the live stream that this streamer is selling illegal military equipment. The foreign businessman who ordered them earlier did not order ordinary steel pipes, but gun barrels." As soon as the gold-plated comment appeared, the live stream indeed fell silent for a brief moment. Lu Jie had just smiled, thinking he could finally bring Chen Yue down, but the next second, the barrage of comments completely surprised him. What nonsense is this idiot spouting? If college students can make gun barrels by hand, does that mean I can build an atomic bomb? Exactly. Spending so much money to spread rumors. Is he a minor? He'll probably get a refund soon. This is a technical job for streamers. It's normal for people to be jealous. The top spender is just a clown. Looking at the screen full of comments defending Chen Yue, Lu Jie's face turned completely black. He was so angry he wanted to rush to the steel factory and confront Chen Yue right now. But if he did that, wouldn't his identity be exposed? Meanwhile, Chen Yue, sitting in front of the camera, also noticed the gold-plated comment. He frowned slightly, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Just who was this person? Chapter 11. Anyone who dares to touch Chen Yue will be buried in money. Despite his concerns, Chen Yue remained calm. Currently, his steel pipe business primarily catered to large, established clients in the Middle East. He wasn't overly concerned about whether anyone in China would buy these custom-made steel pipes. After all, with his technical skills, he could produce much more than just this one product. Even if it didn't sell well domestically, what if other custom orders came in the future? On the other side, Lu Jie watched the live stream become increasingly lively, but his expression grew increasingly grim. The public chat was harmonious, with viewers praising Chen Yue's skills and abilities and no one joining in his criticism. What almost made him vomit blood was that he had just spent 20,000 yuan on gifts to try and top the leaderboard, intending to outdo Chen Yue, but instead, he attracted a surge of traffic to the live stream. 6,500 people. Feng Ming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chen Yue really hit the jackpot today. Some streamers with millions of followers might not even get this much traffic. Lu Jie immediately glared at him and angrily asked which side he was on. Feng Ming was so frightened that he shut his mouth and dared not say another word. Looking at Chen Yue's smiling face on the live stream, Lu Jie had another ruthless idea. Fine, you want to be famous, right? You can even get Xiao Yunnan to be a streamer. Then today he'll make Chen Yue really famous. He immediately recharged another 10,000 yuan and started spamming the live stream with paid comments. Each comment cost 100 yuan and could stay on the screen for half an hour. 10,000 yuan could buy 100 comments. Soon, rows of paid comments appeared on the screen, all reminding viewers that Chen Yue was dealing in illegal military equipment and urging them to report him immediately. Chen Yue was explaining the product when he realized the other party's intentions. However, even the streamer couldn't delete these paid comments, so he was helpless and could only watch those glaring words keep appearing. Meanwhile, far beyond the Great Dragon Kingdom in the Middle East, in the main hall of a magnificent palace, several Arabs wearing white headscarves sat cross-legged on the floor. In front of them were several brand-new rifles and an assembled black rocket launcher. One of the oil tycoons picked up the rifle, carefully examining the precise rifling at the muzzle and the exquisite barrel, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. My God, this is simply the most perfect masterpiece I have ever seen. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that it was handmade by a young man from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yue had no idea that the gun barrels he provided would solve the immediate problem for these Middle Eastern tycoons. For them, money was never the issue. The real trouble lay in the precision parts they were being cut off by foreign countries. Previously, their armed personnel were still using old rifles from the last century, which had severely reduced accuracy beyond 100 meters. Taking them to the battlefield was no different from using sticks to burn, and it was practically a death sentence. The first batch of 5,000 rifles assembled using his barrels have all been deployed to the mercenary group. The white-turbaned oil tycoon became more and more satisfied as he spoke. With these weapons, we have indeed won several battles. The bearded man next to him chuckled and said that this Chen Yue from the Great Dragon Kingdom would likely become their most important business partner in the future. He'd heard that Chen Yue was currently struggling with business and was doing live streaming sales on domestic platforms. Live streaming e-commerce. The oil tycoon immediately became interested and had his men bring him phones to find Chen Yue's live stream. Soon, the live stream appeared on the screen. The oil tycoon and the bearded man sat up straight, watching Chen Yue introduce the products on screen. Is that him? The oil tycoon was somewhat surprised. So young? He looks to be under 25, just like an ordinary college student. Lasker, are you sure you're not mistaken? The bearded man nodded quickly and said with certainty, absolutely right, Commander. He is our important partner, Mr. Chen. The oil tycoon stared at the live stream for a moment, then asked if they had inquired about what other products Chen Yue could provide besides gun barrels. Lasker said they hadn't asked yet, because what they needed most right now were gun parts. Other weapons and ammunition could wait. The oil tycoon nodded, indicating that once the second batch of goods arrived, he would like to personally travel to the Great Dragon Kingdom to discuss cooperation with the young man in person, if necessary. As he spoke, he noticed the public chat was filled with paid messages. Using the software's built-in translation function, all the messages Lu Jie had posted were translated into Arabic, which he could clearly read. The next second, the oil tycoon's face turned ashen. The comments were actually urging viewers to report Chen Yue, and explicitly stating that Chen Yue was involved in gun barrel manufacturing. Bastard! Who is he? How dare he slander our partner like this? The oil tycoon roared in fury. If Mr. Chen is really banned, or even arrested, will we find someone like him again? He immediately ordered Lasker. Top up your account right now. Use the most expensive gifts and the most expensive messages to wipe out all these unfriendly messages. These wealthy people were short of other resources, but they had no shortage of money. After hearing this, Lasker immediately arranged for someone to top up his account. Meanwhile, in the Great Dragon Kingdom, Lu Jie was unaware of the kind of powerful backers he had just offended. He looked at the public chat screen, which was almost completely filled with his own comments, and a smug smile spread across his face. 98 comments, almost done. He thought to himself, there are 6,000 or 7,000 people in the live stream. If just 1 out of 10 people reports Chen Yue, the live stream will definitely be banned today. In the steel mill workshop, Chen Yue's expression was also rather grim. He couldn't understand who he had offended that was so determined to destroy him. Xiao Yuan was even more anxious than him. If the popularity and traffic they had painstakingly built up were to be swayed by these malicious comments, things would become truly troublesome. The live stream was filled with insults, but many viewers still sided with Chen Yue, fiercely refuting the comments. But then, the screen suddenly froze for a few seconds. Chen Yue's heart sank. He thought to himself, oh no, am I really going to be banned? Chapter 12. Want to speed up your orders? You'll have to pay extra. Generally, if a live stream suddenly freezes, it's either a network problem or the account is about to be banned. This was Chen Yue's first successful live stream, but he never expected that after only 2 hours, it would seem like the platform was about to shut him down. After a brief pause, the live stream didn't go black. Instead, a series of Kunpeng Wanli gifts exploded on the public screen. These are the most expensive gifts on Douyin, each worth 16,000 yuan. Thousands of viewers watched as a mysterious account showered Chen Yue with gifts worth over 1 million yuan in just 1 minute. Even more outrageous, the comments Lu Jie had previously spent 10,000 yuan to create were completely overwritten by comments costing thousands of yuan each. The streamer is talented. Some people shouldn't be jealous if they're not good enough themselves. If you dare to spread rumors and slander the streamer again, we will take legal action. The bright red paid comments kept scrolling, stunning all the viewers in the live stream. Some exclaimed that Chen Yue's account was only level 10 or so. So where did this big spender come from? Others discovered that the top spender was an overseas IP address and had already spent nearly 3 million without stopping. The more they looked, the more suspicious they became. If it really was a script, who would spend millions to act in it? Even if Chen Yue rubbed a steel pipe every day, he didn't know how long it would take to earn back the money for these gifts. Meanwhile, at the Mechanical Research Institute, Lu Jie and Feng Ming's expressions changed. Feng Ming swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, Brother Lu, did Chen Yue do this himself? Lu Jie feigned composure, but his hands clenched so tightly they turned white. He clicked on the top-ranked account and discovered it had only been registered a few minutes prior, with the IP address located overseas. His anxiety intensified. He couldn't help but suspect that these might be one of Chen Yue's buyers. But the problem was foreign money was still money. Millions being spent in just a few minutes. Who could withstand that? Although Lu Jie had some savings, he was unwilling to spend money on Chen Yue just to spite him. Feng also advised him to let it go for now, otherwise things might really get out of hand. Logically, the best course of action at this point would be to call the police. However, Lu Jie reconsidered. He had no evidence, and if he made baseless accusations that Chen Yue was manufacturing weapons and the police couldn't find anything wrong, he would end up being accused of spreading rumors. Thinking this, Lu Jie's face darkened, and he could only slink away from the live stream. On the other side, Chen Yue watched as the donation amount continued to surge. Just as he was trying to figure out what was going on, the live stream suddenly and inexplicably ended. Xiao Yu looked puzzled. Senior Chen, why did you turn off the live stream? This is the time when we're really building up our popularity. Chen Yue shook his head with a wry smile. I didn't shut it down. The platform detected an abnormal account and kicked me offline. Then he said to Xiao Yunan, Yunan, you should go back first. I have to catch up on orders these 2 days. We'll see when to start the next live stream after the account is restored. Despite saying that, Chen Yue already had a plan in mind. Xiao Yanan helped him generate traffic for his first live stream, and whether she appeared on camera or not was irrelevant for future broadcasts. He could handle it all by himself. After seeing Xiao Yuhuan off, Chen Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was naturally somewhat introverted, and the 2 hours Xiao Yuhuan had been beside him had made him incredibly nervous. Back at his computer, he opened the dark domain network and contacted the oil tycoon in the white turban. Were the gifts in the live stream just now sent by you guys? After a while, the other party sent a laughing emoji and admitted, that's right, we knew you were streaming on the Longwa platform, so we went over and sent some gifts to express our feelings. Chen Yue was immediately at a loss. He had guessed that the overseas IP address might be one of these wealthy spenders, but he hadn't expected them to be so well-informed. He replied, I understand your desire to help your friend, but don't send gifts like that next time. It'll cause trouble. My live stream was forcibly ended by the platform today. The oil tycoon immediately apologized, then took the opportunity to make a request. Excuse me, my friend. I just wanted to support you. Could we expedite our order? Ideally, delivery would be within 2 weeks. Half a month? Chen Yue thought about it. It wasn't entirely impossible to make it in time, but he definitely couldn't work overtime for nothing. If he wanted to speed things up, he'd have to get more pay. So he said, overtime is no problem, but the pay will have to increase by 5%. The oil tycoon, however, was incredibly generous. Forget 5%, I'll add 20% for you. Happy cooperation. Chen Yue was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. 20% meant an extra 200,000 yuan. These guys were definitely not sure of money. After shutting down his computer, Chen Yue decided to start working immediately to catch up on the deadline. After all, this order was quite large, and since the client was willing to pay more, he had to finish the job. He looked at the machines in the workshop: cold rolling mills, laser cutting machines, rifling grinding machines, and various furnaces and electric furnaces. Although some of the machines were old, after his modifications, they were perfectly capable of handling this batch of tasks. In a corner of the workshop, there was a pile of unremarkable steel. Its surface was covered in machine oil, looking dirty, but this was special steel used to manufacture high-precision equipment and parts. There wasn't much left in the entire old machinery factory. Chen Yue counted it. The remaining steel was barely enough for Big Beard's order. But what would he do after the steel was used up? Chapter 13, Crude Equipment, On-Site Gun Barrel Making. The steel used to manufacture high-precision steel pipes is not something that can be bought easily. Chen Yue knew that if he asked those bearded men, they would definitely be willing to provide it. But the customs of the Great Dragon Kingdom were not just for show. The procedures for importing large quantities of special steel were extremely complicated. Sending domestic goods abroad is relatively easy, but getting foreign materials in is difficult. Chen Yue pondered for a moment and decided to look for channels within China to see if anyone could provide suitable steel. After making his plans, he immediately got to work. He picked up a piece of steel from the ground, first smelting it in a high-temperature furnace, then remelting it in an electric furnace to remove as many impurities as possible. After smelting, he used equipment to cut the steel into the standard specifications needed by the bearded men. Throughout the entire process, Chen Yue didn't even use any instruments to measure the length, relying entirely on his sense of touch. Yet, The error in each steel pipe that fell from his hand was controlled to within 0.01 millimeters, an almost unbelievable level of precision. After the steel pipe cools, the final step is to rifling. Don't underestimate these seemingly small lines. Many countries in the world lack the capability to manufacture them independently. Even if those bearded men in the Middle East acquire the equipment, they lack the people who actually know how to use it. Chen Yue was their savior. In just a few minutes, a piece of originally dirty steel was transformed into a near-perfect rifling steel pipe. However, Chen Yue had no time to admire his work. This order was for several thousand pipes, and he had to work at full speed. While he was busy at work, someone in the cybersecurity department of the Lanyan City Public Security Bureau was also keeping an eye on him. An officer sat in front of a computer retrieving data, with Bureau Chief Zhao Changfeng and Criminal Investigation Captain Kong Maolin standing behind him. Soon, the officer pointed to the screen and said, "Chief Zhao, we've got it." This morning, Chen Yu's live stream received approximately 420,000 yuan worth of gifts. He continued his report, stating that nearly 400,000 of these transactions originated from an overseas IP account, which they suspected was suspicious. Zhao Changfeng's face immediately darkened. Chen Yue again? He just left the police station not long ago. Yet he's quite bold, daring to do a live stream. Zhao Changfeng's anger was not without reason. When he let Chen Yue go earlier, he repeatedly instructed him not to publicize the matter. Although he could not be legally convicted at the moment, that did not mean he had done anything good. Kong Maolin, standing nearby, advised, "Director Zhao, don't be hasty. I've seen his live stream recording from today. The content was fairly compliant, and he didn't mention the gun barrel." Zhao Changfeng snorted coldly. Just because he didn't mention it doesn't mean everything's all right. He's the one who did it, isn't he? I think this kid is going to cause a big stir sooner or later. As for that overseas IP account, Zhao Changfeng knew, without guessing, that it was most likely Chen Yu's overseas buyers who were behind it. After all, how could they allow others to slander their most important partner? Kong Maolin said, "Director Zhao, that's not what I'm suspecting right now. Even if an ordinary college student knows a little about gun control theory, where would he get the equipment? Manufacturing gun barrels and manufacturing steel pipes may seem like they differ by only one word, but they are worlds apart. Ordinary steel rolling equipment simply cannot produce high-precision steel pipes, let alone cut rifling." Zhao Changfeng immediately understood his meaning. "You suspect that Chen Yue didn't actually send gun barrels abroad? If that's the case, then his financial dealings with overseas entities could involve more serious issues like money laundering. After all, when Chen Yue was arrested last time, the police only had statements and chat logs. The actual gun barrels had already been sent abroad, and there was no physical evidence whatsoever." Zhao Changfeng narrowed his eyes. "If that's really the case, then this kid is in big trouble. I remember that in a couple of days, an academician from the Provincial Military Research Institute is going to give a lecture at Lanyan City Mechanical University, right?" Kong Maolin nodded in confirmation. Zhao Changfeng immediately made the decision. Once the person arrives, we'll ask that academician to take a look and see if Chen Yue really has the ability. For the next 2 or 3 days, Chen Yue was busy processing steel pipes. The bearded man paid him a lot of money, but the work was really tiring. Chen Yue was thin and weak in college, and he had difficulty moving even slightly heavier pieces of steel. After months of rigorous training, his biceps and abdominal muscles are now remarkably defined when he works shirtless. The 1,100th one. Chen Yue put the newly forged steel pipe into a nearby box and let out a long sigh. For 3 or 4 days, he had been working at a rate of almost 300 pipes a day. What surprised him even more was that the more he made, the faster he went, and his thinking became increasingly clear. He had barely left the house these past few days and hadn't paid much attention to his phone, since he rarely received any contact from anyone. It wasn't until he took a shower downstairs and went back to his room to check his phone that he discovered Xiao Yuhuan had sent him dozens of messages. The messages were all asking him when he would do a second live stream. Chen Yue scratched his head, thinking, another live stream? He doesn't make money from gifts anymore, so there's no need to rush to start. He was about to reply to Xiao Yunan when there was a sudden banging on the door. Immediately afterwards, someone shouted from outside, "Xiao Chun, come out quickly. We have a big client at our factory today. Go check on them." Chapter 14, A Big Business Opportunity. Repairing airplanes? "Hey, Uncle Ma, what kind of business?" Chen Yue opened the door, and standing outside was a man in his 40s, with dark skin, wearing work clothes. The man's surname was Ma, and he was Chen Yue's half-mentor when he first joined the factory. He was a decent guy. Before he started selling tea eggs, Chen Yue earned some pocket money, mainly from the odd jobs old Ma gave him. As soon as old Ma saw him, he frowned and asked, "What have you been doing these past few days? You've stopped selling tea eggs and have been staying in the house all day. What's wrong? Did you win the lottery?" Chen Yue smiled and said, "No. If I really won the lottery, why would I be staying here? Uncle Ma, I've taken on some work recently, and I'm working on it." He thought about the bearded man from the Middle East, but decided against mentioning it. Otherwise, if he tried to give old Ma a bribe later, old Ma would most likely refuse. Old Ma was somewhat surprised after hearing this. "Oh, you can even find work on your own now?" But in his opinion, Chen Yue would at most only take on odd jobs. He didn't ask any further questions, urging, "Don't rush, come downstairs with me. A big client came to the factory today. Everyone else has gone over there. Let's take a look." With that, old Ma hurried downstairs. Chen Yue was puzzled. This machinery factory was almost bankrupt. All the management had fled. What kind of client would be so foolish as to come looking for work from them? The workers. But he still changed his clothes and ran to the factory yard. There were already more than 20 workers gathered in the yard, and a few people were standing in front of them. The leader was an old man with gray hair and a kind demeanor. Chen Yue stood at the back of the crowd and heard the old man say with a smile, "I heard that Lanyan City Machinery Factory is an old established enterprise. Although it is not doing well now, the workers in the factory are still quite skilled." As he spoke, the old man's eyes swept across the crowd, as if searching for someone. But after looking around, he saw mostly older workers and couldn't find the young face he was looking for. One of the workers couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what kind of work do you need? As long as it's related to machinery, we can't guarantee we can do it, but it's always good to give it a try." The old man smiled and said, "So, you can repair airplanes too?" An airplane? The question caused an uproar in the courtyard. Airplanes are no ordinary machines. Whether civilian or military, their structures are extremely complex. For fighter jets, the design drawings alone could be dozens or even hundreds of pages long, making it impossible for anyone but a professional engineer to even begin. Chen Yue, standing behind, also shook his head secretly. Although he had the strongest handcrafting system, so far the system had only unlocked the skill of manufacturing high-precision steel pipes for him. He wasn't confident about repairing airplanes. Seeing that no one stepped forward, the old man added with a smile, "The wages aren't low. If you can find the fault, you'll get 100,000 yuan in cash. If you can fix it, you'll get a 500,000 yuan bonus." At this, all the workers' eyes lit up. 600,000 yuan. They stayed in this dilapidated factory, enduring hardship, just hoping to get their wages back and earn a little more money. That amount would normally take them almost 10 years to save. Chen Yue was also tempted. He had a natural talent for understanding mechanical products perfectly, so finding the problem might not be difficult. As for fixing it, he couldn't guarantee it. But the old man had made it clear that troubleshooting would cost 100,000 yuan, and he figured he might as well make that money. Thinking of this, Chen Yue pushed through the crowd and walked out. "I want to give it a try." The old man looked at him, his eyes clearly lighting up. This young man seemed quite like the person he was looking for. But old Ma immediately grabbed Chen Yue and scolded him in a low voice. "Don't mess around, kid. That's not a tractor, it's an airplane. Have you ever seen an airplane? Have you ever touched one? Troubleshooting? What if you cause an even bigger problem?" The surrounding workers cast disdainful glances his way. In their eyes, Chen Yue was just a recent college graduate, somewhat naively naive. 600,000 was tempting, but he had to consider whether he had the ability to earn it. Chen Yue ignored the stares and walked straight up to the old man. The old man looked him over and asked with a smile, "You can repair airplanes?" Chen Yue answered frankly, "A little. Where's the airplane? I need to take a look first before I can determine if I can fix it." The old man still smiled and said, "It's right outside." This left Chen Yue and the group of workers stunned. Shouldn't the plane, which had malfunctioned, be parked at the airport? How could it be outside the factory? After realizing what was happening, Chen Yue said, "Then please bring the plane in. I'll go back and get my toolkit." With that, he turned and ran towards the dormitory building. Watching his retreating figure, the old man's entourage shook their heads. Toolkit? Ordinary maintenance tools are completely inadequate for aircraft equipment. This kid is probably just bluffing. As they approached the factory gate, a middle-aged man whispered a word of advice. "Old Zheng, I think we should just give up. That kid should be the Chen Yue that Director Zhao and the others were talking about, but I don't think he has the ability." A woman standing nearby added, "This problem stumped even a large number of experts in the research institute, let alone a college student like him." Old Zheng, with his hands behind his back and a calm expression, said, "They're already at the door. Let that young man at least give it a try. Go, move our plane into the yard." Chapter 15. Good grief. You want me to completely modify the plane? Just as Chen Yue was carrying his toolbox downstairs, a large trailer slowly drove into the factory yard. On the trailer was a silver-white modern airplane. Old Ma was stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, it really is an airplane. Who are these people to be able to get their hands on a real one?" The plane had a large wingspan. Transporting it here by road must have required prior notification to the government and military. Without a doubt, Old Zheng and his group were no ordinary people. Chen Yue also saw the plane. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen an entire plane so close up. Before, at the Mechanical Engineering University, he had only ever dealt with some airplane parts. Old Zheng waved him over and asked, "Young man, can you find out the malfunction of this plane?" Chen Yue glanced at it and said, "This is the Hailong 3 reconnaissance aircraft currently in service with our great Dragon Kingdom, right?" These words sent a jolt through Mr. Zheng and his entourage. The aircraft's exterior paint scheme had been altered for this test, leaving no clues about its model. In other words, this college student had recognized the aircraft model with just a glance. Such keen eyesight is something even seasoned military enthusiasts might not possess, let alone ordinary people. The Hailong 3 is a reconnaissance aircraft currently in service with the Great Dragon Kingdom, primarily tasked with maritime reconnaissance missions. Chen Yue was able to recognize it because the moment he saw the aircraft, his mental system had already provided all the necessary parameters. Old Zheng looked at him with a hint of meaning and asked, "Why don't you try and see if you can find the problem?" "I'll give it a try." Chen Yue didn't waste any words, picked up his toolbox, climbed onto the trailer, and began inspecting the aircraft. At the same time, the most powerful manual system in his mind also started to operate automatically. Wherever his gaze fell, the mechanical structure became crystal clear, as if seen through a mirror. The entire aircraft was no longer a complete shell in his eyes, but rather a transparent, intricate model. Using the mechanical insight granted by the system, Chen Yue quickly identified the problem. Holding a wrench, he said, "First of all, this aircraft's engine is severely worn out." He paused, then added, "If I'm not mistaken, it's been on a long period of high-intensity flight missions recently, hasn't it?" Old Zheng nodded. "Not bad. In the past month, it has been on duty more than 120 times, averaging 4 takeoffs per day." Chen Yue thought to himself, "Wow, that's impressive. No wonder the engine is so worn out. Even a plane made of iron would eventually break down after being subjected to such abuse." He continued, "Excessive engine load is causing aging, which is a problem. In addition, the wake flaps also have hidden damage." As he spoke, he tapped the fuselage with a wrench. It's not visible on the surface, but there are cracks about 2 fingers long inside, which should have been caused by high-intensity tactical maneuvers. Besides the wake flaps, the aircraft also showed varying degrees of wear and tear on other parts of its body. Chen Yue even felt that it was a miracle that it hadn't disintegrated in the air and had managed to land intact here. After hearing his analysis, the expressions of Zheng Lao's entourage changed. One of the middle-aged men was somewhat embarrassed. "Our engineering team really didn't consider this point. There might actually be some hidden damage on the wake flaps." Old Zheng looked at him coldly. "What do you mean by possible? I want a definite result." Tao Feng, as a crew engineer, don't you even have this much confidence in front of a young man? A crew engineer? Chen Yue and the surrounding workers were all taken aback upon hearing this. It seemed these people were indeed quite extraordinary. The man called Tao Feng dared not refute, and could only bow his head and admit his mistake. "Old Zheng, it was indeed my fault." At this moment, Old Zheng turned to Chen Yue and his tone softened. "Young man, my name is Zheng Gutao. May I ask your name?" Chen Yue jumped off the trailer and replied politely, "You could just call me Chen Yue." "Chen Yue, it really is you." Zheng Gutao smiled and murmured. Chen Yue was a little confused. He was certain that this was the first time he had met this old man. The two were complete strangers. Zheng Gutao didn't explain much, but simply said with his hands behind his back, "Although the problem with this plane hasn't been re-examined by professional equipment, I believe your judgment is correct." Then, he asked the crucial question. "So, Chen Yue, are you confident you can repair this plane?" "Repairing the plane?" Chen Yue thought for a moment and replied, I can give it a try, but it depends on what state you want it to be restored to. If old Zheng wanted to restore the plane to its peak condition when it first came out of the factory, even with the system, Chen Yue might not be able to do it easily. Zheng Gutao said, once all the problems you just mentioned are resolved, the task will be considered complete. By the way, you can also tell me, if you were in full charge, how you plan to fix it? Make me take charge. Chen Yue chuckled and casually said, is that even a question? If the engine is too old, replace it with a new one. Rework and improve the wings. The wake flaps are also outdated. It's best to use the latest fighter jet standards. He was just talking casually and didn't think much of it, so he just blurted out his ideas. To Chen Yue's and everyone else's surprise, Zheng Gutao nodded and said a single word after listening. Okay. Zheng Gutao looked at him and smiled. Then this task is now entrusted to you, Chen Yue. Chapter 16. Tech Tree Upgrade. New Skills Unlocked. Huh, I'm afraid I can't do that. Chen Yue was stunned on the spot. He hadn't even agreed to take the job yet, but Zheng Gutao seemed to have already decided that he could do it. Old Ma and the workers next to him were also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the Lanyan City Machinery Factory would one day need to repair an airplane, and that the person who would take on the job was Chen Yue, a college student who had been working at the factory for less than a year. Zheng Gutao smiled confidently. You can spot problems that so many of our experts couldn't find just by looking. I believe you have that ability. Chen Yue didn't immediately agree. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble, but he still had orders to complete from the bearded man in the Middle East. After thinking for a moment, he asked, I can give it a try, but how much time are you planning to give me? Zheng Gutao said that time was not tight, and he could be given 2 months to come up with a reasonable improvement plan before the deadline. As for the subsequent renovations, the time frame could be extended to about 6 months, during which any materials needed could be submitted, and the payment would not be reduced regardless of whether the project was ultimately completed. The terms were already quite generous. Chen Yue considered it for a moment. 2 months to develop a plan wasn't entirely out of the question. So he nodded in agreement. It's settled then. Let's transport the plane to the main workshop. Zheng Gutao immediately agreed. It's a deal. I need to see a detailed and feasible renovation plan within 2 months. He then handed Chen Yue a bank card with 10 million yuan in it, the PIN being 6 zeros, and said it was already linked to Chen Yue's mobile phone number. Afterward, he and his men left the steel plant. Chen Yue was a little confused as he held the card. He had no idea he had such an account under his name. But when he checked it on his phone, the linked information was indeed his, and there was indeed a balance of 10 million. Old Ma walked over at this moment, his face serious. Chen Yue, aren't you afraid of getting into big trouble? That's a military reconnaissance plane. Do you know the consequences if you mess it up? Chen Yue glanced at the plane being sent into the main workshop and replied with a smile. A military reconnaissance plane is still a plane, isn't it? Besides, haven't I already analyzed its problems? Old Ma was even more speechless. Finding the problem is one thing, but they also want you to come up with improvement plans. You're a mechanical engineering graduate who's never even touched an airplane before. What good plans can you come up with? Although Chen Yue was scolded by Lao Ma, he didn't resent it. He knew his master was worried about him. After all, Zheng Gutao's identity was clearly extraordinary. For such an important figure to personally come to his door, things couldn't be simple. Chen Yue couldn't understand it either. Was the other party really coming specifically for him? He was just an ordinary college graduate waiting for a job. Why would someone of his caliber personally meet with him? Meanwhile, in another car, Police Chief Zhao Chongfeng sat respectfully in the back seat and asked in a low voice, Old Zheng, have you seen Chen Yue? Zheng Gutao nodded, his tone tinged with emotion. Yes, I have. He is indeed very young. At first, I was also skeptical. It sounds unbelievable that a college graduate could use old equipment from a machine factory to make high-precision steel pipes and gun barrels. He paused, then said, but today I saw with my own eyes that he found out multiple problems with that reconnaissance plane in less than 3 minutes, and there was no possibility of any fabrication throughout the entire process. Zheng Gutao's eyes lit up with approval. Director Zhao, I believe what you said before. This young man, Chen Yue, does indeed have some extraordinary abilities. Zhao Chongfeng smiled and said, Old Kong, and I didn't believe it at the time either, but he really does have these abilities. Zheng Gutao pondered for a moment. Give him time first. If he can come up with a reform plan that satisfies me, I plan to take him to work at the National Military Research Institute. Zhao Chongfeng was shocked upon hearing this. That was the highest level military research institution directly under the state. Everyone who could get in was a pillar of the nation. Meanwhile, In the main workshop of the machinery factory, Chen Yue stood alone in front of the massive Hai-Long 3 reconnaissance aircraft, quietly observing the behemoth. In the thousands of square meters of workshop, there wasn't a single worker besides him. The reason was simple. Everyone was afraid that if the plane were damaged, they would also be held responsible if they were on site. Chen Yue was actually a little lost as well. He really didn't have much experience in aircraft modification. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and placed it on the fuselage. The next second, countless information parameters flooded into his mind. Just then, the system's cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out. The strongest manual system has detected that the host's current experience meets the upgrade requirements. The technology tree branch function is now unlocked for the host. Super modification ability can be updated and modified instantly based on the current performance of the target object. Paint manufacturing ability increased by 100%. Can skillfully manufacture various types of special paints. Chen Yue couldn't help but curse under his breath. This system upgrade couldn't have come at the perfect time. He didn't know that with the experience he'd accumulated from hand-forging thousands of steel pipes, he already had enough to upgrade his tech tree. However, the system upgrade had an additional condition. He had to come into contact with advanced industrial products. This time, the trigger condition was the Hai-Long 3 reconnaissance aircraft right in front of him. In other words, when the next upgrade comes, Chen Yue will need to have access to an industrial product that is even more advanced than the Hai-Long 3. Chapter 17. A radical new plan to modify the Hai-Long 3. Originally, even just getting hands-on with a tractor or a car engine would have been enough for Chen Yue to continue upgrading his technology. But by a twist of fate, his technology had barely reached level 2 when the unlocking conditions were raised to the level of military reconnaissance aircraft. However, Chen Yue was still immersed in excitement, completely unaware that this would soon severely damage his reputation. The first ability he gained after this upgrade was advanced paint manufacturing. Although he didn't need it right now, Chen Yue knew very well that its value far exceeded that of ordinary decorative paint. So-called high-grade coatings can block infrared radiation, radar, and ships, and are also resistant to corrosion, high temperatures, and friction. A single barrel of truly mature high-grade coating is enough to make many countries envious. As for the other ability, super modification is what he needs most right now. Chen Yue looked at the Hai-Long 3 reconnaissance aircraft in front of him and activated his ability without hesitation. The next second, a faint wave spread from his body, and a large amount of information parameters flooded into his mind. In just a moment, the system generated a complete modification plan for Hai-Long 3. Engine system. First generation ultra-compressed hydrogen vortex engine. Control system. First generation fully intelligent circuit control system. Airframe materials. First generation composite alloy aviation steel, combined with tactical radar stealth coating. The fuselage exterior features an early, fully aerodynamic biomimetic design. Looking at these various plans, Chen Yue was stunned. Good heavens, compression vortex engines, composite alloy aerospace steel, and aerodynamic biomimetic exteriors. He simply couldn't build these things right now. However, a tactical radar stealth coating is worth a try. After all, he just unlocked advanced coating manufacturing capabilities, which might come in handy. After calming down, Chen Yue thought about it carefully again. The system's proposed solution was indeed outrageous, but Zheng Gutao had given him quite a bit of time, up to a full 6 months. It's unrealistic to expect him to create these things immediately. But as long as the tech tree continues to upgrade, there might still be a chance. With that in mind, he checked the tech tree branches again. The tech tree has now reached level 2, unlocking 2 additional branch skills. Once it reaches level 3, each branch will unlock 2 more skills, meaning he will gain 4 new abilities at once. Upon further investigation, Chen Yue discovered that the technology required for this super modification plan wasn't actually outrageously advanced. The most difficult component, the hydrogen-powered compression vortex engine, could be unlocked simply by reaching level 8 in the tech tree. This gave him a huge boost of motivation. There's no level that can't be reached. If there is, it's just that you haven't honed enough steel pipes. What surprised him even more was that his experience points were already overflowing. Producing basic products provides experience for upgrades, but only by working with advanced products and understanding their parameters can you unlock the technology tree's level limitations. Furthermore, advanced products that have already been explored cannot be used as conditions for unlocking subsequent levels. Each level up requires an even higher level advanced product. The experience gained from those thousands of steel pipes was enough to directly advance him to level 3.5. It was only because he hadn't encountered suitable advanced industrial products that his tech tree was stuck at a certain level. After figuring all this out, Chen Yue became increasingly excited. Back in his dormitory, he immediately grabbed a pen and paper and quickly jotted down the draft modification plan for Hylong number 3. As for what to do next, he pondered for a moment and decided to finish the steel pipe order from Big Beard's side first. After all, each steel pipe was not just money, but also experience points for upgrading his tech tree. For the next 2 or 3 days, Chen Yue threw himself into the workshop, busy twisting steel pipes, completely forgetting about the other person. Finally, that evening, he finished forging the last steel pipe, packed it into boxes, and sealed it. All he had to do now was deliver this batch of goods to Big Beard's place, and his mission would be complete. As for transportation, Chen Yue never interfered. Big Beard had his own special connections to ensure the steel pipes were safely delivered to them. After finishing his work, Chen Yue took a long, refreshing shower, collapsed onto the bed, and casually picked up his phone to browse. But the next second, his eyelid twitched. On the screen, Xiao Yuan had sent him at least 100 messages in the past few days. Chen Yue was too lazy to read them all, but he could guess that she was definitely asking about the live stream. After all, their first live stream was a great success, with over 6,000 viewers that day. For nearly half a month afterward, Chen Yue didn't go live even once. Now, his Douyin account comment section is piled up with 7,000 or 8,000 messages. Many viewers are guessing that the streamer is most likely in jail. Otherwise, why would he suddenly disappear for so long? But Chen Yu's reason for not wanting to do a live stream was simple. He didn't want Xiao Yuan constantly around. It made him feel uncomfortable while he worked. More importantly, what should he stream next? Could he really let the audience watch him rub a steel pipe by hand? Wouldn't that cause problems? Chen Yue pondered for a while, and then a sudden inspiration struck him. Since Director Zhao and the others said that the steel pipe and the gun barrel were the same model and that too many people couldn't know about it, then why didn't he just stop live streaming the process of making the steel pipe? Instead of fiddling with steel pipes, he could live stream himself making some high-end paint. Surely that wouldn't be illegal or against regulations. His high-end paint manufacturing ability had just been unlocked, and he hadn't had a chance to test the results yet. With that thought in mind, Chen Yue immediately opened his account's feed, edited a message, and posted it. I will be live streaming again on this account at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The content of the live stream will be kept secret for now. I hope everyone will watch it. This post received over 1,000 comments and 600 or 700 reposts in less than 5 minutes. Hurry up, streamer. What are you waiting for tomorrow? Start broadcasting now. We'll be broadcasting tomorrow. Can you give us a sneak peek? Streamer, are you still taking orders for those special steel pipes? Seeing the rapidly refreshing comments section, Chen Yue was secretly surprised. When did he become a celebrity? Not long ago. He was just a nobody with almost no attention. Just then, his phone suddenly received a WeChat call. The caller was none other than Xiao Yuan. Chapter 18, second live stream. Purchasing paint supplies. Chen Yue thought for a moment, and then answered Xiao Yunan's call. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yunan immediately asked him why he hadn't notified her beforehand when he posted an update saying he was going to go live. Chen Yue explained with a smile that he had just sent it casually and hadn't decided what to broadcast tomorrow, so he hadn't specifically asked her to. Actually, he didn't want Xiao Yuan to stay at the machinery factory every day, so he wouldn't have to be distracted by preventing her from seeing things she shouldn't. Xiao Yuan completely missed his point and instead reminded him that she was his assistant broadcaster. Since the content of the live stream wasn't decided yet, she could go over tomorrow morning and help him come up with ideas. Chen Yue quickly declined, saying he was going out to buy some materials the next day and would just do a live stream to chat while he was there. He didn't need her to appear on camera for the time being. With that, he hung up the WeChat call. That wasn't entirely a lie. To make high-grade coatings, the machine shop only had a portion of basic coating slurry. They were still short of raw materials. If they could buy ready-made, semi-finished products, they could save a lot of time, so he had to make the trip himself the next day. On the other side, Xiao Yuan lay on the bed, somewhat dissatisfied. She wasn't stupid. She could tell Chen Yue was avoiding her. But with a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan right in front of her, how could she easily give it up? Besides, she had seen Chen Yu's Great Dragon Kingdom gold card with her own eyes that day. With that card in hand, even if Chen Yue didn't want her to go now, or even if his attitude was colder, she wouldn't really get angry. Thinking of Chen Yue's simple and honest appearance, Xiao Yuhuan smiled instead, muttering to herself, "This blockhead will be won over by me sooner or later." At 9:30 a.m. the next morning, Chen Yue started his Douyin live stream on time. This time, he didn't offer any red envelopes or lucky bags. He just started a regular broadcast. To his surprise, the number of viewers in the live stream reached over 2,000 in less than 10 minutes. The live chat immediately started flooded with comments. Some asked him why he was outdoors and where the beautiful woman from last time was. Some were still thinking about the live pole dancing. Others noticed there were no red envelopes today and pressed him to tell them what he was going to broadcast. As Chen Yue walked out of the machinery factory, he checked the live stream comments with his selfie stick. The messages were scrolling by so fast that he could only glance at them briefly and didn't reply to each one individually. Instead, he waited for the number of viewers in the live stream to increase further. 20 minutes later, the number of viewers in the live stream approached 5,000. Chen Yue then addressed the camera, saying that he was going out to purchase some materials today and that viewers could simply follow along with the video. The research would officially begin once he returned. Upon hearing that he was out buying materials, the live stream chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Some urged local viewers from Lanyan City to snipe the streamer, while others pressed for details about what he was up to today, demanding that it be at least more impressive than the steel pipes they had seen before. The audience was making wild guesses, but Chen Yue himself was actually a little unsure. He had unlocked the skill of manufacturing advanced paints, but he wasn't sure where to buy the raw materials and semi-finished products. Theoretically, it's possible to make it from scratch, but the machine shop doesn't have enough equipment, and it would take too long. After thinking it over, he suddenly thought of a place, the Lanyan City Logistics Center. Near these urban logistics centers, there are usually chemical markets. As long as the permits, qualifications, and money are in place, most chemicals can be sourced. Chen Yue quickly hailed a taxi and headed straight for the logistics center. On the way, he had already made his plans. If he could buy some, great. If not, he would have to go back and make it himself. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Lanyan City Logistics Center. It was located near the harbor, covered a large area, and was surrounded by small shops without signs and small trucks coming and going, making it look unlike a typical commercial area. Most shops here operate on a prearranged agreement between buyer and seller before the goods are handed over. They generally don't cater to walk-in customers. Chen Yue wandered along the road for a while and soon spotted a shop. Many white plastic buckets, each nearly half a person's height, were piled up in front of the shop, and a sign next to them read, "Hui Foam Chemicals." Just as Chen Yue was looking around at the door, a man wearing a military green t-shirt, camouflage pants, and heavy leather boots came out of the store. The man glanced at the selfie stick in Chen Yu's hand and politely reminded him that this was not a place for live streaming or playing around, as some of the chemicals were dangerous, and he should go elsewhere. The viewers in the live stream started flooding the chat again, saying that the boss was a nice guy, and some even egged Chen Yue on to show off his skills and scare the boss. Chen Yue ignored the comments and politely asked, "Are you the boss? I'd like to purchase some chemical materials." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately laughed. Chen Yue looked like an ordinary college student, even possessing a naive, innocent charm. The shopkeeper wondered to himself, what could this young man possibly want? Perhaps the school lab was short of calcium oxide? However, being a guest, the shopkeeper readily agreed. "Sure, just tell me what you need. I have a fairly complete selection of materials." Chen Yue thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you have any iron oxide-based solutions?" Upon hearing the name, the shopkeeper's expression visibly changed. He wasn't an amateur when it came to this. He looked Chen Yue up and down, surprised. "Iron oxide-based solution? You're quite peculiar, kid. This stuff doesn't sell well. I'm the only one who still has some in stock. What do you want it for?" Chapter 19. All the special materials acquired. Attention spreads both domestically and internationally. Chen Yue secretly scoffed to himself. No wonder the sales are bad. Iron oxide-based solutions are troublesome to prepare and have a narrow range of applications. Usually, only large research institutes use them as indicator reagents and reactants. The demand is pitifully small, and most of them prepare them themselves and never purchase them from outside sources. What the outside world doesn't know is that this obscure solution is one of the key raw materials for manufacturing electromagnetic stealth coatings. Chen Yue directly asked the boss how much he had. He would take all of it if it didn't exceed 100 kilograms. The shop owner was stunned. Usually, customers would only buy 1 or 2 bottles. This was the first time he'd seen someone like Chen Yue order 100 kilograms. Chen Yue didn't bother haggling, simply saying the price was negotiable. The shopkeeper reminded him that this stuff wasn't cheap, costing about 100 yuan per kilogram, which would be 10,000 yuan for 100 kilograms. He even asked if he had the money. Chen Yue immediately took out cash from his shoulder bag, counted out 10,200 yuan, and paid for the shipping fee as well. Seeing how readily he spent the money, the shopkeeper turned around and brought out several plain blue plastic buckets. Each bucket weighed 50 pounds, and the 4 buckets totaled 100 kilograms, with a slight discrepancy in gross weight. Chen Yue didn't mind at all, telling him to deliver them to the Lanyan City Machinery Factory, as he still needed to buy more materials. The viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. Previously, the steel pipes had model parameters, so military enthusiasts could figure out what they were up to. But this time, with a bunch of chemical solutions, no one could guess what he was trying to do, and no one would have thought that he was making advanced stealth coating. In one morning, Chen Yue ran almost all over half of the logistics center and finally bought 2 more materials: crystalline material and fiber material. These are also raw materials for high-grade coatings, and their function is to block infrared waves and electromagnetic waves. If these 2 materials could be perfectly mixed with an iron oxide-based solution to form a coating, Chen Yue himself couldn't even imagine what level it would reach. It seemed that materials involving military applications couldn't possibly circulate among the civilian population, but that wasn't the case. Many military-industrial enterprises originated from private companies, and many military products were selected from high-quality civilian products. Crystal materials, fiber materials, and iron oxide-based solutions are not controlled or prohibited items. The reason is simple. Even if ordinary people obtained them, they couldn't possibly manufacture anything decent. Upon returning to the factory gate, Chen Yue first paused the live stream, asking viewers to refresh and re-enter. He then returned to his private workshop where he manufactured steel pipes before resuming the broadcast. He did this to avoid filming the Hailong No. 3 submersible in the main workshop. After all, that equipment was technically military equipment, and he wouldn't dare broadcast it without old man Zheng's permission. As soon as the live stream started, the chat was flooded with comments, everyone urging him to get to the point. Meanwhile, a few special viewers quietly entered the live stream. In the office of the Lanyan City Mechanical Research Institute, Lu Jie was staring at the screen. He had been following Chen Yue closely for the past few days, and when Feng Ming told him that Chen Yue was broadcasting again, he rushed in immediately. He watched all morning but couldn't see anything wrong. In his eyes, Chen Yue had just gone to the logistics center to buy some materials, yet it had attracted thousands of onlookers. Only now, as Chen Yue prepared to take action, did he become interested. Lu Jie stared at the screen with a cold smile, thinking that if Chen Yue produced anything illegal again this time, he wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures. At the same time, a number of overseas accounts also entered the live broadcast room. Inside a palace in the Middle East, the bearded Rask, the armed Commander Benjamin, and several men in white turbans were sitting cross-legged on the carpet, craning their necks to look at their phones placed on the floor. Benjamin asked with great interest what Chen Yue was planning to do this time. Lasker wasn't sure either, but he immediately said that if what Chen Yue made met their needs, they could place a large order. Benjamin nodded in agreement. They had finally found such a reliable partner in the Great Dragon Kingdom, and their future cooperation could not be limited to gun barrels. It had to be expanded further. Meanwhile, Chen Yue in the workshop had already begun his first attempt. Among high-grade coatings, the electromagnetic coating based on iron oxide is only considered a basic type. As long as this step is successful, the addition of fiber and crystalline materials can continuously enhance the coating effect. Therefore, Chen Yue decided to produce iron oxide-based coatings first. Although the workshop equipment was old and rudimentary, it didn't stump him. Relying on the mechanical product comprehension granted by the system, he immediately disassembled several infrequently used machines and began to reassemble them. Before long, ionization equipment, high-temperature furnace crucibles, electromagnetic voltage booster devices, and other components gradually took shape in his hands. Of course, compared to standard equipment, these devices were incredibly rudimentary. But did that matter? Chapter 20 Shocking. Handmade electromagnetic invisibility and stealth coating. In Chen Yue's eyes, a good ointment is one that could draw out pus. Since things had come to this point, the limited resources meant they had no choice but to persevere. Next, I'm going to move the audience a bit further away. Remember to close your eyes when you see the bright light. With that, Chen Yue moved his phone to a table 7 or 8 meters away, then started the newly made high-temperature furnace crucible. This thing uses electromagnetic heating to quickly heat steel to a blazing high temperature, reaching thousands of degrees Celsius. Only in this high-temperature electromagnetic environment can the base coating and the iron oxide-based solution truly fuse. A wave of scalding heat hit him, and Chen Yue didn't dare to be careless. He put on long-sleeved work clothes, high-temperature gloves, and a welder's mask. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, he successively poured 2 buckets of different liquids into the crucible. Boom! The moment the icy liquid came into contact with the scorching heat of over 1,000 degrees, it exploded with a violent roar and a boiling sound. A blinding flash of light illuminated the scene. The livestream chat went wild. Holy crap! Is the streamer setting off a bomb? Could it really have exploded? Where's the anchor? That's too dangerous. 1,000,000 times scarier than the steel pipe. The bright light and heat almost completely engulfed Chen Yue's figure, and many viewers thought he had been in an accident. Lu Jie, sitting in front of his phone screen, was also startled and his face changed. He couldn't help but curse. Is this kid crazy? He just tinkered with a few steel pipes and thinks he's a great inventor. In his opinion, if Chen Yue didn't die from this chemical explosion, he would be crippled. Meanwhile, back in the Middle East, the bearded Rask and Commander Benjamin were so tense they dared not blink. If Chen Yue were gone, they would lose their most important partner. A dozen seconds later, the intense light and roar finally subsided. When everyone could see the scene clearly, they were all stunned. Chen Yue was still standing there unharmed, holding a shield made of heat-insulating material in his left hand. It was this thing that had blocked most of the high-temperature blast wave for him. He let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. If he hadn't been prepared for that attack, he might have been completely wiped out. However, it wasn't a mistake. It was due to the rudimentary equipment. Real high-temperature electromagnetic crucibles are surrounded by reinforced barriers, but Chen Yue didn't have those, so he had to resort to makeshift methods. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. In the crucible, the bright liquid had perfectly fused together. A look of surprise flashed in Chen Yue's eyes. He immediately used the equipment to remove the mixture and continue feeding it into the subsequent processes. Electromagnetization, mixing with base coatings, composite processing. After 7 or 8 consecutive processes, he finally obtained a small bucket of high-grade anti-electromagnetic stealth coating weighing about 5 kilograms. In the footage, the substance looked like a bucket of bubbling cement, completely unremarkable. The audience immediately started criticizing again. The streamer spent so much time and almost risked his life to make this. It looks like cement, what's the point? Did it fail? Did the streamer get blown out of his mind? Chen Yue didn't bother explaining each point. He simply addressed the camera, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to perform a magic trick for you all." He took a homemade electromagnetic wave detector out of his bag, turned it on, and connected it to his phone. The next second, the live stream screen transformed into a black screen displaying a target with a green ring. The live chat exploded again. My phone got hacked. This looks like a radar screen. Is the streamer connecting to the game? In the office, Lu Jie stared at the green target appearing on the screen, his face growing increasingly grim. What on earth is Chen Yue up to? Meanwhile, on the other side, someone was already too shocked to sit still. The bearded Rask exclaimed, "This is real radar footage." How'd he do that? A small device that can turn a cell phone into a radar receiver. Benjamin looked incredulous, but managed to suppress his emotions. Keep watching, see what he's up to. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had already surged to 21,000 and was still climbing rapidly. No one had expected Chen Yue's second live stream to be so explosive. Chen Yue explained, "The green targets you see now can be understood as radar monitoring screens. This small device is, of course, not comparable to a real radar. Its range is only the size of this workshop." After he started the equipment, green dots appeared one after another on the screen. These dots are the mechanical equipment in the workshop. Because they emit electromagnetic waves, they will be detected by the radar system. After saying that, he put the phone back on the table, grabbed a large board, and used a paintbrush to apply the newly applied anti-electromagnetic stealth coating to it. Now, everyone, pay attention to the screen. The next moment, Chen Yue placed the painted board directly in front of the small radar device. In an instant, all the green coordinates on the phones of more than 20,000 viewers disappeared. Yet, they could still clearly hear the roar of the workshop machines. Chapter 21. Testing the stealth coating. The results are amazing. After a brief silence, the live stream exploded. Viewers were completely bewildered. The coordinates of the devices on the screen had vanished. Some suspected Chen Yue had turned off the radar, while others frantically demanded he come out and explain. But Chen Yue's performance wasn't over yet. He smiled and reminded everyone to look at the screen again. The coordinates of the mechanical equipment had reappeared. Then, he picked up the board coated with material and gently blocked the first piece of equipment. Almost simultaneously, on the phones of more than 20,000 viewers, a coordinate point disappeared. Chen Yue removed the board and moved on to the second, third, and fourth devices. The green dots representing electromagnetic signals on the screen flashed, disappeared, and reappeared one by one as he moved. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the live stream chat. Could the streamer have applied anti-electromagnetic stealth coating on the spot? This single sentence silenced everyone. In the office, Lu Jie and Feng Ming stared wide-eyed. Hand-rubbing a gun barrel was absurd enough, but could such a cutting-edge contraption as stealth coating really be made in an old machine factory? Lu Jie slapped his forehead, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? With his crappy equipment, he could create stealth coating. Feng Ming stared at the screen, his tone growing increasingly certain. Brother Lu, look closely. This is a small radar monitoring screen. Those green dots are the electromagnetic wave positions of the equipment. He can make the coordinates disappear one after another. This is definitely not something that can be done by writing a program. Lu Jie still couldn't accept it. How could a quiet, unassuming college student possess such abilities? Meanwhile, far away in a palace in the Middle East, the bearded man and Commander Benjamin, along with others, jumped for joy. A group of people in white turbans cheered and jumped for delight, as if celebrating a festival. They all understood what this thing meant on the battlefield. Benjamin exclaimed excitedly, "This is advanced electromagnetic stealth coating. Our vehicles lack stealth capabilities, and our helicopters are prime targets for the enemy. If we can acquire large quantities of this coating, our mechanized forces will be able to dance under enemy radar." Big Beard Rask's face turned red, and he immediately chimed in. "Commander, I told you long ago, Chen Yue is a genius." Benjamin looked at Chen Yue on the screen, who was greeting the audience, with eyes as affectionate as if he were looking at his own son. He immediately instructed Lasker, send someone to tip him, and contact him through the Dark Domain Network immediately after the live stream ends. Tell him that as long as he's willing to leave the Great Dragon Kingdom and come here, I'll give him a multi-million-dollar annual salary, and he can choose any beautiful woman he wants. Lasker agreed without hesitation. In their eyes, Chen Yue's value far exceeded that amount of money. Meanwhile, in the machine shop workshop, Chen Yue was still interacting with the audience with a smile. When someone pressed him on what he had done, Chen Yue casually replied, "Didn't you all see it? Someone said it was cement. Cement is thick enough to block electromagnetic waves." The audience, of course, didn't believe it. The live stream chat exploded with comments, all convinced that the board was coated with high-end stealth paint. At this moment, the live stream's viewership had surged to 45,000. Just as Chen Yue was about to answer a question, the familiar lag returned. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be those same people again? Sure enough, a few seconds later, super rockets started flying up in the live stream, launching one after another as if they were free. In just 2 minutes, several overseas accounts had gifted him nearly 500,000 yuan worth of virtual gifts. Chen Yue cupped his hands in a gesture of thanks to the viewers, saying, "Thank you to the accounts that sent the gifts. Thank you for your support." He knew perfectly well that it was Big Beard and his group. He talked to them after the broadcast. Chen Yue then explained to the audience, actually, what the streamer made was just a basic version of stealth paint. Real, high-end stealth paint isn't that easy to make. Next time I stream, I'll show you something more interesting. After saying that, he ignored the viewers' attempts to stop him and abruptly ended the live stream. He had already been streaming for 7 or 8 hours today, and the basic version of the stealth paint was enough to impress the audience. Now, the truly crucial part was about to begin. Chen Yue glanced at the crystalline and fiber materials in the corner of the workshop. If these two materials could be successfully integrated into the coating, the resulting product would be a truly cutting-edge, top-tier stealth coating. It's no exaggeration to say that once aircraft and ships use this top-tier coating, they would be virtually undetectable even by the most advanced radar systems. Chen Yue took off his gloves and work clothes, sat down in front of the computer, and opened his dark web shop. Sure enough, as soon as he logged in, the bearded man's avatar started flashing incessantly. 3 minutes ago, the other party sent a message. Mr. Chen, we just watched your live stream. It was absolutely amazing. We'd like to discuss the paints you made with you in detail. Are you free now? The urgent tone made it seem as if Chen Yue could already see the bearded man's face. Chapter 22. Shocking all sides. Chen Yue is now intense. Discuss in detail. Chen Yue knew without guessing that the bearded man was definitely eyeing the coating he had just produced. Although it was just a standard grade anti-electromagnetic stealth coating, most countries in the world couldn't manufacture a similar product. The Middle East was no exception. If they wanted such high-quality goods, there was no other way but to buy them. So Chen Yue asked directly, "What do you want to discuss?" The bearded Lascar quickly replied that they had just watched the live stream and found it very impressive, especially the paint. They wanted to place a large order. Upon hearing bulk order, Chen Yue was initially delighted but quickly calmed down. The paint was indeed valuable, but with his current resources, he simply couldn't mass produce it. This thing isn't like a steel pipe, which you can just forcibly shape with a few machines. The crucible in that ultra-high temperature furnace almost exploded during its first test. If he hadn't used a shield to block the splashing hot liquid beforehand, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The success on the first try was partly due to luck. When it comes to mass production, no one can guarantee a smooth run every time. After thinking it through, Chen Yue replied, "I'm afraid not now. These coatings are still just test samples. Their performance is unstable. My conditions here are too rudimentary for mass production." Back in Middle East, Lasker saw the news and almost sent an invitation for Chen Yue to come directly to them. But just as he raised his hand, Commander Benjamin slapped him away. Benjamin coldly rebuked, "Are you stupid? He's just a young man from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of scaring him away by saying that?" Lasker was a little anxious. "But this is stealth coating. It's a high-end technology that we've been held hostage by. If we can cooperate, the mercenary group's combat power will increase by at least 20% to 30%. Benjamin, however, told him not to be too hasty. If they scared Chen Yue, the other party might cut off contact immediately, and they couldn't possibly go to China to find him. No one could bear that responsibility. Lasker fell silent. Benjamin pondered for a moment, then suggested he rephrase. They could give Chen Yue time, or they could transfer money to his account in the Great Dragon Kingdom to support him in building a research institute and purchasing equipment, and then discuss mass production when conditions were right. A long-term strategy was key to catching a big fish. Without sufficient space and benefits, how could Chen Yue easily agree to cooperate? Lasker immediately complied, conveying his message. "Mr. Chen, we can provide startup funding to help you build a research lab and purchase equipment. We can discuss cooperation once everything is ready." Seeing how eager the other party was, Chen Yue hesitated. Back at the Public Security Bureau, Director Zhao Changfeng had reminded him that these seemingly amiable bearded men were actually using his steel pipes to make rifles. Now, they want to place a large order for stealth coating. If they really are car manufacturers, they wouldn't be making cars that are resistant to radar detection, would they? So Chen Yue replied, "I'll think about it. I haven't fully mastered this technology yet. I'll see how feasible the cooperation is in a while." Lasker didn't press him further, only reminding him to complete the previously ordered batch of steel pipes as soon as possible. After shutting down the computer, Chen Yue looked at the ultra-high temperature crucible that hadn't completely cooled down not far away, and another thought popped into his mind. For today's major powers, ordinary electromagnetic stealth coatings are not considered top tier. What truly leads the world is composite, high-grade stealth coatings, the fiber and crystalline materials they separately purchased. Only by successfully fusing these two materials can a truly lethal weapon be created. Why not give it a try? Chen Yue knew it was risky, but he couldn't get his hands on more advanced equipment right now, so he had to make do. Soon, he walked to the crucible and began to mix the compound solution according to the proportions in his mind. Normally, this step should be done in a high-precision laboratory, using extremely precise equipment for careful weighing. But Chen Yue simply picked up a large spoon, scooped a few times, and could judge whether it met the standard by feel. The power of his tech tree skills was once again demonstrated at this moment. No matter which step, the blueprint would automatically appear in his mind, and he only needed to follow it. Just as Chen Yue was attempting to manufacture a composite super-grade stealth coating using rudimentary equipment, Zheng Gutao was staring intently at the computer screen in the office of the Lanyan City Mechanical Research Institute, his face filled with disbelief. The man standing in front of him reported, "Academician Zheng, this is a live broadcast recording we just received. The background, the condition of the workshop, and the location have all been confirmed to be at the Lanyan City Machinery Factory." The footage showed Chen Yue hand-applying anti-electromagnetic stealth coating in front of tens of thousands of viewers. When Zheng Gutao saw Chen Yue demonstrate the coating's effects using a small radar wave device, he suddenly stood up from his chair. How is this possible? He was so shocked that he took off his glasses, wiped them, and looked at them twice more. With his experience, he could tell at a glance whether this thing was a toy or real, useful technology. It was precisely because he understood it that he was even more astonished. An ordinary college student had actually managed to create an anti-electromagnetic stealth coating by hand, using rudimentary equipment in a machine shop. If this were reported to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it would likely alarm a group of leading figures and giants. Yet, Chen Yue had actually done it. Although the method was crude, even amateurish, Zheng Gutao was certain that the kid had indeed produced stealth coating. The man next to him frowned and said, "This is a military product, and it involves state secrets." Director Zhao of Lanyan City also mentioned before that this kid sold gun barrels to bearded men in the Middle East. "Academician Zheng, we have to take care of this." Chapter 23. Want to see the effect? Then send an airplane over. You're right. Zheng Gutao nodded, his eyes still fixed on the screen. If Chen Yue really has this talent, it would be troublesome if he were controlled or exploited by foreign forces. A young man who can hand-apply camouflage paint without any formal training and with rudimentary equipment, given enough time and resources, who knows how far he could go in the future. But at this moment, Zheng Gutao was less worried about Chen Yue selling the paint abroad and more shocked and curious. The man next to him tentatively asked, "Academician Zheng, should we notify Director Zhao and have them send police to arrest the person?" "Arrest the person? Are you kidding me?" Zheng Gutao immediately waved his hand. "Prepare the car immediately. I'll go to the Lanyan City Machinery Factory myself." He didn't dare to draw any conclusions until he saw the paint with his own eyes. Meanwhile, inside the machinery factory workshop, Chen Yue's second experiment had entered its most critical stage. Inside the ultra-high temperature crucible, the crystalline and fibrous materials had completely fused, transforming into a luminous liquid. This state was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could blow up the entire factory. Chen Yue wasn't even wearing standard protective clothing. He was only holding a heat shield in his left hand to block any hot liquid that might splash out. Now, only the last step remained. He looked at the stealth coating that had already heated up beside him, took a deep breath, lifted the bucket, and poured the coating into the crucible as steadily as possible. The next second, the electromagnetization and compounding processes started one after another. Those rudimentary, almost meager, devices actually withstood the shock waves generated when the two solutions were fused. The entire workshop floor was vibrating and buzzing, but Chen Yue's eyes were full of excitement. It's going to work. Just then, two cars drove into the compound of the Lanyan City Machinery Factory. Zheng Gutao and his group hurriedly got out of the cars and headed straight for Chen Yue's workshop. They didn't need to find their way at all. As soon as they entered the compound, they heard a huge roar of machinery in the distance, and billowing steam was coming out of the windows. This kid is playing with fire. The middle-aged man from before was pale with anxiety. He dares to use this crappy equipment to make stealth coating? Does he have a death wish? Quick, go take a look. Zheng Gutao's expression changed, but his steps were surprisingly fast despite being over 60 years old. With a bang, the workshop door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Yue was standing in front of the crucible, watching the composite coating gradually cool inside. Before he could even feel happy, he heard a noise behind him. "Chen Yue, what are you doing?" When Zheng Gutao entered, he was almost scared out of his wits by the scene before him. The entire workshop was completely devoid of any proper protective measures. Yet Chen Yue stood beside the ultra-high temperature crucible as if nothing had happened. This scene made Zheng Gutao's blood pressure rise. This kid really isn't afraid of death. "Academician Zheng? What brings you here?" Chen Yue asked, somewhat puzzled. Just as he finished speaking, he saw two people walk out from behind Zheng Gutao. It was our report that was submitted to Academician Zheng. The newcomer, Lu Jie, arrived with a mocking expression and an arrogant tone. He was accompanied by Feng Ming. They were the ones who had delivered the live stream recording earlier. Lu Jie sneered. Chen Yue, you've got some nerve. Selling prohibited military equipment to foreigners is one thing, but now you even dare to make classified military products yourself? Your life may not be worth much, but if you blow up the factory, are you going to let all the workers die with you? When Chen Yue saw who it was, he laughed. Who do we have here? It's class monitor Lu Jie. You're still the same as you were in school. Enough with the nonsense. Lu Jie's face darkened as he walked over to Zhang Gutao. Based on what you did today, if the police are called and you're arrested, a 10-year sentence wouldn't be unjust. Do you believe me? I don't believe it, Chen Yue said calmly. I haven't broken the law, so why are you arresting me? The equipment here is safe. Even if there's an accident, there won't be a big explosion. You say you won't, so you won't? Lu Jie immediately sneered. Academician Zhang, you've seen it yourself. This kid is unrepentant. There's nothing more to say. Just hand him over to the police. But Zhang Gutao completely ignored him. He braved the heat to walk to the crucible, his expression becoming exceptionally focused as he watched the liquid cooling inside. Chen Yue, I watched your live stream just now, Zhang Gutao said. I could tell what kind of electromagnetic stealth coating you used before. But what are you doing now? This is also a stealth coating, Chen Yue smiled slightly, but I made some improvements and added a few extra materials. Oh, Zhang Gutao immediately became interested. So, the second paint is a success? Could you show it to me and let me see it? Chen Yue didn't expect that Zhang Gutao would not only come in person, but also want to see the results on the spot. He thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. This coating is indistinguishable from ordinary anti-electromagnetic coating on my small device, unless what? Zhang Gutao pressed. Chen Yue raised his hand and pointed outside, his tone frighteningly calm. Unless you allow me to paint these coatings on an airplane and then test them in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Gutao and his entourage were all stunned. Lu Jie exploded on the spot. Chen Yue, are you crazy? You want to paint this junk on a plane? If the plane crashes after takeoff, can you take responsibility for that? After not seeing each other for more than a year, Lu Jie suddenly realized that Chen Yue seemed to be much more arrogant than before. In front of the academicians, he actually dared to ask to deploy an airplane just to test his so-called stealth coating. Chapter 24, Chen Yue's Condition. Visit Advanced Weaponry and Equipment. Zhang Gutao was also taken aback by Chen Yue's confidence to immediately suggest using an airplane for testing. This kid certainly had some nerve. However, he quickly shook his head and said, I'm afraid we can't get the plane sorted out right now. Civilian aircraft can't just be painted with stealth materials, and military aircraft need to apply for permission, which will take at least a few months. The only thing that's truly operational right now is the Hailong 3 reconnaissance aircraft he brought with him. Zhang Gutao looked at Chen Yue and asked, what do you think about modifying your stealth coating onto the Hailong 3? This aircraft is nearing retirement, and I can give you the maximum level of modification authority. Chen Yue nodded. That's possible, but academician Zhang, I have another request. Modifying Hailong 3 is no problem, but you have to grant me one condition. Zhang Gutao patiently asked, what are the conditions? Do you need funding? Or do you need manpower? He valued Chen Yue highly. The fact that this kid could create stealth coating with rudimentary equipment was something few in the entire Military Research Institute could do. Giving him a Hailong 3 to practice on might not be a bad starting point. Chen Yue then said, I hope you can give me a chance to visit the nearby military region and see the fighter jets and other weapons and equipment. Zhang Gutao was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to make this request. Lu Jie immediately sneered. Chen Yue, aren't you being too arrogant? Do you think you can just look at the military region's fighter jets whenever you want? What if you leak secrets to foreigners? For ordinary people, military equipment is strictly classified. Only retired or replaced equipment is open to the public. Chen Yue's immediate request to see advanced weaponry certainly showed his ambition. Chen Yue ignored Lu Jie and calmly said, I can guarantee that it will only be used for learning and visits, and no secrets will be leaked. No photos will be taken. Only the eyes will be used to look and the hands to touch. Of course, no one knew that his real purpose in making this request was to obtain the strongest handcrafted system on his body. During this time, besides working, Chen Yue also spent a lot of time studying the system, especially the tech tree that could unlock new skills. But the more he studied it, The more he realized that at each upgrade stage of the tech tree, he had to master the complete concept and blueprint of an advanced weapon. Furthermore, the equipment level required for the next upgrade must be higher than the previous one. At first, he didn't understand, but it only came to his senses yesterday. If the second level tech tree is unlocked with a tractor blueprint, then upgrading to the third level only requires a car or regular armored vehicle blueprint. However, when he upgraded the technology tree for the first time, he accidentally used the concept blueprint of Hailong 3. In other words, if he wants to continue upgrading, he must access equipment more advanced than the Sea Dragon 3. Further down the line, the requirements will only increase, and many existing weapons may not even be able to meet them. Therefore, Chen Yue wanted to take this opportunity to enter the military base, to get as much access to advanced equipment as possible, and to store it as materials for future technology upgrades. Zheng Gutao pondered for a moment and felt that the request wasn't too unreasonable. After all, Chen Yue was just a college student. If he wanted to drastically modify an aircraft, he needed some reference points. Even if he, an academician, were to personally take charge, he might not be able to completely remodel the Hailong 3 under these conditions. Seeing that Zheng Gutao seemed genuinely about to agree, Lu Jie panicked. Academician Zheng, you can't let him act recklessly. This kid has done business with foreign countries before. Aren't you afraid he'll leak secrets? Zheng Gutao's face darkened. I heard Director Zhao say that he was deceived by foreign forces and accidentally manufactured a batch of steel pipes with specifications equivalent to gun barrels. Right? Lu Jian nodded quickly. Yes, that's it. Isn't this serious enough? This is a major crime of trafficking weapons. Dealing with arms? Zheng Gutao gave him a cold look. Director Zhao hasn't even convicted him yet, and you're already rushing to label him. Besides, if Chen Yue really has the ability to modify aircraft, our Military Research Institute should of course focus on cultivating him, and we can't let him be corrupted by external forces. Lu Jie was speechless. He hadn't expected Zheng Gutao to value Chen Yue so much, even willing to vouch for his trip to the military base. Zheng Gutao ignored him and said directly to Chen Yue, "No need to say anything more. Come with me later, and I'll give you a guarantee. Getting to the military base won't be a problem." Chen Yue's eyes lit up, and he quickly thanked him. "Really? Thank you so much, academician Zheng." Zheng Gutao smiled and said, "Don't be shy. Pack up and we'll be off right away. But this time, we can't do a live broadcast. Remember, once we get to the military base, we can only use our eyes and hands. Absolutely no filming with anything else." "Okay, don't worry. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes." Chen Yue rushed back to his room. He was covered in dirt and needed to tidy himself up before going out. Seeing that Zheng Gutao had made up his mind, Lu Jie's face darkened, and he couldn't say a word. He could only go downstairs in silence and walk towards the factory gate. Chapter 25. Is the U.S. stirring up trouble? We'll remember this. "Hey, Brother Lu, why are you running so fast?" Feng Ming caught up from behind, looking puzzled. Lu Jie walked to the roadside, lit a cigarette, and said with a very unpleasant expression, "Why are you still standing there? I just don't understand. What's so good about Chen Yue that academician Zheng values him so much?" Feng Ming said with a smile, "It's because he really has some skills. You saw it yourself. That kid accidentally stumbled upon invisibility coding, so it's normal for academician Zheng to appreciate him." Lu Jie exhaled a puff of smoke, growing increasingly indignant. "A lucky break? He graduated from the same university as us. I really don't believe that he suddenly became a genius after working in this lousy machine factory for a year." At this point, Lu Jie suddenly seemed to have grasped something and lowered his voice, saying, "Do you think it's possible that foreign forces are behind this, giving him the technology to get close to academician Zheng and then infiltrate the military base to steal data?" Feng Ming shook his head after hearing this. "That's unlikely. Nobody knew in advance that academician Zheng would come to Lanyan City, let alone foreign forces." Lu Jie glared at him. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go back after Chen Yue and the others leave. I want to see if there are any clues in his room and on his computer." 10 minutes later, Chen Yue changed his clothes, got into Zheng Gutao's car, and left the Lanyan City machinery factory. On the way, Zheng Gutao briefly explained the precautions for visiting the military base. "I just spoke with a person in charge there on the phone, and they've made an exception to allow you to visit. However, time is limited at most 1 hour. Is that acceptable?" "That's enough," Chen Yue nodded. "Let alone an hour. Even if it's only 5 minutes, as long as he comes across those advanced military weapons, he can store all the related conceptual blueprints in his mind. The convoy sped along and soon arrived at a secluded military base on the outskirts of Lanyan City. After showing their identification, the sentry immediately let them through. Sitting in the car, Chen Yue looked at the military green camp in front of him, feeling a bit nervous. 2 officers came to greet him in front of the building. The lieutenant colonel in the lead shook hands with Zheng Gutao warmly. Zheng Gutao introduced. Chen Yue, this is the highest-ranking commander of the military base station outside Lanyan City. You can call him Lieutenant Colonel Fong. Chen Yue quickly greeted him. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Fong. Lieutenant Colonel Fong was very polite and said with a smile, Academician Zheng told me about you, saying that you have great potential and may become a rising star in the military field of the Great Dragon Kingdom in the future. Chen Yue waved his hand and said, I dare not accept the title of Rising Star. I just wanted to take advantage of Academician Zheng's influence to visit the military weapons here and find some ideas for modifying the Hailong 3. No problem, come with me. This base is located near the coast and is mainly responsible for the security of the waters outside Lanyan City. As Lieutenant Colonel Fong led the way, he explained, we have a dedicated military airfield here, and we send planes to patrol the sea and airspace every day. He also mentioned the Hailong 3. The Hailong 3 that Academician Zheng brought you is a reconnaissance aircraft that is about to be retired. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a third-generation aircraft. Chen Yue nodded. I know that. The most advanced fighter jets in the world's major powers have already developed to the 5th generation. But he couldn't help but wonder if the Hailong 3 was really modified according to the system plan. What generation of aircraft would that be? Lieutenant Colonel Fong continued. Since you want to see real airplanes, let's skip the exhibition hall. It's all models there. Let's go directly to the base airport in the back. No sooner had he finished speaking than a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire building. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Chen Yu's mind went blank for a moment, and he couldn't help but ask, what's going on? An air raid? It wasn't an air raid. Lieutenant Colonel Fong shook his head, but the anger on his face grew stronger, and his fists clenched. It was an American reconnaissance plane. He explained in a deep voice that during this period, American reconnaissance aircraft frequently flew over and circled in the airspace above China's territorial waters. Although they dared not actually set foot on the country's territory, their harassment in the territorial waters was already a blatant provocation. As they spoke, Lieutenant Colonel Fong led Chen Yue and Zheng Gutao into an office. Dozens of surveillance screens hung on one wall, several of which displayed real-time footage of a sea area. Upon closer inspection, 2 aircraft shadows indeed flashed across the sky above the sea at an astonishing speed. Looking at the radar screen, Chen Yue couldn't help but say, then what are we waiting for? Let's just send out fighter jets and blast them out. Zheng Gutao sighed. It's not that simple. These reconnaissance aircraft of the United States are all 5th-generation fighters, and their speed and other aspects are among the world's best. The reconnaissance aircraft currently used by the Great Dragon Kingdom are still of the 4th generation, or even only the 3.5 generation, and cannot catch up with those 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft at all. The gap is too large. Who wouldn't want to stop the provocations of the United States? But the other side insists on using its technological and speed advantages to swagger around the Great Dragon Country, which is frustrating but difficult to retaliate against. Lieutenant Colonel Fong gritted his teeth and said, the coastal military base does have 5th-generation fighter jets, but by the time they arrive, they will have already disappeared. After saying that, he slammed his fist on the table, making the water glass jump. The U.S. military only dared to use this kind of harassment tactic because they knew that our 5th-generation fighter jets couldn't be easily mobilized. Chapter 26. Level 3 Tech Tree Unlocked. Motivation Soars. When will our Great Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft be available? Chen Yue was still unwilling to give up and couldn't help but ask. Zheng Gutao looked at him, his tone heavy. This is a very arduous task. All the major military research institutes across the country are working day and night to develop the 5th-generation fighter jet. But the gap between the 4th-generation and 5th-generation fighter jets is like the difference between a firework and a rocket. It's not so easy to catch up. Currently, China's 5th-generation fighter jets are still only conceptual blueprints, with very few actually in service. Meanwhile, the U.S. has upgraded even its reconnaissance aircraft to 5th generation. Trying to outspeed a 4th-generation reconnaissance aircraft would likely be futile, unable to even keep up with its exhaust fumes. As they were talking on the radar screen, just as the 4th-generation reconnaissance aircraft of the Great Dragon Kingdom arrived at that territorial waters, the 2 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft of the United States quickly fled like cats playing with mice. Even more outrageous, from the pilot's monitoring perspective, the other side deliberately left several wakes before retreating, which was full of provocation. Lieutenant Colonel Fong gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. Damn those hawks. If there's a next time, even if I don't want my head, I'll still shoot them down. Calm down. Zheng Gutao's face darkened, and he shouted sternly. Once we open fire, the situation will change. Besides, do you even have 5th-generation fighter jets? Sending 4th-generation fighters in rashly might just result in them being shot down. He continued. What if the U.S. military then claims internationally that it was a misunderstanding and that our great dragon country attacked first? Fang Yi, as the commander, you must remain calm at all times. You must never have such thoughts again. Fang Yi was silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. I understand. Academician Zheng, I acted impulsively just now. Zheng Gutao nodded, turned around and said, Let's go, Chen Yue, let's go check on the plane. He had been so forceful just now, but now his face looked much older. As an academician in the military field of the Great Dragon Kingdom, witnessing the blatant intrusion of American aircraft into territorial waters, his anger and resentment were no less than anyone else's. Chen Yue followed behind the two, a feeling he had never experienced before welling up inside him. Within a month, he had to drastically modify the Hailong 3 into a weapon capable of crushing 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. If accepting the mission before was merely out of curiosity and a desire to broaden one's horizons, then now this matter concerns the dignity and airspace sovereignty of the Great Dragon Kingdom. At the airfield behind the military base, there were 6 or 7 aircraft, 2 of which were reconnaissance planes, and the rest were 4th-generation fighter jets. Lieutenant Colonel Fong explained, This is the Hailong 4, an advanced version of the Hailong 3 of 4th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. Its various standards are already at the forefront internationally. However, as you just saw, it is still a step behind the U.S. 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. Chen Yue stood in front of the runway and looked at the plane. Can I touch it? Lieutenant Colonel Fong nodded. Okay, but you can't take pictures here and you can't bring any electronic devices. He had some doubts. If Chen Yue really wanted to find a modification plan, he should at least go into the cockpit and check the equipment and control panels. What would he possibly learn by just touching the outer shell? But neither he nor Zheng Gutao knew that for Chen Yue, mastering the technical concept of a machine only required a brief touch. The moment Chen Yue's fingers touched the outer shell of the Hailong 4, an electric shock-like sensation coursed through his body. Immediately afterward, a flood of conceptual blueprints rushed into his mind. Zheng Gutao wasn't exaggerating. The concept blueprints for this 4th-generation reconnaissance aircraft numbered over 200. However, thanks to his exceptional mechanical comprehension, Chen Yue quickly grasped all of them. At that very moment, he immediately decided to unlock the next level of the technology tree. Submit template. Hailong 4 design drawings. A beep sounded in my mind, followed by system notification. Host has been detected to meet the requirements for tech tree upgrade. The third branch skill of the tech tree is now unlocked. Unlock skill. Composite aerospace, steel manufacturing technology. Unlock skill. Hypercompressed hydrogen engine technology. Unlock passive. Increases aircraft proficiency by 100%. With 3 skills unlocked in quick succession, Chen Yue was filled with excitement. Clearly, each upgrade in the tech tree unlocks abilities in a specific area. And this third level of the tech tree was precisely designed for aircraft. What about level 4 and level 5? Could be tanks, ships, or even missiles. Thinking about this, Chen Yue's anticipation grew even stronger. He then memorized the concept blueprints for the other fighter jets at the airport. With these templates, he wouldn't be stuck on upgrade requirements until at least level 5 of the tech tree. An hour later, Zheng Gutao and Chen Yue arrived at the main gate of the military base. Lieutenant Colonel Fong saluted and said, Academician Zheng, Student Chen, I won't see you off any further. I hope that after you return, you will continue to develop better and stronger weapons and equipment. Definitely. Chen Yue nodded vigorously. He was full of energy at that moment and couldn't wait to get back to the machine factory and start working. For the next month, Chen Yue never left the gate of the Lanyun City Machinery Factory. As the weather grew colder, Chen Yue, dressed only in a vest and shorts, was covered in sweat and black machine oil in the first workshop. Looking at his obsessed expression, Old Ma handed him the water bottle. Have a sip of water before you work. You're really courting death, aren't you? Not taking a break for a month. Chapter 27 is now fully revised. Time to test the super engine. Since taking Chen Yue as his apprentice, this was the first time Old Ma had seen him work so hard. When Chen Yue was learning the craft before, he often slacked off, and Old Ma would kick him without hesitation if he couldn't get him to stop. But in the past month, the situation has completely changed. If it weren't for Lao Ma frequently coming to keep an eye on things, Chen Yue would probably have exhausted himself long ago. Watching his apprentice busily working on the scaffolding, Lao Ma couldn't help but wonder, has this kid really finally figured it out? Old Ma used to work in civilian aircraft maintenance, so he knew a little about airplanes. But lately, the things Chen Yue was installing on the Hailong No. 3 were becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him. Those two exaggeratedly large exhaust nozzles looked exactly like the vortex jet engines used in fighter jets. The mushroom-shaped bulges on the back resembled the advanced radars equipped on early warning aircraft. The more Old Ma looked at them, the more sinister they seemed, and he couldn't believe that these things could have come from Chen Yu's hands. I'm not tired, master. Chen Yue wiped his sweat and said without looking up, the construction period is too tight. I plan to complete the modification of Hailong No. 3 within a month. Time waits for no one. A month? Are you kidding me? Old Ma's eyes widened on the spot. How can an aircraft modification be completed in just 1 month? Didn't Academician Zheng give you 6 months? Chen Yue chuckled casually. That was before. Things are different now. He couldn't tell Lao Ma the real reason. After all, it involved military secrets. Just thinking about American reconnaissance planes running rampant over the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom made Chen Yue feel a burning anger inside. Zheng Gutao didn't force him to complete the modification in a month. That deadline was set by Chen Yue himself. So what if it's a third-generation fighter? With the most powerful manual control system, the Hailong 3 will soon become a nightmare for those reconnaissance aircraft. Chen Yue worked until dark before finally stopping, planning to rest for an hour before working overtime until midnight. Looking at the Hailong No. 3 excavator in the workshop, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared in his eyes. Today, apart from still being called Hailong No. 3, the aircraft's internal circuitry, control system, operating system, fuselage materials, and engines have been almost completely replaced. Tomorrow is the last day of the 1-month deadline. Once the ultra-compressed hydrogen engine test is successful, the entire aircraft modification mission will be officially completed. Back at his residence, Chen Yue turned on his computer and logged into the Dark Domain network shop, as usual. Sure enough, the bearded man's avatar was flashing again. The latest message was from a day ago. Lasker said that the second batch of goods has been received and the quality is still top-notch. He also wants to discuss further cooperation with Chen Yue. Chen Yue immediately understood that the other party was probably referring to the stealth coating he had recently developed. Compared to seamless steel pipes, this technology was far more advanced, and its applications extended beyond aircraft. It could also be used on off-road vehicles and armored vehicles. For Big Beard's side, this kind of thing like seamless steel pipes is a rare and hard-to-buy commodity, even if you have money. Especially after Chen Yu's live stream, they were clearly completely tempted. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yue typed the line, "You mean the paint I make? But this kind of thing isn't very useful for ordinary cars. I'd like to know why you want to buy it." Previously at the police station, Zhao Chongfeng and Kong Maolin had specifically lectured him, telling him that the steel pipes Lasker bought had actually been used to make gun barrels. This time, Chen Yue was also curious about what excuse the other party would come up with. Not long after, Lasker replied. He said that the situation in their area was chaotic and armed conflicts were frequent. The convoy needed to cross the fighting zone to transport supplies and equipment, and they needed camouflage coatings to avoid being detected by militants. Finally, Lasker added, "Mr. Chun, this is a great thing that benefits ordinary people, and the price will definitely satisfy you." Seeing the other party's eager attitude, Chen Yue couldn't help but smile. He wasn't too worried about the price, because these nouveau riches were always generous spenders. The tips from the bearded man in just 2 live streams totaled nearly 3 million, almost equivalent to the price of a batch of steel pipes. Doing business with someone who's not short of money is certainly worry-free. Chen Yue quickly replied, "No problem, but I'm quite busy lately. The paint issue will have to wait a few days. I'll contact you then." Lasker readily agreed. "No problem. Looking forward to the next collaboration." The next morning, Chen Yue arrived at the first workshop to test the ultra-compressed hydrogen engine. This device was not publicly documented in any military research institute in the world today. Even Chen Yue only learned that such a heaven-defying engine could be created in the parallel world of Blue Star after the system's technology tree was unlocked. Conventional aircraft require fuel tanks, where fuel mixed with air is ignited and the engine injects high-pressure gas to propel the aircraft forward. However, this makes the fuel tank load a huge problem. Chen Yue learned from Zheng Gutao that the U.S. fifth-generation fighter jet has a takeoff weight of up to 30 tons and a range of over 3,000 kilometers. However, the fuel tanks alone weigh about 8 tons, and fuel consumption is extremely rapid, which significantly limits its effective combat radius. Chapter 28 The academicians were dumbfounded. A real flight was a must. The core advantage of the unlocked super-compressed hydrogen engine is that it saves more than half the space in the fuel tank. It can compress and ignite liquid hydrogen inside the engine, generating thrust far exceeding that of conventional aero engines. In terms of both speed and range, this technology surpasses the level of current fifth-generation fighter jets. In addition, Chen Yue completely redesigned the circuit system of Hailong 3 and replaced key parts with high-strength aviation steel, which is sufficient to withstand high-difficulty tactical maneuvers. Even more outrageous is that he had already finished spraying his homemade stealth coating. Now, this Hailong 3 is no longer an ordinary reconnaissance aircraft, and it can no longer be measured by the standards of a fifth-generation fighter jet. Chen Yue climbed the ladder into the cockpit, where he saw a control panel he had redesigned. The original dense array of buttons and levers had been almost entirely replaced by an intelligent control system, requiring only the pilot to issue commands at critical moments. "Prepare to start the engine and test ignition." He quickly operated the controls on the screen, and the aircraft immediately entered takeoff readiness mode, while the workshop doors slowly opened. The two massive turbojet nozzles at the tail of the Hailong 3 were pointed outwards to prevent the high-temperature wake from damaging the factory equipment. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Chen Yue pressed the ignition button. The expected roar did not occur. Instead, a buzzing sound like mosquitoes and flies first filled the air around the fuselage, which quickly transformed into the loud hum characteristic of a hyper-compressed hydrogen engine a few seconds later. 2 powerful jets of exhaust billowed from the turbine nozzles, their flames shooting more than 3 meters into the air. Chen Yue monitored the turbine nozzle status, and then manipulated the flaps and other components to conduct coordinated tests. As the buzzing sound grew increasingly shrill, Mach rings even appeared near the turbine nozzle. If the engine continued to increase power, the aircraft would likely break free of its restraints and crash directly into the wall ahead. The test went very smoothly. Chen Yue suppressed his excitement, immediately shut off the engine, and had just climbed out of the cockpit when several figures walked in through the workshop door. "Chen Yue, you've got some nerve, daring to test an aircraft engine in a place like this?" The man who arrived was Zheng Gutao, his face extremely grim. He reprimanded in a stern voice, "Engine testing should be done in a specialized airport maintenance workshop. If something goes wrong, not only will you be finished, but the entire steel plant could be blown to bits." It turned out that Zheng Gutao and several experts had arrived at the steel plant half an hour earlier. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the gate, they encountered Chen Yue testing the vehicle. The high-temperature vortex emitted from workshop number 1 almost overturned their car, which frightened them so much that they quickly turned around and got away. "Academician Zheng, I'm sorry. I just wanted to confirm the completion of the Hailong 3 refit as soon as possible." Chen Yue felt a little guilty and honestly apologized. Zheng Gutao still frowned. "We can't be in such a hurry. It's only been a month, and you dare to say the plane is fixed?" He wasn't angry at Chen Yu's experiment, but rather at the kid's utter disregard for danger. Just then, an expert nearby suddenly grasped the key point. "Wait, what did you just say this plane was called?" "Hailong 3. Yes, it's Hailong number 3. Chen Yue nodded. "Impossible," the expert immediately denied. "I've seen the Hailong 3 before. It's a third-generation reconnaissance aircraft, and its performance is already outdated. The jet vortex and buzzing sound just now could never be from its engine. Another expert chimed in. Take another look at the shape and details. How does it resemble the Hailong 3? It's no wonder they didn't believe it. The plane in front of them had been modified by Chen Yue to the point that it was almost unrecognizable. After hearing this, Zheng Gutao subconsciously looked at the fuselage next to him. Upon closer inspection, he was completely stunned. No wonder the experts were skeptical. Not to mention them. Even Zheng Gutao, who personally handed the plane over to Chen Yue, was not sure if it was still the original Hailong 3. This is Hailong 3? Chen Yue, what have you been doing for the past month? Chen Yue smiled and said, didn't we agree before? Give me some time to improve Hailong 3. This is the result. You can check it out. A month? The experts exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. If they had led a mechanical team, they would have at most disassembled the aircraft for study. Yet Chen Yue had single-handedly completed such a massive modification. Soon, several experts climbed up the scaffolding and began inspecting the heavily modified Hailong 3. This is aerospace steel? No, its strength at least meets the standards for special alloy steel. Why is there only one big screen left in the cockpit? Are we really relying on an intelligent system to drive? I've never seen this engine structure before. It's a miracle it even starts. The outer coating is also extraordinary. It's a top-grade stealth coating. After a thorough inspection, the experts were all dumbfounded. There was no doubt that this Hailong 3 was far beyond the level of a third-generation fighter jet. It even possessed the characteristics of a top-tier fifth-generation fighter. Zheng Gutao suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Chen Yue, and his voice became serious. Chen Yue, can your aircraft be tested in real-world conditions? Chapter 29. Hailong 3's maiden flight, another breakthrough. Isn't it all up to you? Chen Yue smiled. As long as you approve, my renovation project will be officially completed, and that will be my answer sheet. Zheng Gutao nodded and immediately instructed the expert next to him to contact Fong Yi and dispatch a tow truck to send the aircraft to the military base for a test flight. Chen Yue followed along. After all, he had modified the Hailong 3 in a very special way, especially the simplified smart screen in the cockpit. No one else on site knew how to use it except him. An hour later, the plane was taken to the base. As soon as Chen Yue got out of the car, he saw Fong Yi and a group of officers looking at the Hailong number 3 with puzzled expressions. Fong Yi stepped forward and asked, Academician Zheng, is this really Hailong 3? The modifications are too strange. Should we check it again? Zheng Gutao waved his hand. No need. We have already done a comprehensive system check. Now all that's left is the actual flight test. Please arrange the flight path as soon as possible. Although Fong Yi was shocked, he immediately carried out the order. Zheng Gutao's influence was undeniable. He couldn't possibly question the words of an academician in the military field. At this point, an expert couldn't help but ask Chen Yue, I can understand the fuselage structure, paint, and electrical system, but what I really want to know is did you also modify that engine? Chen Yue nodded. That's right. I named it the hypercompressed hydrogen engine. Another expert pressed for details about the performance. Chen Yue calmly replied, I equipped the Hailong 3 with dual engines, each with a maximum thrust of 300 knots, so both engines would produce 600 knots. Under extreme conditions, it can reach 750 knots. He added, the cruising speed is Mach 4.5, which is about 5,000 kilometers per hour. The cruising altitude has not yet been measured, but is estimated to reach a maximum of 23,000 meters. When these figures were revealed, Zheng Gutao and the experts were all stunned. It's worth noting that before its modification, the Hailong 3 only had a speed of 800 to 900 kilometers per hour, roughly the same as a commercial airliner. But now, Chen Yue has increased its speed by at least 5 times, making it even more powerful than a conventional fighter jet. Seeing that no one believed him, Chen Yue smiled and asked, whether it's a joke or not, we'll know after a test flight. Zheng Gutao frowned. The problem is that no one knows how to use your smart screen system. Who would be a suitable candidate for pilots? Chen Yue said without hesitation, I'll do it. Academician Zheng, this aircraft is equipped with an intelligent computer system that can complete more than 90% of the work for the pilot. What remains are only some high-difficulty tactical maneuvers and special escape functions. Soon, the runway and flight path were all arranged. Fong Yi specifically drew up a route for Chen Yue, which allowed him to fly over the nearby sea area, circle around it, and then return. Chen Yue climbed into the cockpit and asked Zheng Gutao with a smile, "Academician Zheng, would you like to take a ride on my plane?" Zheng Gutao smiled and waved his hand. "I would like to, but I'm too old and have heart disease, so I'm afraid I won't have a chance." At this moment, Fong Yi stepped forward. "I'll do it. I'm also very interested in this plane, and I know how to fly. If Comrade Chun makes a mistake, I can correct it in time." No one objected. Fong Yi was a lieutenant colonel and a former Air Force officer, making him the most suitable person to accompany them on the voyage. Chen Yue was also a little excited. After all, this was his first time actually piloting an airplane. Although he had played many flight simulators before and was familiar with various operating systems, the real plane and the game were completely different things. Ready for takeoff. Chen Yue tapped the main control screen a few times quickly, then pressed the ignition button. The beeping of the two ultra-compressed hydrogen engines amplified rapidly, and Mach rings clearly appeared at the exhaust flames. The enormous thrust surprised even Fong Yi. "Comrade Chun, this is no ordinary Hailong 3, is it? This engine thrust has completely reached the standard of a fifth-generation fighter jet." Chen Yue smiled and said, "I'll tell you slowly when I get back." After saying that, he pushed the throttle, and the Hailong 3 sped down the runway. As it approached the end of the runway, the nose lifted slightly, and the entire aircraft plunged directly into the clouds. After takeoff, Chen Yue immediately increased the engine's output power. On the main control screen, the intelligent computer quickly reported the parameters. Currently reached supersonic speed, time taken 40 seconds. 40 seconds? Fong Yi was stunned on the spot. This acceleration capability was even more exaggerated than many fifth-generation fighter jets. Chen Yue continued to pull the stick to climb, but the real plane was completely different from the simulator. The intense overload quickly made him dizzy and disoriented, so he could only slightly reduce the climbing angle. 4 minutes later, Hailong number 3 had reached an altitude of 10,000 meters and was heading towards the sea at high speed. Sitting in the back, Fong Yi looked out the window at the clouds and the sound of jets, unable to hide his excitement. "Amazing, Comrade Chun. This reconnaissance aircraft is already on par with the U.S.'s fifth-generation fighters." Chen Yue remained calm. "Time was too tight. This is the best we could do. If I had more time, we could have continued to optimize the performance in all aspects." As the two were talking, a radar alarm suddenly lit up on the large screen in front of Chen Yue. 2 unidentified aircraft have been detected in the airspace ahead. Preliminary calculations indicate that the other party is traveling at Mach 2.5 and is approaching from the southeast. Chen Yue and Fong Yi both looked at the radar screen. Fong Yi's face darkened. "It's definitely another American reconnaissance plane. They've been coming here quite often lately, circling near our territorial waters every few days." After hearing this, Chen Yue laughed instead. "What a coincidence, Lieutenant Colonel Fong. Since we've run into them today, let's have a good go at them." As he spoke, he pressed the output power lever again. Chapter 30 Fire Control Lockdown. Surrender or shoot down. To prepare for this moment, Chen Yue has barely had a good night's sleep in the past month, resting for less than 6 hours a day, all in order to complete the rapid modification of Hailong number 3 as soon as possible. And now, opportunity has unexpectedly presented itself. The Hailong 3 submersible had just completed its test flight when it encountered a reconnaissance aircraft from the United States. In the back seat, Fong Yi immediately reminded him, "Chen Yue, don't do anything rash. The Hailong 3 has no offensive weapons. If we encounter it, make sure there is no armed conflict. After all, this aircraft is essentially a reconnaissance plane. Completing a full upgrade within a month is already the limit of what Chen Yue can achieve. Adding more weapons is simply unrealistic." Chen Yue simply smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lieutenant Colonel Fong. This is the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom. To be honest, they're even less likely to fire than we are. I have a way to drive them away." After saying that, he continued to push the lever, increasing the engine power. The Hailong 3, at full speed, circled around the flank and silently slipped behind the 2 Hawkeye reconnaissance aircraft. In the command center, Zheng Gutao and a group of officers stared intently at the large screen, their expressions tense. Seeing the Hailong 3 catch up to the U.S. reconnaissance aircraft, everyone's faces showed shock. The U.S. reconnaissance aircraft are equipped with the world's most advanced reconnaissance radar, which, under normal circumstances, can detect targets dozens of kilometers away. Yet, at this moment, the two reconnaissance aircraft remained completely unaware, brazenly venturing deep into China's domestic airspace and waters. Inside the cockpit, Chen Yue explained to Fong, the Hailong 3 originally only had reconnaissance capabilities. When I modified it, I added tactical equipment for an early warning radar, which upgraded its reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities to a higher level. He continued, saying that the speed and range of American reconnaissance aircraft must be very large, leaving limited space for counter-reconnaissance equipment. Fong nodded, his face darkening. The U.S., relying on its technological superiority, had repeatedly intruded into China's airspace, only to circle back and leave. China couldn't actually send fifth-generation fighter jets to shoot them down. Otherwise, the trouble would only escalate. Just then, Chen Yue suddenly reminded him, Lieutenant Colonel Fong, look at the screen. On the smart screen, the reconnaissance system had already captured the coordinates and shapes of the two intruding aircraft. In the clouds, two black, streamlined reconnaissance planes flew side by side, maintaining a speed of approximately 1,500 kilometers per hour. Although Chen Yue wasn't a military expert, he recognized it at a glance as the U.S.'s most advanced Freedom Black Hawk reconnaissance aircraft. This aircraft has a reconnaissance radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and if it takes off from an aircraft carrier platform, it can detect almost any corner of the globe. Its stealth coding, speed, and maneuverability are all among the best in the world today. Looking at the world, the number of countries that possess such reconnaissance aircraft can probably be counted on one hand. Chen Yu's lips curled up slightly, and he immediately ordered the intelligent control system, switch the early warning radar program to the fire control radar system, and lock onto them. Upon receiving the command, the system responded immediately. Within seconds, the fire control signal firmly locked onto the two Hawkeye reconnaissance aircraft ahead. The next moment, a mechanical warning sounded in the headsets of the two American pilots. Attention, unidentified aircraft ahead. You have intruded into the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom. To reiterate, you have violated the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Please slow down immediately and follow instructions to land at the nearest safe location. The sudden warning startled the two pilots. Only then did they realize that they had been locked onto by aircraft from a Great Dragon Kingdom. One of them immediately shouted angrily, "How is this possible? The Great Dragon Kingdom couldn't detect our planes at all. Did they bring in fifth-generation fighter jets in advance?" Another pilot immediately denied it. Impossible. The intelligence department has no information, and there are no military airfields in this area capable of handling fifth-generation fighter jets. For military aircraft, being locked onto by fire control radar is basically like having one foot in the grave. What alarmed them even more was that they had already turned the radar detection power to the maximum, but still could not find the source of the warning. Seeing that the two reconnaissance planes did not slow down, Chen Yue issued another ultimatum. We repeat this for the last time. Slow down immediately and follow us to the nearest landing site. You have invaded the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and we have the right to open fire and shoot you down directly. Fong Yu was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Chen Yue, what are you going to use to shoot them down? The Hailong 3 has no weapons at all. If we get any closer, they can spot us directly using their tactical observation system. Chen Yue laughed. You don't necessarily need missiles to take down guys like them. Lieutenant Colonel Fong, just treat this as a show and leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the intelligence system another order, and Hailong number 3 moved at full speed toward the target. The two sides were originally less than 20 kilometers apart, but the distance was quickly shortened by the full output of the two ultra-compressed hydrogen engines. As the distance closes, radar-resistant stealth coatings become ineffective. Even without radar, the pilot can clearly see the surroundings with the naked eye. The two eagle-eyed pilots finally realized something was wrong, looked back out of the porthole, and their expressions changed drastically. To their astonishment, they saw an airplane closely following them. Chapter 31, Cobra Maneuver. Are you convinced? Is it the Chinese aircraft that threatened us just now? An outdated third-generation reconnaissance plane? This piece of junk dares to say it will shoot us down. When the American pilots saw the Hailong 3 reconnaissance aircraft behind them, they immediately smiled. For them, a fifth-generation reconnaissance plane facing off against a third-generation aircraft was simply no challenge at all. The pilot in the other reconnaissance plane was still somewhat cautious and immediately asked if it could be confirmed. The other side quickly responded with a sneer, saying that they had dealt with many reconnaissance planes like those from the Great Dragon Kingdom before, and it couldn't be wrong. It was probably just a temporary modification. Although they couldn't immediately understand how the third-generation reconnaissance aircraft had managed to keep up with their tail and evade radar detection, the two men were already relaxed. After all, a fifth-generation fighter jet would definitely have the advantage over a third-generation one. During the short time they were talking, Chen Yue, piloting the Hailong 3, had rapidly closed in, coming within a kilometer of the two Freedom Blackhawks. While that distance wouldn't be considered close on the ground, at high speeds, it was practically touching them. The American pilot, who had been mocking them, suddenly changed his expression and kept looking back at the clearly visible Hailong 3 aircraft behind him. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Impossible." The speed of a reconnaissance aircraft like that from Great Dragon Country is at most close to that of a commercial airliner. How could it possibly catch up with us? Another pilot also realized something was wrong and warned in a low voice, "Miles, this is not an ordinary third-generation reconnaissance aircraft." At this moment, Chen Yu's icy warning rang out again in their earpieces. "This is the last warning. If you do not cooperate with our orders, we will take force against you." The two American pilots did not choose to engage in a direct confrontation. Chen Yu's reconnaissance plane was unarmed, and their side, apart from a small machine gun, lacked any equipment sufficient to shoot down an enemy. More importantly, China was not a small country. They simply could not afford the consequences of rashly opening fire. So the two immediately decided to speed up their retreat. In the past, when they ventured into the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom to provoke them, they always managed to leave unscathed. This time, they felt that as long as they increased their speed, they could leave their opponents far behind, not even catching a whiff of their exhaust fumes. Soon, both Freedom Blackhawks accelerated simultaneously, their cruising speed increasing to Mach 2.5 in a short period. Based on past experience, the Chinese reconnaissance aircraft would have no chance of catching up. Trying to escape? Chen Yue sneered and immediately issued the order. The two huge vortex nozzles at the tail of the Hailong 3 opened fully, and dark blue flames erupted, with clear Mach rings appearing. The Hailong 3 has a top speed of Mach 4.5, almost twice that of the Freedom Blackhawk. After both aircraft accelerated simultaneously, the two American pilots quickly realized that the situation was completely beyond their expectations. The Chinese reconnaissance plane was not only not outpaced, but instead got closer and closer. How is this possible? The two pilots were completely dumbfounded. Before they could react, Chen Yue piloted the Hailong 3 straight up to their heads and then executed a clean and decisive Cobra maneuver. Crap, this madman is courting death. Seeing the Hailong 3 tumbling down from above, the two American pilots were so frightened their voices changed. This kind of extremely close-range maneuver is usually only used in close-quarters dogfights between fighter jets. A slight mistake could result in a direct collision between the three aircraft. Feng Yi, in the co-pilot's seat, was also startled and broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but shout, "Chen Yue, are you crazy? You haven't even received any systematic flight training, yet you dare to intercept them like this?" Chen Yue chuckled and said, "I'd love to train, but I don't have the chance. Lieutenant Colonel Fong, this tactical maneuver is done by an intelligence system, so there's no danger. If Chen Yue were to operate it himself, he wouldn't dare do it even if he had 10 times the courage. Even ace pilots need extensive training to perform such maneuvers. But when it's controlled by an intelligence system, the situation is completely different." Under the strong suppression of the Hailong 3, the two American reconnaissance planes finally calmed down and their speed decreased significantly. However, they didn't actually intend to follow Chen Yue to land in the Great Dragon Kingdom. Miles immediately spoke over the radio, "Great Dragon Kingdom pilot, this is the pilot of Freedom Blackhawk 1. There might have been a misunderstanding just now. We were just on a patrol mission and accidentally entered your airspace. Please calm down. You've got a misunderstanding, my foot." Chen Yu's reply was crisp and decisive. These people had never mentioned misunderstandings when they rode into the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom to show off their power before. Now that they were about to get into big trouble, they suddenly wanted to back down? Moreover, Zhang Gutao and the others at the command center were all watching, so Chen Yue certainly wouldn't buy it. Miles's face darkened. Although he didn't understand much of the Great Dragon Kingdom's language, the language of profanity was universally understood. He suppressed his anger and said, "Great Dragon Kingdom pilot, how dare you swear? Chen Yue responded coldly. So what if I scold you? You've repeatedly violated the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom. This can't be resolved with a simple misunderstanding. Land with me immediately at the nearest landing site and cooperate with the investigation. Miles also got angry and retorted, what else can you do? Chen Yue stared at the screen, his tone turning serious. If you resolutely refuse to cooperate, that's fine too. Let's see who has better mobility and who is more capable. After speaking, he raised his hand and quickly issued a series of instructions on the big screen. Chapter 32, Approaching the Inland. The main base panics. Hailong 3 roared down on top of the 2 Hawkeye reconnaissance aircraft again, and a series of dangerous maneuvers forced the other side to remain still. Miles panicked completely. He had considered splitting up to escape, but if they did, someone would inevitably be left behind, and he absolutely did not want to be the one caught. At this moment, Chen Yue connected the radio again, his tone quite polite. I forgot to remind you both, my aircraft indeed has no weapons, but it can still attack electronic systems. I wonder if your Freedom Blackhawk can withstand electromagnetic interference without crashing. At this moment, all 3 planes were over the territorial waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom. If they crashed into the sea, it would almost certainly mean certain death. Miles dared not gamble with his life, and ultimately had no choice but to obey the orders of the other pilot. He responded weakly. We will cooperate with the operation. Please do not conduct electromagnetic attacks. After saying that, he shut down the Freedom Black Hawk 1 radar system, cutting off contact with the ocean-going fleet. Chen Yue nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, follow my instructions to land at the nearest airport. Fangi yachit instunut silenge. Chen Yue herded the 2 American reconnaissance planes like sheep, forcefully driving them towards the military base. This is how they captured 2 Freedom Blackhawks. He felt like he was dreaming. The Great Dragon Kingdom still didn't have detailed information on this 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft, yet Chen Yue captured 2 at once. However, at the same time, the General Command Center of the military base on the southeast coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom was in complete chaos. In front of the large screen, a general in a general's uniform, with a stern face, stood with his hands behind his back and roared. What exactly is going on? 3 unidentified aircraft are approaching the inland areas? What are the reconnaissance agencies doing? Why can't they identify them? Lu Hongjun was left with only 2 words in his mind. Absurd. A major military base on the southeast coast, discovering an unidentified aircraft intrusion, couldn't even determine who it was. His face turned ashen. If this were an enemy fighter jet, or even a bomber, how would you handle it? A staff officer quickly stepped forward to report. Deputy Commander Liu, our radar positions can be detected even if a Freedom Black Hawk enters this area. The problem is that the enemy's anti-radar capabilities seem to exceed the highest known technology, making it difficult for us to immediately confirm their identity. Lu Hongjun was even more puzzled after hearing this. Could it be that the U.S. had pulled out its real trump card, preparing a surprise attack on the heart of China? He frowned and asked, what are the coordinates of the 3 planes now? What flight path are they heading in? The staff officer immediately replied, according to calculations, they are not moving fast, and their flight path seems to be heading towards the military base near Lanyan City. That area is under the jurisdiction of Lieutenant Colonel Fong. Lu Hongjun immediately ordered, no matter what their intentions are, they must not threaten the safety of the people. Immediately dispatch 5th-generation fighter jets to intercept them, and it would be best to force them to make an emergency landing at the main base. At the same time, notify the surrounding area to evacuate. If they persist in their course of action, open fire and shoot them down immediately. At the critical moment, Lu Hongjun did not hesitate. He had to stop these 3 unidentified aircraft within the main base's defense perimeter. If they were allowed to fly to Lanyan City, Fang Yi's air defenses would likely be even more difficult to counter. Within minutes, temporary broadcasts blared simultaneously in several cities along the southeastern coast. Due to special circumstances, the city airport is temporarily under lockdown. The time is yet to be determined. All passengers are requested to follow instructions and wait in an orderly manner. Due to special circumstances, all citizens who are away from home should return home immediately, and fishing boats in coastal areas should return to port immediately. Countless citizens were filled with doubt, yet they all tacitly obeyed the arrangements. People on the streets who hadn't yet gone home looked up and saw fighter jets tearing through the clouds and roaring past. At this moment, Chen Yue was piloting the Hailong 3, escorting two Freedom Black Hawk helicopters, preparing to land at Feng Yi's military base. To avoid trouble, he had previously ordered the two foreigners to turn off the radar and have the Hailong 3 lead the way throughout. But he overlooked something extremely important. The Hailong 3 was originally an old aircraft that was about to be scrapped. After Chen Yue remodeled its engine and fuselage and sprayed it with anti-electromagnetic stealth coating, its serial number did not exist in any military base records. Even worse, Chen Yue forgot to turn off the anti-radar jamming system along the way. As a result, the southeast coastal base directly identified it as an unidentified enemy aircraft. Inside the cabin, Feng Yi praised him with a big smile. Chen Yue, you've done a great job this time. Are you interested in the military field? If so, don't go to the steel mill anymore. I'll write you a letter of recommendation and get you a job in the military. Chen Yue was taken aback. Go work for the military? Feng Yi said seriously. Of course. With your ability to modify the Hailong 3, I dare say you could even get into the Great Dragon Kingdom's Military Aircraft Research Center without any problem. Chen Yue quickly waved his hand. I'm not cut out for that. You're giving me too much credit. Before the words were even finished, radar markers appeared one after another on the large screen in front of them. Chen Yue was taken aback. Huh? Why is our Great Dragon Kingdom suddenly deploying so many planes? He was just about to increase the radar's accuracy when the markers were rapidly approaching the Hailong 3 at an astonishing speed. At the same time, a series of enormous roars came from overhead. A complete fifth-generation fighter squadron was seen closing in, firmly surrounding the Hailong 3 and two Freedom Blackhawks. Feng Yi slapped his thigh, finally realizing, damn it, we've been mistaken for intrusion planes too. Chapter 33, Martial Law Declared, Landing at the Military Airport. Feng Yi's shout jolted Chen Yue into a daze. Previously at sea, he had only been focused on bringing back the two American reconnaissance planes to hand over to Chinese experts for technical research, forgetting to report to the military. Even more critically, the Hailong 3 was flying stealthily. Two unidentified aircraft heading straight for an inland city in the Hailong region would make anyone nervous. Chen Yue immediately operated on the large screen, first turning off the stealth effect of Hailong 3 so that the military base could detect its signal. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Hongjun and his staff officers had just sat down in the General Military Base Command Center when they suddenly stood up again. Lu Hongjun stared at the big screen, his face darkening. How come there's a third plane? It must be a stealth fighter escorting it. Notify the intercept formation to prepare to fire and shoot it down. Orders were quickly relayed to the fifth-generation fighter squadron of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Opening fire was never a decision to be made lightly. But the enemy had already entered the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom, with cities and civilians below them. If we don't dare to shoot it down now, are we really going to wait until the enemy drops their bombs before retaliating? Soon, the pilot's cold warning came through the radio. Attention, 3 unidentified aircraft ahead. You have seriously intruded into the territory of our Great Dragon Kingdom. Immediately make an emergency landing as instructed. I'll repeat myself. If you still don't cooperate, we will immediately open fire and shoot you down. Inside the cockpit of Hailong No. 3, Chen Yue felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head and saw that 2 fifth-generation fighter jets had sandwiched them on either side, their fuselages tilted outwards, and the missiles loaded under their bellies were clearly visible. On the other side, the 2 American pilots were even more terrified. They had already surrendered, but now the Great Dragon Kingdom's warplanes were even going to shoot down their own side. However, they had already followed Chen Yue into the territory of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and communication with the fleet had been completely cut off. Now, asking them to turn back would be futile. They would have no chance of finding a way to leave. Feng Yi urged anxiously. You kid, hurry up and think of a way to explain this to our people. Chen Yue finally got through to the radio and immediately shouted, Don't fire. We are from the Great Dragon Country. The person sitting on my plane is Lieutenant Colonel Feng Yi from the Blue Cloud City military base. The pilots of the fighter jets on both sides were stunned. The voice on the radio was too young. It didn't sound like a pilot at all. Feng Yi immediately took the communicator. This is Feng Yi, the military commander of the Lanyan City military base. Special code, name 175. Do not fire. Upon hearing this sound in the command center, Lu Hongjun immediately ordered a halt to firing. It really is Fong Yi. The staff officers were also stunned. But the question was, why was Fong Yi on that plane? And what about the two Freedom Black Hawks behind him? Fong Yi was once Liu Hongjuan's subordinate, serving as his chief of staff before going to Lanyan City. Liu Hongjun certainly recognized his voice and believed that he would never defect to the enemy. But all of this was too outrageous. Liu Hongjun was full of questions and wished he could bring Fong Yi and the young pilot back immediately to find out the truth. He ordered in a deep voice, "Notify the fighter squadron to assist the 3 aircraft in landing at the military airfield. At the same time, send reinforcements to completely blockade the airfield." A moment later, the alarm in the cabin of Hailong number 3 finally stopped. Chen Yue breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and smiled. "Lieutenant Colonel Fong, the fire control system is off. Everything's fine now." Fong Yi sighed helplessly. "You almost got me killed today. If I died in a foreign war, I wouldn't have anything to say. But if I were mistakenly shot down by my own people, I would die with my eyes wide open in disgrace." 10 minutes later, Hailong 3, guided by a formation of fighter jets, approached the airfield of the main military base on the southeast coast. Following behind were 2 U.S. Navy Freedom Black Hawk helicopters. Chen Yue input the landing command, and the intelligence system automatically calculated the angle and adjusted the fuselage. After taxiing a distance on the runway, the aircraft came to a smooth stop. On the runways on both sides, the 2 Freedom Blackhawks landed almost simultaneously. As soon as the cockpit canopy opened, Chen Yue and Fong Yi poked their heads out. Before they could even land, a rumbling roar came from afar. One after another, military green helicopters roared in, and a large number of armored vehicles were also rapidly approaching from the direction of the airport. Within minutes, the entire airport was placed under complete lockdown. The airspace overhead was blocked by armed helicopters, and on the ground were rows of soldiers and armored vehicles, all fully armed. The 2 American pilots had never seen anything like it before. Their legs trembled as they climbed out of the cockpit and immediately raised their hands high. Soldiers quickly rushed up, pinned the 2 men down, put black hoods over their heads, and escorted them to an armored vehicle. At the same time, another group of soldiers shouted to Chen Yue and Fong, "You two, move slowly and get off that plane." Chen Yue knew this wasn't the time to try and get closer to Fong Yi. Since even Fong Yi hadn't spoken, he dared not say anything rash. The 2 could only do as instructed and slowly move away from each other. Almost simultaneously, a small airport trailer arrived. After a brief inspection, the 2 teams of soldiers immediately connected the trailer and towed it toward the distant airport warehouse. Seeing this, Chen Yue couldn't help but ask, "Lieutenant Colonel Fong, why did they tow our Hailong 3 away?" Chapter 34. A misunderstanding? This kid is absolutely a genius. "Nonsense, how would I know?" Fong Yi said irritably. "Isn't it because we didn't report it before flying stealth planes inland? People will definitely think there's something wrong with us." This could be considered a minor misunderstanding that can be easily resolved with clarification. However, it could also be seen as a threat to national defense. Even if Liu Hongjun had actually ordered the shooting down of those 3 aircraft, it would be entirely plausible. Seeing the security measures around the airport, Fong Yi knew that once Chen Yue was convicted, he would definitely be implicated as well. Chen Yue panicked a little after hearing this, muttering, "But we didn't do anything wrong, did we? We even brought back 2 Freedom Blackhawks. Shouldn't the higher-ups reward us for such good research samples?" Fong Yi almost laughed out of anger. "Reward my ass? You'd better pray you don't end up in a military court right now." As soon as he finished speaking, a jeep drove up in the distance. Chen Yue looked around and couldn't help but ask the soldier with a gun beside him, "Comrade, how much longer do we have to wait? Also, why was the Hailong number 3 towed away?" The soldier replied coldly, "This involves national defense secrets. I cannot disclose any information." Chen Yue was taken aback and subconsciously scratched his head. "National defense secret? The Hailong 3 is about to be retired. I just made some minor modifications. How did it become a secret? You modified the Hailong 3? A dignified voice rang out. The jeep stopped, and a man in a general's uniform stepped out of the back seat. Chen Yue nodded. "I modified it." He was somewhat bewildered, thinking that what was said made sense. That Hailong 3 was indeed something he had modified over a month. But who was this person in front of him? Before he could figure it out, Fong Yi snapped to attention, saluted, and shouted, "Old Commander!" Liu Hongjun looked at him coldly. "It really is you, Fong. You've only been in Lanyan City for a few years, and you've already caused me such a huge mess? What exactly happened? Fong Yi quickly explained. Old chief, you've seen the situation yourself. That Hailong 3 was indeed modified by this young man. Chen Yue and I were just out for a flight test when we unexpectedly encountered a reconnaissance plane from the U.S. sneaking over to harass us. They've already walked right into our line of fire, so we had no choice but to take action. Lu Hongjun was silent for a moment, then looked at Chen Yue. You mean the two of you subdued 2 Freedom Blackhawks with a modified Hailong 3? Fong Yi immediately nodded. That's right. Nonsense. Lu Hongjun rebuked on the spot. Hailong 3 is only a 3rd-generation fighter jet. It can even be suppressed by 4th-generation fighter jets, let alone the Freedom Black Hawk, a benchmark of 5th-generation fighter jets. He became increasingly skeptical. Besides, this young man looks like a college student. Do you think he could modify the Hailong 3 like this? What kind of modification could increase stealth capabilities and increase flight speed by so many times? To Lu Hongjun, this sounded like an international joke. He preferred to believe that Fong Yi had secretly mobilized a 4th-generation reconnaissance aircraft, rather than that a young man in his 20s could accomplish such a feat. Chen Yue then realized that this leader didn't believe in his abilities at all. He assured him, Sir, I was indeed in charge of the entire modification of that Hailong number 3. If you don't believe me, I can find someone to testify. Lu Hongjun waved his hand impatiently. All right, you look to be only in your early 20s. Which university did you go to? Chen Yue immediately replied, Mechanical University of Lanyan City. Lu Hongjun sneered. A mechanical engineering student can point fingers at military aircraft? If you really have that ability, wouldn't all those military experts in the Great Dragon Kingdom have to become your students? He's furious right now. This incident has significant implications, and he'll have to report it to his superiors later. But he can't very well write in the report that a 3rd-generation fighter jet modified by a college student captured 2 5th-generation American reconnaissance aircraft. Can he? Not to mention that his superiors didn't believe it. Even Lu Hongjun himself thought it was outrageous. Fong Yi could only continue. Old chief, it really is like that. I originally planned to lead the 2 Freedom Blackhawks to the Blue Cloud City Military Airport for landing before reporting to my superiors. This was indeed a misunderstanding and an accident. Lu Hongjun frowned and interrupted. No need to say anything more. Someone will investigate what happened later. If this young man is really capable, he should find someone with authority to testify. You don't even have as much knowledge as I do, so stop shouting here. He couldn't understand why Fong Yi kept speaking up for this kid. Just then, a black car sped up outside the airport. The fact that it could drive and under martial law meant the people inside were clearly not ordinary individuals. The car door opened, and Zheng Gutao, looking anxious, stepped out. Lanyan City wasn't far from here, and after realizing something was wrong, he immediately had someone bring him over. Lu Hongjun recognized him at a glance and quickly stepped forward. Academician Zheng, what brings you here? Zheng Gutao said solemnly. Deputy Commander Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Their words are absolutely credible, and I can vouch for it with my own reputation. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongjun and the surrounding officers were all stunned. Lu Hongjun asked incredulously, Why? Academician Zheng, do you know this college student? Zheng Gutao shook his head, walked to Chen Yue's side, and patted him on the shoulder. We don't know each other, he said solemnly. Chen Yue is an absolute genius, and I plan to take him on as my last disciple. Is this guarantee enough? Chapter 35. Having wide connections makes things easier. Release him on the spot. If you can testify for them, then there's no problem. Lu Hongjun nodded, but his eyes still held suspicion as he looked at Chen Yue. It's just that this is too outrageous, young man. Did you really complete the Hailong 3 all by yourself? At the airport, the 2 U.S. Freedom Black Hawk helicopters were still parked there, and the 2 pilots had already been handcuffed and taken away for questioning. Chen Yue's words might be deceiving, but these 2 advanced reconnaissance aircraft couldn't possibly be an illusion. No matter how puzzled Lu Hongjun was, he knew that the young man in front of him couldn't possibly be an enemy. When questioned, Chen Yue explained, I did the manufacturing and modification. The plane was transferred from Lieutenant Colonel Fong's side by Academician Zheng. After listening, Lu Hongjun pondered for a moment and said, Since Academician Zheng is here to vouch for you, I won't detain you here. However, You must leave your contact information and address so we can find you if there are any problems later. So I can go home now. Chen Yue breathed a sigh of relief. He still had a lot of work to do and didn't have time to waste here. Okay, Lu Hongjun said, then glanced at Fong and couldn't help but scold. And you just randomly drew an ordinary route and dared to take him flying everywhere? But you guys did do a good job this time. He didn't say the second half of his sentence. After all, they not only successfully completed the test flight, but also conveniently brought back 2 U.S. Freedom Black Hawk helicopters. The Black Hawk Freedom is currently the world's most advanced 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft, and only the United States can produce it. Due to its high cost, the U.S. only built 3 in total and later shut down the production line to reduce costs. As a result, 2 out of the 3 have fallen into the hands of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Lu Hongjun himself feels like he's dreaming, and just thinking about how to write and submit the report gives him a headache. All right, you guys go back first. We still need to continue interrogating those 2 American pilots. Lu Hongjun glanced at Chen Yue, still feeling that what the kid was saying was too exaggerated. Instead of blindly trusting Chen Yue, it would be better to find out what happened from the 2 pilots and see how those 2 Freedom Blackhawks were brought back. Chen Yue tentatively asked, "Can we leave now?" "Okay, go over there to register your information." Lu Hongjun pointed in a direction, and an officer quickly came over. The matter seemed to have come to a temporary end. The review would take time, and the report would need to be carefully prepared. But no one expected that this scene on the airport runway would be unintentionally captured by a photographer who was out taking pictures in the nearby mountains. The photos first circulated on some small forums. By the time Chen Yue and his group returned to Lanyan City by car, the news had already caused a sensation on Douyin, TikTok. Many viewers who had watched Chen Yue's live stream immediately recognized him and left comments such as, "Isn't this the awesome streamer Chen Yue? How did he get involved with the military?" Some people spread increasingly outrageous rumors. "I heard he was a spy who was caught while flying an American reconnaissance plane." Some even posted comparison photos. Those 2 planes are definitely not ordinary. They're the U.S. Navy's Freedom Black Hawk helicopters, with a 100% similarity. The comments kept pushing the buzz higher and higher. In just a few hours, news of 2 Freedom Black Hawk reconnaissance aircraft suddenly appearing at a military base spread across all major social media platforms in China. By the time the authorities realized they wanted to suppress the buzz, it was too late. Countless netizens flooded Chen Yue's Douyin account with messages, urging him to go live and explain. However, Chen Yue was completely unaware of the online uproar. Back at the machine factory, he felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him. After a month of intense work, he suddenly relaxed and felt like he was walking on cotton. His steps were even a little unsteady. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory building, he ran into Old Ma. Old Ma greeted him with a smile. "Hey, you're back, kid?" "Just got back." Chen Yue yawned. "Let's talk about it later. I need to get some sleep first." Old Ma, however, became interested. "Didn't you spend a month working on that Hailong 3? How'd the test flight go?" "It's all right," Chen Yue replied casually. So, but they seemed pretty satisfied. He didn't want anyone around him to know anything about the Freedom Black Hawk. If word got out, how could he continue to live peacefully here? Old Ma laughed and said, "You're just bragging. What you've tinkered with for a month is nothing to those experts. You should stick to doing some manual labor and make a steady living. That's the most reliable way to earn money." Chen Yue was too lazy to explain and just waved his hand. "I'm too tired. Let's talk about it another day." After returning to his room, he locked the door, collapsed into bed, and quickly fell asleep. He was sleeping soundly, but the United States, far across the ocean, was in an uproar. The U.S. Carrier Strike Group, anchored in international waters, received no news from the USS Freedom Black Hawk and did not receive the return of the 2 reconnaissance aircraft. 2 hours after losing contact, the Carrier Strike Group finally reported the situation to the Pentagon. 2 Freedom Black Hawk helicopters vanished silently from the airspace of the Great Dragon Nation. This news was like a bombshell, causing a dramatic change in the expressions of the Pentagon's generals. A black general frowned and asked, "What exactly happened?" "Those 5th-generation fighter jets from the Great Dragon Kingdom are nowhere near as fast as the Freedom Black Hawk. It's impossible for them to shoot down our planes without warning." Another general said in a deep voice, "But they are indeed missing, and it has been more than 3 hours. Given the amount of fuel they have left, it is impossible for them to continue cruising." Chapter 36. The disappearance of the Black Hawk Freedom shocks the world. What does this mean? Those two Freedom Black Hawks have either crashed into the sea or landed successfully. But where else could they land within the airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom? Absurd. Utterly absurd. An American general slammed his fist on the table and roared. A Black Hawk Freedom is worth $300 million. Losing the plane isn't the worst part. If the technology falls into the hands of the Great Dragon Kingdom, who will bear the consequences? As soon as he finished speaking, several agents in suits strode over. One of them reported, "General Schmidt, we have intercepted the latest news from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Some civilians have photographed two Freedom Black Hawk helicopters appearing at a military base on the southeast coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom." The agent handed him a stack of photos. Schmidt snatched them and quickly flipped through them. The photos were blurry, with only a corner of the airport visible, but he still recognized them at a glance. The two long, black fuselages of the Freedom Black Hawk. Are you sure it was taken at a military airfield in the Great Dragon Kingdom? Schmidt's eyelids twitched violently. If the photos were authentic, it would be a huge problem for the U.S. Even if the plane crashed and the pilot's body was never recovered, it would be 1,000,000 times better than the plane falling intact into the hands of the Great Dragon Kingdom. The two intact Black Hawk helicopters are readily available research material. Even if the core encryption technology isn't so easy to crack, it's enough to allow the Great Dragon Kingdom to achieve a major breakthrough in the field of reconnaissance aircraft. Schmidt grew increasingly panicked, completely unsure how to report this to the president. What puzzled him even more was that the two planes in the photos showed no signs of damage. They hadn't been hit, nor did they appear to have made an emergency landing. Had the pilots defected? At this moment, the agent said, "General, we have also found out some information. According to the online public opinion in the Great Dragon Kingdom, it is said that a young man named Chen Yue piloted a Great Dragon Kingdom reconnaissance aircraft and captured our aircraft." "What did you say?" Schmidt turned around abruptly, almost thinking he had misheard. The agent pointed to one of the photos. "The news is true, and the young man is in the photo." The photo only showed half of Chen Yue's profile. Although blurry, it revealed his youth. Schmidt stared at it for a long time, as if trying to discern some secret he was hiding in the photo. He simply couldn't believe that an ordinary-looking young man could pilot a backward reconnaissance aircraft from the Great Dragon Kingdom and capture the world's most advanced Freedom Black Hawk. But right now, besides this intelligence, he had no other leads. Schmidt tossed the photo back into the agent's arms and sternly ordered, "Immediately deploy the intelligence agency to investigate this young man named Chen Yue with all our might. Before other countries can react, I'm giving you only 8 hours." Soon, all levels of intelligence agencies in the United States sprang into action, beginning a search for all information about Chen Yue on the Chinese internet. However, Schmidt clearly misjudged one thing. He assumed only the U.S. was paying attention to Chen Yue, but the reality was far from that. Far away in the Middle East, bearded Lasker, Commander Benjamin, and a group of other members sat around a conference table. The large screen displayed domestic news and public opinion regarding the Black Hawk Freedom within the Great Dragon Kingdom. Benjamin was utterly shocked. "It really is Chen Yue, the one who cooperated with us? He used his modified reconnaissance plane to capture the USS Freedom Black Hawk. And 2 whole planes." Lasker exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. "Commander, doesn't this prove that our cooperation with Chen Yue was absolutely the right decision?" The bearded men in the conference room all broke into smiles. After a brief silence, Benjamin immediately ordered, "Contact Chen Yue through the Dark Domain Network immediately to confirm if he was responsible. If so, expand the scope of cooperation immediately." Just as Lasker was about to send a message, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by expanding the scope of cooperation?" Benjamin said impatiently, "Although the Great Dragon Kingdom is powerful, it certainly cannot easily capture the Freedom Black Hawk with its current technology. This is mostly Chen Yue's doing, which means that he has more advanced technology that we don't know about. We must find a way to buy it." A bearded man next to him added, "The U.S. will definitely investigate Chen Yue and may even take military action. We must keep a close eye on him to prevent anything from happening to him." "Yes, I'll take care of it right away," Lasker replied, and immediately started leaving messages for Chen Yue. Meanwhile, at the Lanyan City Machinery Factory, Chen Yue was completely unaware of the uproar that had ensued outside. He slept straight through until the next morning. After waking up, Chen Yue quickly washed up and made a few tea eggs for breakfast. While eating the tea eggs, he habitually sat down at the table and turned on his computer and phone. The next second, a barrage of message notifications nearly crashed the device. Luckily, he was currently flush with cash. His computer and phone were top-of-the-line models, costing hundreds of thousands combined, which barely kept the device running smoothly. Chen Yue saw a bunch of comments on his Douyin account. Master, you're the one who captured 2 Black Hawk reconnaissance planes from the US, right? When are you going to do a live stream to tell us what happened? I can't wait. It was only then that Chen Yue realized he had become famous again, and this time it was a huge sensation. Although the authorities tried to cool things down, the online discussion remained intense. Then he opened his darknet shop. The goods should have already been delivered to the bearded man. As soon as he logged on, a message from the bearded man, Lask, popped up. Chapter 37 New Order, Advanced Stealth Coding. Chen Yue was unaware that Rask, under the orders of Commander Benjamin, had been guarding the dark domain for nearly 12 hours. During this time, Lasker barely blinked, his eyes glued to Chen Yue's profile picture. As soon as he saw him come online, he excitedly sent a message. Mr. Chen, you're amazing. We all know you personally captured 2 Freedom Black Hawk reconnaissance aircraft. Chen Yue remained calm and simply replied, Hee, it's nothing. Lasker nearly choked on his words. In the Middle East, the U.S. Freedom Black Hawk reconnaissance aircraft roamed almost unimpeded. With their technology, they could hardly capture a single enemy, let alone a shadow. Chen Yue simply smiled. He knew that many forces in the Middle East harbored deep grudges against the United States, and Lasker and his group were among them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. His previous sale of steel pipes was based on this principle. So Chen Yue replied, as a citizen of the Great Dragon Kingdom, it is normal to do my part to protect the country, which is why I said it was just a trivial matter. Benjamin, who was standing nearby, was extremely anxious and urged Lasker to stop chatting and quickly ask about the stealth coding. He had to get the goods before anyone else. Lasker immediately cut to the chase. Mr. Chen, can you sell us stealth coding? Chen Yue replied, the paint is still in the testing phase, and sales will probably have to wait. After all, it's a test product, and we can't guarantee that the effect will be absolutely stable. Lasker looked at Benjamin. Benjamin didn't hesitate. If we have it, we'll take it. How could technology capable of directly confronting the Black Hawk down technology be inferior? Even without thinking, they know they must buy it, and the more the better. The U.S. has bullied them in the Middle East for too long. They desperately need a means of retaliation. Lasker immediately typed, Mr. Chen, the effects can be verified gradually. For us, having the goods is the most important thing. If raw materials are scarce, we can also provide assistance. Chen Yue thought for a moment and agreed. I can take this order. However, the price will be relatively high, and the cost will far exceed that of semi-finished products like steel pipes. Lasker quoted a direct price. 100,000 per kilogram. We'll take as much as you have. In US dollars. Chen Yue was still shocked when he saw the price. 100,000 US dollars per kilogram, which is about 700,000 dragon coins. If an airplane is to be painted all over, it would take at least several dozen kilograms. Moreover, Lasker's meaning was very clear. They would accept as much as Chen Yue could produce. Chen Yue immediately replied, with my current production capacity, I can provide about 50 kilograms for the first transaction, so let's say 50 kilograms. The delivery time is about half a month, and the deposit is 50%. After sending the message, Lasker immediately replied with an OK emoji. This wasn't the first time the two had worked together, so Chen Yue wasn't worried about Lasker's credibility. The dark web is located overseas, and all payments are made in US dollars. A few minutes later, Chen Yue had just closed his shop when he received a text message on his phone confirming the arrival of a $5 million deposit. That sound is simply beautiful. After receiving the second order, Chen Yue didn't rush to start construction this time. The strongest manual system brought him more than just the initial excitement of making money. Now he wants to know where his limits really are. The extensive modifications to the Hailong 3 were ultimately based on an older reconnaissance aircraft, with further enhancements and improvements. But this wasn't what he truly wanted. He hopes that one day he can build an aircraft entirely by hand, and that its performance must surpass that of any fifth-generation fighter jet in the world. Building an entire aircraft involves far too many things. Materials, engines, fuel, structure, circuitry, and wind tunnel simulation testing. Each one is incredibly complex. If fifth-generation fighter jets were so easy to build, the world would be filled with them by now. The reality is that Apart from a few countries like China and the US, most countries can't even independently produce fourth-generation fighter jets. Chen Yue opened the system in his mind and began to check his current skills and talents. Mechanical comprehension is 100%, and circuit control comprehension is 100%. Steel pipe manufacturing is at max level, advanced paint manufacturing is at level 1, and advanced engine manufacturing is at level 1. He quickly went through all the skills. The result was not surprising. Apart from his steel pipe making proficiency being maxed out, all the other skills were still at level 1. Each time these skills are upgraded, new features or more advanced manufacturing capabilities are unlocked. For example, at the beginning, he could only handcraft ordinary 7.62 seamless steel pipes. But after his steel pipe skill reached the maximum level, he could skillfully forge all kinds of models, even rocket launcher barrels. If he had enough materials, he might even be able to manufacture the cannon barrels for tanks and armored vehicles. As for the advanced engine manufacturing technology and coating manufacturing technology that were unlocked later, their initial capabilities were already super compressed hydrogen engines and stealth coatings. If all these skills were maxed out, the resulting creation would likely far surpass that heavily modified Hailong 3. Thinking about this, Chen Yue felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid of hardship, but the problem was, where would he find so many aircraft to modify? Chapter 38, Amazing. The boss is back and paying out money. The Lanyan City No. 1 machinery factory has no shortage of steel materials in its warehouses. Apart from that, it only has some heavy, large-scale machinery and equipment. When the boss ran away, these machines couldn't be moved or sold immediately, so they were all left in the factory. To make matters worse, the factory was almost completely emptied out. Even the electrical wires were stolen by the departing workers. Those who stayed behind, including Chen Yue, had to pay for the electrical wiring themselves to get the power back on. Under such conditions, finding a large number of aircraft for him to practice on and improve his skills was virtually impossible. Just as Chen Yue was pondering what to do, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. Old Ma called out to him from outside. Chen Yue, open the door quickly. As Chen Yue opened the door, he almost bumped into Old Ma, who rushed in. Old Ma was beaming with excitement, his voice brimming with joy. Great news. It looks like there's hope for our factory. Is there hope? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Could it be that the boss has returned? Hearing Old Ma's words, he realized that Huang Jun, the factory owner, had actually returned. Old Ma pulled him downstairs, cursing, that bastard still has the nerve to come back? The workers are blocking the gate, demanding payment. Let's hurry over there. We have to get our wages back this time. Chen Yue responded and followed Lao Ma toward the factory gate. Although he wasn't short of money or the 10,000 yuan in wages, he still felt a lump in his throat. He started working at this factory right after graduating from university, but after half a year, he didn't receive a single penny. The boss simply ran away. Even if he were a billionaire now, he would still get his money back, no matter what. At the factory gate, a black car was surrounded by workers. Huang Jun, standing beside the car, took off his sunglasses, his face pale, but he still tried to appear calm. Don't worry, everyone. I'm back today, and your wages will definitely be paid in full. Can you please make way for me? Get out of the way. Old Ma rushed forward and grabbed his tie. Did you think we were almost gone and wanted to come back to sell the steel and equipment? Huang Jun quickly defended himself. Master Ma, how could you think of me like that? I came back openly and honestly this time, and I even brought cash with me. Your wages will be settled on the spot. Old Ma clearly didn't believe him. This guy had also been full of sweet talk, completely fooling them before leaving. Now, even if he said he was coming to give out gold bars, the workers wouldn't let him go easily. Seeing this, Huang Jun had no choice but to press the car key. The trunk popped open, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash inside. The workers immediately fell silent upon seeing this. That trunk full of money must have been worth at least several 100,000 yuan. It would definitely be enough to pay their wages. Huang Jun immediately regained his confidence and walked to the trunk, laughing. See? When have I, Huang Jun, ever lied to anyone? I came back this time to get the factory up and running again, and to see how many people are willing to stay. You are all the elites of the factory. Seeing that he actually had money, the workers' expressions immediately softened considerably, and the men who had pushed him earlier felt a little embarrassed and began to say nice things to him. Huang Jun smiled and responded politely, but his eyes kept scanning the crowd, as if looking for someone. Old Ma sensed something was wrong and asked him, Boss Huang, Didn't you say you're paying wages? Who are you looking for? Huang Jun hesitated for a moment, then said, I remember there was a college student intern at our factory before. Was his name Chen Yue? I haven't seen him. Did he leave? Old Ma casually said, he'll be here in a bit. You should pay our money first. Upon hearing that Chen Yue was still at the factory, Huang Jun visibly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, no rush. We'll send him out together once everyone is here. Just then, Chen Yue strolled over from the dormitory building. From a distance, he spotted Huang Jun in the crowd. It wasn't that he had particularly good eyesight, but rather that all the other workers were wearing old work clothes, while Huang Jun stood out in his suit and tie. Chen Yue, you've finally arrived. Huang Jun's eyes lit up when he saw him. He greeted him with a smile and even extended his hand. Chen Yue merely glanced at him up and down, making no move to shake hands. The atmosphere instantly froze, and Huang Jun's smile turned awkward. Old Ma quickly came over and whispered a reminder. Chen Yue, Boss Huang really brought money back this time. Don't let him get away with it. Chen Yue chuckled. I was wondering what was going on. It seems Boss Huang has made a fortune outside. I didn't expect he would still remember us. Huang Jun laughed heartily. Abandoning the factory and leaving before was indeed my fault. Now I'm back with money to apologize, aren't I? Chen Yue laughed too. Really? Could it be money you swindled from somewhere else? If we take it, wouldn't we become accomplices? Upon hearing this, the surrounding workers immediately erupted in uproar. Chapter 39. Paint is ready. Time to upgrade the tech tree. Huang Jun has been withholding their wages for so long. They finally got back to the factory, but it seems he might come back to scam them again. Everyone glared at him angrily, and Huang Jun panicked, waving his hands frantically to explain, No, absolutely not. Chen Yue, don't talk nonsense. Chen Yue laughed and asked in return, then why is Boss Huang suddenly so kind as to come back and pay everyone's wages? Did he have a change of heart? I don't think it's that simple. The Lanyan City Machinery Factory is now almost shut down, and resuming production is no easy task. A few pieces of equipment are still being maintained by Chen Yue and the workers, but most of the rest are badly rusted, and repairing them would cost a fortune. Huang Jun had no choice but to lower his stance, patting his chest and assuring everyone, I genuinely want to get the factory back up and running this time. Since you haven't left, you must still want to have work. I'm planning to resume production. Can we settle your wages today? Seeing that his attitude was acceptable, the workers didn't say anything more. Getting the money was the most important thing. What Huang Jun wanted to do next was his business. Soon, at the factory gate, Huang Jun settled all the back wages owed to each worker. Finally, he walked up to Chen Yue with a wad of cash and said with a smile, Chen Yue, your contract was special. Let's go to the office to talk. The two arrived at the factory's office building. Huang Jun was shrewd before he ran away, having already moved all the valuables out. Now, only an empty shell remained, but fortunately, the tables and chairs were still there. After entering, Huang Jun told Chen Yue to sit wherever he liked, then blew the dust off his executive chair and plopped down before speaking. There are no outsiders here, so I'll get straight to the point. I came back this time not for those people outside, but for you. Chen Yue was taken aback. He wasn't well known at the factory. He was at most a college intern. The only reason he had stayed for so long was because his personnel file was still at the factory, his contract hadn't ended, and being owed wages was only one of the reasons. Huang Jun said earnestly, In my eyes, you are more important than all of them combined. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't be able to benefit from this today. Huang Jun originally intended to sneak back to the factory to find Chen Yue, but he was spotted by several workers who were going out for lunch as soon as he arrived at the gate. Left with no other option, he made up an excuse, saying he was back to pay wages and revitalize the machinery factory. Chen Yue found it even more amusing. Boss Huang, do you think I, an intern, have that much value? Are you mistaken? Huang Jun immediately said, Don't be modest. Just look at how you can get over 100,000 viewers with a simple live stream on Douyin. Isn't that a huge asset? Upon hearing this, Chen Yue immediately understood. It turned out that Huang Jun had seen his live stream on Douyin, saw an opportunity to profit from it, and that's why he came back to find him. Huang Jun lit a cigarette and adopted the air of a seasoned veteran. I've seen everything you sell and do on your live streams. You got a lot of potential. You just need an opportunity that can help you boost your traffic and bring in bigger business opportunities. Chen Yue smiled and said, Does Boss Huang mean you're the one who can give me a chance? Huang Jun replied without hesitation, Of course. I'll be your agent, give you a makeover, support your company, and guarantee your business will thrive. This is a win-win situation. Chen Yue deliberately scratched his head. But I don't have any skills. I can't do anything except make steel pipes. Boss Wang, are you sure you've got the right person? Huang Jun was a little puzzled. Why couldn't this kid get it? In his opinion, as long as he gave him a little guidance, it wouldn't be impossible for Chen Yu's live stream to reach 500,000 viewers or even 1 million viewers. At that time, all Chen Yue needs to do is shout a few words in the live broadcast and casually promote his products, and the money will flow into his pocket in huge amounts. But Chen Yue saw it very clearly. He made money through the various skills provided by the strongest handcrafting system. Live streaming was merely a tool to increase popularity and exposure. Apart from a few big spenders like the oil tycoon and the bearded man who spent lavishly, ordinary viewers had long been shrewd. Moreover, he hasn't even responded to Xiao Yanin yet, so Huang Jun, who has a history of running away, is even less trustworthy. So Chen Yue stood up and said seriously, Boss Huang, you should find someone else for this job. I'm just doing live streaming for fun. I don't plan to make a living from it. Huang Jun hurriedly called out, Hey, don't go, Chen Yue. But Chen Yue didn't turn his head and left the office directly. Huang Jun couldn't stop him, so he put his feet up on the desk and muttered, Little brat, quite the stubborn one. A moment later, he smiled again. Since he couldn't win him over right now, he'd play the long game. Back in the workshop, Chen Yue quickly organized the chemical raw materials he had bought from the logistics center. A rough calculation showed that these materials could make about 100 kilograms of high-grade stealth coating, more than enough for Big Beard's team. He changed into work clothes, put on gloves and goggles, and quickly began making the second batch of advanced stealth coating. With the experience from the first time, the process went much more smoothly this time. From the start of work to the paint being ready, it took less than 8 hours in total. At the same time, Chen Yue was pleasantly surprised to find that his tech tree experience could be upgraded again. Chapter 40 New Skill, Carbon Fiber Cable Manufacturing Technique. Now, Chen Yue is more interested in what new skills the technology tree can unlock than taking on new orders. After all, the first level tech tree only offered steel pipe manufacturing, but the second level gave them an outrageous technology like advanced stealth coating. So what will the third level tech tree bring? With anticipation in mind, Chen Yue did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. Upgrade the technology tree and submit the blueprint. H-9 Bomber Blueprint. During his previous visit to the military base, he used the guise of learning to save several aircraft blueprints in the system, which he could use to upgrade his tech tree. The one he submitted this time was the H-9 Bomber, a conventional bomber currently in service with the Great Dragon Kingdom. With a ding, a system notification rang in my mind. Congratulations, host, your technology tree has reached level 3, unlocking a new skill. Ultra-high strength carbon fiber hybrid steel cable technology. What's steel cable? Chen Yue was taken aback. He knew about carbon fiber and steel cables, but what exactly was a carbon fiber steel cable hybrid? No matter how you look at it, this skill isn't as appealing as stealth coatings or engine manufacturing technology. Steel cables have relatively few applications, mainly concentrated in large-scale engineering equipment and a few specialized fields, so their sales certainly can't compare to steel pipes. Chen Yue quickly made a judgment in his mind. But now that the skill was unlocked, he couldn't just leave it unused. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered how, when he was a child in the village, he and his friends would take a thread, a curved sewing needle, and some pig offal, and they could catch a whole bucket of crayfish from the fish pond. Fishing has a certain fatal attraction for men. Moreover, the fishing tackle industry is currently very competitive, with all sorts of models of fishing rods, lines, hooks, and bait emerging one after another. People who don't know anything about fishing would probably be overwhelmed at first glance. Although Chen Yue didn't know much about fishing rod and line models, he understood one principle. As long as the quality is good enough, there's no need to worry about not having buyers. The fishing rod is easy to solve. He has steel pipe manufacturing technology, and combined with composite aerospace steel manufacturing technology, he can make a fishing rod that is both light and sturdy. As for fishing line, wouldn't the newly unlocked carbon fiber hybrid steel cable technology come in handy? This stuff is lightweight and strong, making it perfect for fishing line. Thinking of this, Chen Yue suddenly became interested. More importantly, fishing rods and lines have absolutely nothing to do with weapons, so his previously empty Douyin shop can finally legitimately list products. After making the decision, Chen Yue acted immediately and even started a live stream. Within a minute of the broadcast starting, nearly 3,000 people flooded into the live stream. Despite Douyin, TikTok's Chinese version, not providing any promotion, his current popularity is simply outrageous. 5 minutes later, the number of online users exceeded 30,000 and was still steadily increasing. Unbeknownst to Chen Yue, besides the ordinary viewers in the Great Dragon Kingdom, there were 3 other groups of people watching his live stream at that moment. The bearded man from Middle East was already a long-time viewer. In order not to miss any of Chen Yue's activities, he even arranged for 2 people to keep an eye on his phone 24 hours a day and to report immediately whenever Chen Yue went live or sent a message. The other 2 groups consisted of several staff officers from a main military base on the southeast coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom and a U.S. intelligence agency on the other side of the ocean. The military forces of 3 countries simultaneously focused their attention on Chen Yue, a seemingly ordinary college student. Good evening, everyone. Chen Yue smiled and waved to the camera. Today, the host is going to do something fun for everyone. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me what it is. Host, please respond to the rumors circulating online. Is it really you? Explain the airplane incident. On the U.S. intelligence front, several intelligence officers were using software to quickly translate the comments on the screen. Someone frowned and said, "It seems the rumors are probably true. Even ordinary viewers in the Great Dragon Kingdom are asking him about it." Another person stared at the screen, his tone puzzled, but he looks only in his early 20s. How could such an ordinary young man have that kind of ability? Meanwhile, Lu Hongjun, having received a notification from his staff, also arrived at the command center. On the large screen in the center, Chen Yue's live broadcast was playing. Lu Hongjun stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze serious. Let's see how this kid explains things to the public. When pressed by the audience, Chen Yue chose the safest answer. He scratched his head and said, "The streamer has been busy at the factory lately and hasn't been anywhere else. As for what you guys are talking about, I don't really understand. It's probably just a rumor." This answer disappointed many viewers, but the live stream quickly became lively again. "It's fine if you're not a streamer. We'd love to see you stream more new things." Exactly, if you go in and start operating the sewing machine. Who will we watch the live stream from? We'll be on TV today. There are already over 100,000 people, and not a single red envelope has been sent. Chen Yue then noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded 100,000. He was somewhat surprised. He thought that after more than a month of hiatus, he would be lucky to get a few thousand viewers, but he didn't expect the popularity to be so exaggerated. So Chen Yue first sent a timed red envelope containing 5,000 yuan. Once the atmosphere was right, he spoke up. "Today the host will be doing a program suitable for all ages. Anyone here like fishing? The host plans to make a brand new fishing rod and line on the spot today, and take it to the river for a real test tomorrow. If the quality is good enough, we'll start mass production." Chapter 41. Chen Yue makes fishing rods. Are the various forces disappointed? The moment Chen Yue uttered this news, the live stream chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Of the 10 people watching his live stream, 8 or 9 are grown men who enjoy watching videos about machinery and handicrafts. Men generally have some interest in fishing. Either they like it or they haven't had the chance to try it yet. Upon hearing that Chen Yue was going to make a complete set of fishing rods and lines by hand, the screen immediately filled with comments. The streamer can even make fishing rods? Really? There's a lot to know about fishing rods. Aren't the best ones made of carbon fiber? Does your little shabby factory even have a place to make carbon fiber? How much are you planning to sell it for? Don't rip off your fans. Seeing the audience bombarding him with questions, Chen Yue smiled and explained that he didn't plan to make the fishing rod itself out of carbon fiber. The reason is simple. Carbon fiber is lightweight and strong, but it has poor deformation capacity. If you only test the load by having someone stand on a tilted fishing rod, there is not much difference between carbon fiber and steel. Both can withstand hundreds of kilograms when subjected to stable lateral force. However, once the stress mode changes to shear impact, carbon fiber becomes significantly brittle and easily breaks, while steel has a greater advantage in this regard. Therefore, Chen Yue decided that the first fishing rod would follow the traditional approach, using lightweight steel for the rod body and high-strength carbon fiber cable technology for the fishing line. After saying that, he asked the audience to be quiet and watch while he officially began selecting materials and starting work. Seamless steel pipes couldn't be hand-stitched for show, so hand-stitching a fishing rod couldn't be too much, could it? Meanwhile, at the coastal headquarters, Lu Hongjun watched the live stream for a while and saw that Chen Yue was seriously making fishing rods. So he waved his hand. The staff officer next to him immediately understood, turned off the screen, and asked, "Deputy Commander Lu, aren't you going to watch anymore?" Lu Hongjun snorted, hand behind his back. "What's so interesting about a fishing rod? I'm worried about other things right now. How's the arresting cable sample we submitted this time?" The military base on the southeast coast is currently stuck on a key technology. A month ago, the United States, along with several Western countries, suddenly announced that they would no longer sell their aircraft carrier arresting gear and related technologies, effective immediately. Contracts already negotiated with China were unilaterally torn up by the other side. The other party was quick to pay the penalty for breach of contract, but money can't solve the problem. China's first aircraft carrier has entered a critical construction phase, and the U.S. military satellites have already captured images of parts of the port. They would rather breach the contract than hand over this technology. The arresting cable of an aircraft carrier may seem like just a steel cable, insignificant compared to the massive aircraft carrier, but contains extremely advanced technology and cannot be replaced by any random steel cable. It had to stop a carrier-based aircraft with tremendous kinetic energy in just a few seconds and withstand thousands of uses. Materials, rigidity, elasticity, and kinetic energy absorption. Each aspect was a huge test. During this month, Lu Hongjun contacted several domestic military-industrial enterprises, but none of the products they sent were truly qualified. When he asked about this, the staff officers all shook their heads. One of them reported, "This batch of samples has been tested, and the data is quite good, but it cannot handle the landing mission of a fully loaded fighter jet." Full load means a combat state where the fuel tank is full and ammunition is fully loaded. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongjun waved his hand impatiently. "No need to say so much. To put it bluntly, the quality is still not good enough. Continue to talk to companies about RD. This task must be completed as soon as possible. We can't afford to waste time." "Yes." Several staff officers saluted simultaneously. Meanwhile, in the U.S. Intelligence Center, several intelligence personnel watching Chen Yue's live stream also showed expressions of disappointment. "These are the young people from the Great Dragon Kingdom that the general instructed us to keep a close eye on. It's so disappointing. I thought he would make something amazing, but it's just a fishing rod." The person in charge quickly instructed his secretary, "Don't keep an eye on it for now. Compile a report and send it to the Pentagon as soon as possible." Meanwhile, inside the machinery factory, Chen Yue had already used the workshop equipment to smelt the hollow steel pipes needed to make fishing rods. With his exaggeratedly skilled manual operation, section after section of steel pipe was precisely connected. Judging by its appearance alone, this fishing rod was as ordinary as could be, entirely silver white with a metallic sheen, without any fancy decorations, simple to the extreme. But this did not dampen the audience's expectations. The comment section was full of people urging him to go fishing for the test. Chen Yue, however, told everyone not to rush. He said that the fishing line is not yet ready, and they will test it together when the broadcast starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. He hadn't actually operated the carbon fiber cable technology before. Plus, it was almost time for his live stream, so Chen Yue simply turned it off. But for him, the real show is just beginning. He didn't really know much about fishing. He only knew that fish weighing 30 to 50 pounds were rare in ordinary rivers, and those weighing over 100 pounds were considered giants. Chen Yue thought for a moment. What if they encountered an even bigger fish if they only designed it according to the standard of 100 gene? Why not just raise the standards even higher? With that in mind, he immediately got to work. Since there were no readily available matching machines, he disassembled parts from other equipment and modified them himself. This busy period lasted until evening. Finally, Chen Yue, wearing a high-temperature protective mask, used tongs to pull a bright red object out of the furnace. Chapter 42. On-site fishing, testing the new product. After rapidly cooling in the air, this new material develops a sophisticated matte metallic finish. It's about the same thickness as a large sea fishing line and approximately 100 meters long. To the naked eye, it could easily be mistaken for ordinary steel wire. However, if observed under professional equipment, it becomes clear that this unassuming line is actually composed of tens of thousands of fine carbon fibers and steel wires intertwined. The carbon fiber steel cable, formed by winding and twisting the two materials in the optimal ratio, has a strength far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Okay, this one will do. Chen Yue wasn't really sure how powerful it would be. But after all that tinkering, he was so sleepy, he kept yawning and didn't want to make any more backup test samples. He used the remaining steel to make a few more fish hooks, packed everything up, and went back to his lodgings to sleep. When he woke up the next day, it was already 7:30 in the morning. After a quick wash, Chen Yue stuffed his homemade fishing gear in his backpack, locked the door, and headed out to the river in the city to fish and live stream. As soon as he stepped out of the factory, he turned on his live stream, and viewers began to stream in. Before they even reached the factory gate, a black car pulled up behind them. The back window rolled down, revealing Huang Jun's ingratiating face. "Chen Yue, where are you going so early in the morning?" Chen Yue glanced at him and smiled. "Boss Huang, I'm just going out for a stroll and maybe go fishing for fun." Huang Jun said, half jokingly, "Really? You're not going to run away, are you? Get in the car. I'll give you a ride." Just then, the phone camera captured Huang Jun, and someone on the live stream immediately recognized him. "Isn't this the owner of the Lanyan City Machinery Factory who ran away? I heard he took over his father's factory, but ran away after less than 2 years. He dares to come back and even try to get close to the streamer." Clearly, Huang Jun doesn't have a good reputation in Lanyan City, and many viewers know about him. Chen Yue shook his head and refused. "No need. I'll just go to the river. It's only a 5-minute walk away. You go ahead with your work." Huang Jun told the driver to slow down, and the car followed leisurely beside him. "Coincidentally, I'm not busy today either." Chen Yue glanced at him and asked with a smile, "So where are you rushing off to so early in the morning?" Huang Jun was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Isn't this a coincidence? I was actually going fishing too." Fortunately, there was a fishing tackle set in the trunk. Otherwise, he couldn't very well say that he had come specifically to keep an eye on Chen Yue. The two walked and talked, and soon arrived at the river. Lanyan City was heavily polluted in the past, but in recent years, heavy industry has moved to the suburbs and the machinery factory has also shut down. The river is now full of aquatic plants and is quite suitable for fishing. Chen Yue said to the live stream audience, "Please wait a moment. I need to prepare." He was an expert at handcrafting fishing rods, but when it came to fishing, he was clearly not so skilled. After setting up his fishing rod, he picked up an entrenching tool and ran to the nearby mud to dig for earthworms. Huang Jun got out of the car and took a look, then immediately shook his head with a smile. "Chen Yue, your equipment is no good. Look at mine. This is what you call professional." He opened the trunk, and it was indeed fully stocked. Fishing rods, different sizes of fishing lines, several large bags of bait, artificial lures, and a small casting rod. It was arranged like that of an experienced angler. Then he came over with a bag of bait, smiling and saying, "Earthworms are no match for proper mixed bait. Here, try mine, it's yours." Before Chen Yue could refuse, he placed the bait on Chen Yue's side, then set up his rod 4 or 5 meters away, prepared the bait, and started fishing. His movements were very skilled. In comparison, Chen Yue's side appears exceptionally rudimentary. The live stream chat started flooded with messages. "Is the streamer a newbie? How can you fish without baiting the area? Relying solely on earthworms, it would probably take a whole day to sit here." Chen Yue finally dug up a small box of earthworms and prepared to start fishing. He baited the hook, cast the line, and cast the line. Although his movements weren't professional, they went relatively smoothly. He then introduced the product to the camera. "As you can see, although my fishing rod is made of pure metal, it is not heavy. The total weight is less than a bottle of mineral water, making it an absolutely ultra-light product." Huang Jun laughed from the side. "Chen Yue, are you planning to start your own fishing rod business? This industry is very complex. It's not enough to just talk about it. You have to let people see how well it works." The implication is clear. Chen Yue needs to make a profit during today's live stream. Otherwise, even the best publicity won't hold water. Half an hour passed, but Chen Yue didn't make a single move. On the other hand, Huang Jun, taking advantage of his bait and ground baiting, kept casting his line and caught several palm-sized crucian carp. The situation became somewhat awkward. Chen Yue was also anxious. He should have bought some bait beforehand. As for the packet Huang Jun had brought, he really didn't want to use it. If he did, the other party would definitely use it as an excuse to pester him again. The number of doubts raised in the live stream room is also increasing. The streamer's skills aren't very good. It's been almost an hour, and the fishing rod hasn't reacted at all. Look over there, other people have already caught several. Just as everyone began to suspect Chen Yue, there was a sudden movement on the water. With a whoosh, the clear sound of the fishing line cutting through the water rang out, and the line in Chen Yue's hand instantly tightened. A big fish is coming. Chen Yue perked up, gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and began to struggle against what was in the water. Huang Jun, who was standing next to him, looked over in surprise. Wow, Chen Yue, you caught a big fish on your first cast? But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. The fish was incredibly strong, and Chen Yue was struggling to hold it back, his feet being pulled forward little by little. Chapter 43. Fishing line pulls speedboat. Audience stunned. Wow, this fish is quite big. Seeing Chen Yue gripping the fishing rod tightly, Huang Jun couldn't help but ask, Chen Yue, do you need us to help you? Not for now. Chen Yue gripped the fishing rod tightly, his expression showing surprise. The thing in the water was incredibly strong, like a shark was dragging him from below, almost pulling him towards the riverbank. Seeing that he was about to give up, Chen Yue took a step forward and firmly wedged the fishing rod against the railing on the shore. The high-strength alloy fishing rod was instantly fixed in place, bending into an exaggerated arc, which was terrifying to watch. The viewers in the live stream went wild. What did the streamer catch? The fishing rod is bent like this. It must be a big one. Oh no, this is terrible. This is an amateur's operation. If we keep trying to tough it out, the fishing rod won't break, and the fishing line will break too. Anyone who knows fishing knows that when you hook a big fish, you can't pull out forcefully. You have to play it. Because once the fishing rod is pulled almost horizontally, the fishing line can't withstand the strain and will break very quickly. But Chen Yue is doing the opposite, using the railing and something in the water to play tug-of-war. Everyone thought the fishing rod was about to break. Strangely, the fishing rod, though bent into a near semicircle and still vibrating, never broke. The fishing line, cut into the water, only swayed slightly, without the violent thrashing of a large fish struggling. Huang Jun leaned closer to take a look, frowned, and said, Something's not right, Chen Yue. Your fishhook is probably snagged on a rock or piece of wood at the bottom of the water. Don't bother, just cut the line. Chen Yue hesitated. The pulling force didn't feel like a fish. It felt more like something was tugging at him from the front. No one noticed that a small fishery patrol boat was moored on the river 100 meters away. The boatman looked puzzled. That's strange. There aren't even any water plants on the river. Why doesn't the boat move when we press the accelerator? He struggled for a long time, but the speedboat was still stuck as if something was obstructing it. Another staff member came to the stern to check, and found that the area around the propeller was clean and there was nothing tangled around it. What's even stranger is that, given the speedboat's power, even if there was seaweed, it should have been swept away long ago. It's impossible that it couldn't move an inch. Step on the gas pedal all the way. Let me see what's going on. Rumble. The speedboat revved to its full throttle. The propeller spun at high speed, and a large spray of water erupted from its stern. Yet the speedboat remained firmly stationary, its position unchanged. The staff member's face grew increasingly grim. The engine is normal. The propeller is normal. What the hell is going on? Just then, he suddenly noticed something extremely thin that seemed to be connected to the speedboat in the Green River. It was completely unnoticed unless you looked very closely. He lay down at the stern and stared for a long time, then froze instantly. That was a fishing line. A fishing line so thin it was almost invisible actually managed to hold their speedboat. Who would believe that? He looked up along the fishing line and saw that someone was fishing on the bank 100 meters away. Could it really be fishing line? That's outrageous. Almost simultaneously, Chen Yue and Huang Jun on the shore also saw the fishing line in the water suddenly rise to the surface. Looking along the fishing line into the distance, the two were stunned. On the river, a fishery administration speedboat was running at full speed, but it simply couldn't move. Huang Jun's face changed, and he hurriedly shouted, Chen Yue, your fishing line seems to have snagged on the speedboat. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yue was dumbfounded. It turned out he hadn't been fishing for fish at all, but a speedboat. The live stream was quiet for 2 seconds, then the chat exploded. Incredible. The streamer fished up a speedboat. That speedboat must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, right? And it was running at full speed, yet got caught by the fishing line. This can't be, right? Could it be a script? Viewers flooded the screen with comments, because what they were seeing was simply too unusual. How could a fishing line possibly go head-to-head with a real speedboat? Could it be that it wasn't a fishing line, but a steel cable? However, it is clearly visible in the lens that the line on Chen Yue's fishing rod is almost the same thickness as ordinary fishing line, and there is no trace of counterfeiting. At this moment, not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room stunned, but also the staff officers in the Southeast Coastal General Base Command Center were dumbfounded. They had been monitoring Chen Yue's live stream, but they never expected to witness such an outrageous scene on the first time they saw him go live. A fishing line that could actually hold a speedboat. Anyone who heard that would probably think it was a joke. One of the staff officers exclaimed in shock, "What kind of fishing line can withstand the pull of a speedboat at full power?" Another person analyzed in a deep voice, "Let alone fishing line, even steel wire of the same thickness might not be able to do it. That thing is probably not an ordinary material." Soon, Lu Hongjun received the news and rushed to the command center. Looking at the images on the big screen and listening to the staff officer's report, he was suddenly struck by a jolt. The next second, he directly ordered, "Staff officer Feng, take a few men and go to Lanyan City immediately to find Chen Yue and find out exactly what that fishing line of his is." Chapter 44 alarmed the military. This was even more powerful than a stop rope. With his hands behind his back, Lu Hongjun gave a deep order. If this kid didn't cheat, then this thing is going to be something extraordinary. At that moment, the most pressing problem facing the Great Dragon Kingdom immediately came to mind: the arresting gear technology for carrier-based aircraft. Major military bases and research centers along the coast were investing resources in research, but progress remained slow. There are thousands of types of composite materials available today, and testing them all would be extremely time-consuming and might not even yield a suitable result. But the thin fishing line Chen Yue was showing on the screen gave Lu Hongjun a sudden idea. Such a thin line managed to hold up a speedboat. If it were enlarged to the diameter of an aircraft carrier's arresting cable, wouldn't the tensile strength it could withstand increase exponentially? What if this kid's fishing line actually had a chance? Meanwhile, on the riverbank in Lanyan City, Chen Yue and Huang Jun were still standing there. After the Fishery Administration speedboat determined the malfunction, it turned around and sailed back to shore. A staff member came ashore, looked at the fishing rod stuck in the railing, and frowned, saying, "What are you two doing? You dare to block the Fishery Administration boat." At the end of the fishing rod, a light gray fishing line disappeared into the water, its color almost identical to the one that had been wrapped around the propeller earlier. Huang Jun quickly smiled apologetically. "Comrade, we really didn't mean to. We were just fishing casually. We didn't expect to damage your boat. It was definitely an accident." The staff member's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but he still reprimanded him. Luckily, no safety incident occurred. If the boat had malfunctioned and caused injuries or fatalities, could you have taken responsibility? Huang Jun nodded repeatedly, even hinting to Chen Yue to say a few conciliatory words. But Chen Yue didn't listen at all. His gaze was fixed on the other side of the speedboat. Another worker was holding scissors, preparing to cut the fishing line. But even after several forceful cuts, the line didn't budge. That seemingly ordinary line was incredibly strong. It looked less like fishing line and more like a tough steel wire. The worker looked down and noticed several nicks on the blade of the scissors. He was stunned. "Where did you get this fishing line?" Chen Yue calmly replied, "I made it myself. This material is quite sturdy, and it's difficult to cut with ordinary scissors. You should probably use a larger hydraulic pliers instead." Hydraulic shears? The two workers' expressions turned strange. Using hydraulic shears to cut a fishing line was unheard of. One of them stared at them, his tone becoming serious. "Your behavior is too strange. Stop fishing for a bit, come back with us for a quick checkup, and cooperate." Chen Yue inwardly sighed inwardly, realizing he was in trouble. He had finally managed to get out and relax, only to be taken in for questioning by the fisheries authorities again. But even if he explained the techniques used with the fishing line, they might not understand. The live stream chat was in an uproar. Viewers were just as shocked as the staff officers when they witnessed Chen Yue using a fishing line to pull a speedboat at full speed. Some people exclaimed that they had been fishing for over 30 years and had never seen a fishing line that could tow a speedboat. Others urged for the link to be posted, wanting to buy the same fishing rod and line. Still others joked that the streamer probably wouldn't be able to broadcast today, as they were about to take him in for questioning. On the shore, Huang Jun was still pleading, "Leaders, we haven't broken the law. It's just that the fishing line got caught on the boat. It can be explained in a few words. There's no need to investigate further, is there? The staff member glared at him. You think you can just say you don't need it? What if you're deliberately causing trouble? Pack your things and come with us. As soon as the words were spoken, a buzzing sound suddenly came from above everyone's heads. The sound grew closer and closer, finally rumbling and swirling in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that it was a military helicopter. A powerful blast of air swept down, blowing everyone's clothes and hair wildly, and the river water was also pushed and surged in all directions. The live stream chat instantly erupted. Some exclaimed that even the military had been alerted, others speculated about Chen Yue's background, and still others cried out that things had really gotten out of hand. 2 fishery administration workers were startled and instinctively backed away upon seeing the helicopter. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd at the scene and hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, the helicopter landed on a nearby concrete square. The hatch opened, and an officer who appeared to be a staff officer walked in, accompanied by several soldiers. He stepped forward and said, I'm a staff officer at the Southeast Coastal General Military Base. My surname is Fong. Huang Jun's legs began to tremble, and he stammered, Officer Fong, is there something you need? We were just fishing. It shouldn't have bothered you, right? Not only was he stunned, but the 2 fisheries officials were also dumbfounded. How could the military know about such a small matter so quickly, and even send a helicopter directly to the scene? Staff Officer Fong looked at the 2 staff members and said in an unquestionable tone, You can leave first. This matter involves military secrets, so please keep it confidential and do not spread it outside. The 2 quickly agreed, ran back to the speedboat, fiddled around to untangle the fishhook from the propeller, and sped away from the scene. Then, Staff Officer Fong turned to Huang Jun, whose face had turned pale. May I ask who you are? What is your relationship with Chen Yue? If you're not a relevant person, you may leave now. We need to speak with Chen Yue alone. Chapter 45, Making Arresting Cables for Aircraft Carriers. Let's start with a tension test. Okay, I won't bother you any longer. I'll be going now. Huang Jun was trembling with fear. Hearing that Staff Officer Fong had given him permission to leave, he quickly packed his things. Before leaving, he lowered his voice and reminded Chen Yue, Be polite to them. They're military personnel. We can't afford to offend them. Chen Yue was speechless. Did he really need to say that? If Huang Jun knew that he had just returned from the Southeast Coastal Headquarters, he would probably be terrified on the spot. Then, Chen Yue picked up his phone and said to the live stream audience, Dear viewers, that's all for today's live stream. I have something to take care of, and I'll explain to you all later when I have time. The live stream exploded with comments, with viewers wanting him to continue and see what the military staff officer had to say. However, given that it involved military affairs, Chen Yue couldn't possibly allow hundreds of thousands of people to listen in, so he immediately turned off the live stream and put away his phone. Staff Officer Fong then looked at him and said with a smile, You must be Chen Yue, right? I was at the airport with Deputy Commander Liu and the others. I wonder if you remember me. Chen Yue nodded. I remember. Staff Officer Fong, is there anything else you want to ask me? Staff Officer Fong didn't mince words, frankly admitting that they had been closely monitoring Chen Yue's situation recently, including his social media and live streams. They had also watched yesterday's live stream. Chen Yue was taken aback, then chuckled dryly. You military people watch the live stream too? It's for work purposes, Staff Officer Fong said casually, then cut to the chase. We're here because of that fishing line you have. The idea that a fishing line could tow a speedboat seemed absurd. The staff at headquarters and even Deputy Commander Liu believed that the fishing line might be of extremely high value, which was why they sent him over in person. After understanding, Chen Yue didn't hide anything. You mean fishing line? That's something I made using equipment and materials from my own factory. It's definitely not steel wire. It's a composite material. Staff Officer Fong frowned, impressed. How did you come up with the idea to do this? Chen Yue scratched his head and said truthfully, I originally wanted to develop a set of fishing tackle and sell it in Douyin's shop window. Isn't it said that the higher the product quality, the better? I was thinking of making the fishing line and fishing rod stronger, but this is what happened. Staff Officer Fong fell silent for a moment. He was told to improve the quality, but instead he made fishing line strong enough to tug a speedboat. A moment later, Staff Officer Fong said, Chen Yue, could you please come with me to the main base again? I think this fishing line is very valuable. There'll be experts there to coordinate with you. What could Chen Yue say? The helicopter had already arrived. Even if he wanted to refuse, it wouldn't be realistic. Half an hour later, Chen Yue arrived at the southeast coastal general military base. Lu Hongjun did not appear first. Instead, he was greeted by academician Zheng Gutao, whom he had met before. Several gray-haired experts stood beside academician Zheng. Several experts looked at Chen Yue as he stepped off the helicopter, clearly surprised. Zheng Gutao had already recounted his story, but seeing him in person still seemed incredible to them. Because Chen Yue was so young, looking only in his early 20s, he didn't seem like someone with those amazing abilities. However, the crowd didn't underestimate him, but waited for him to approach. Staff Officer Feng introduced, Chen Yue, these are the experts currently in charge of testing the arresting cable materials for carrier-based aircraft. You will coordinate with them, and I will inform the deputy commander. Carrier-based aircraft arresting cable? Chen Yue was taken aback. What did this have to do with him? He had only made fishing line. After Staff Officer Feng left, an older expert spoke up. We just received a notification that you have a special new material. Could you let us take a look? Chen Yue nodded. I do have the materials, but it's fishing line that I made myself. If you don't mind, I can show it to you. Upon hearing the word fishing line, the experts and Zheng Gutao all moved closer. Chen Yue opened his shoulder bag, took out a roll of gray fishing line, and handed it to the old expert. An expert's skill is immediately apparent. The seemingly ordinary fishing line changed instantly after passing through the hands of several experts. It is very tough. Unlike ordinary metals, it has a memory effect and a large range of stretching. This material is extraordinary, Lao Zheng. There might actually be a chance. After a quick examination, the experienced expert immediately said, Young man, we need to take this fishing line for testing to get detailed data. Please wait here for a while. After saying that, he led several experts quickly toward the adjacent laboratory. There are many testing items for carrier-based aircraft arresting cables, but the most basic are tensile strength, elasticity, and toughness. As long as these properties pass the tests, and the wear resistance is high enough, it has a chance to be included in the list of arresting cable materials. In the laboratory, the experts quickly decided to test the tensile strength first. Based on the proportional conversion, as long as it can withstand a tensile force of about 2,000 kilograms, it is considered qualified. Soon, the fishing line was fed into the testing machine. As the equipment started, the tensile strength readings steadily increased, and all the experts stared intently at the large screen. In just over 10 seconds, this fishing line broke through the 2,000-kilogram tensile strength test barrier. Chapter 46, An Astounding Genius. We must keep him here. Upon seeing the test data on the big screen, the experts in the laboratory all widened their eyes. This thin fishing line has a tensile strength exceeding 2,000 kilograms. When scaled up, its load-bearing capacity is almost comparable to that of an arresting cable for a carrier-based aircraft. An elderly expert couldn't help but exclaim, Unbelievable! Did that young man outside really do this? The experts nearby were also visibly shocked. No major research institute in China could produce such a product to date. If it wasn't Chen Yue who did it, could someone else be helping him behind the scenes? Before anyone could catch their breath, the numbers on the screen continued to rise. When the pulling force reached 3,000 kilograms, the fishing line remained taut, showing no visible change. The experienced expert immediately instructed the staff, continue to increase the pressure, go straight to 5,000 kilograms, and first determine its limit. The massive machine roared again, and the tension on the thin fishing line quickly exceeded 4,000 kilograms. This level of force would likely have caused the arresting cable of a carrier-based aircraft of the same thickness to break long ago. But it stubbornly held up to 5,000 kilograms. 3 seconds later, the fishing line finally snapped under the terrifying load, and a muffled thud echoed through the laboratory. Soon, the staff delivered the calculation results to the experts. Based on the strength calculations, if this material were made to the size of a carrier-based aircraft arresting cable, it could intercept at least a 50-ton aircraft landing. All the experts fell silent. They knew better than anyone what 50 tons meant. The future aircraft carriers of the Great Dragon Kingdom would likely be able to launch and recover even heavier carrier-based aircraft, and even medium bombers would no longer be a pipe dream. Compared to this material, the barricades that the U.S. so strictly guards against and prohibits from being exported to China are simply insignificant. Without saying anything more, the old expert turned around and quickly walked out of the laboratory, arriving at Chen Yue and Staff Officer Feng, who were waiting outside. Staff Officer Feng quickly asked, "Professor Zhou, how did the test go? Did that fishing line pass the quality inspection?" Professor Zhou, however, didn't bother to answer. He grabbed Chen Yu's shoulder and asked urgently, "Young man, did you really make that fishing line yourself?" Chen Yue was startled by his reaction and nodded, saying, "I designed and made it myself. Is there a problem?" He was still wondering to himself, if he couldn't just make steel pipes, did that mean he couldn't even make fishing lines? Professor Zhou then pressed further. "From design to manufacturing, did you complete everything by yourself? Did you have no outside help?" After confirming, Chen Yue briefly explained the principle. It is a composite material made of high-strength steel and various carbon fiber materials mixed in a certain proportion. This is why it possesses both amazing toughness and is much lighter than traditional metal materials. Its tensile and torsional resistance far exceeds that of conventional materials. To put it simply, this is no ordinary fishing line, but a completely new material that has never appeared in the world before. Facing these experts, Chen Yue did not hide anything and generously explained how he used the equipment to complete the manufacturing. After listening, Professor Zhou remained silent for a long time before asking, "Chen Yue, what was your initial purpose in making this material?" Chen Yue smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to make money. The fishing tackle market is too competitive right now. I have to make better quality products to grab a share of the market." Professor Zhou was stunned. "You made this kind of thing just to sell fishing gear in the first place?" Chen Yue, thinking he didn't believe him, explained further that although a lot of materials were used, the overall cost was controllable. According to his estimate, he could make a net profit of about 30 yuan for every 100 meters of fishing line sold. A 30% profit margin is quite good for a commercial project. Hearing this, Professor Zhou sighed and his expression turned serious. "From now on, you should stop messing around with any fishing gear." Chen Yue was taken aback. Not making fishing gear? Why? His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that making fishing line was illegal? Professor Zhou said in a deep voice, "Your technology has a more important use. Next, I need your cooperation in our work." He specifically emphasized that this was not a request, but a demand. Of course, the state would provide Chen Yue with appropriate compensation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the experts and Staff Officer Feng all turned serious. Chen Yue didn't agree immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment and asked, "Professor Zhou, what exactly is the work you want me to cooperate with?" Professor Zhou nodded and asked him in return, "What do you think it takes for a country to gain a foothold in the world and have enough say?" Chen Yue replied without hesitation, "Of course, it's about a strong nation, a powerful military, and prosperous people." Professor Zhou looked at him and slowly said, "Well said. For any country, the military is the foundation of its existence and its last line of defense. So, what do you think qualifies as a national strategic asset?" Chapter 47 Aircraft Carrier Project. Chen Yue in charge. In Chen Yue's view, the answer to this question is actually quite broad. However, since Professor Zhou is currently discussing the military field, the scope of so-called national strategic assets narrows down. Nuclear weapons? The Great Dragon Kingdom successfully developed them many years ago through the bloody battles of its ancestors. Today, the nation's military equipment is vastly different from what it once was, with many pieces of equipment even making the world's major powers envious. But if asked which military technology is still a weak point, Chen Yue thought long and hard and could only come up with one answer. He tentatively asked, "You're not talking about an aircraft carrier, are you?" Professor Zhou smiled and nodded. "That's right. Chen Yue, I formally invite you to join the construction project of the Great Dragon Kingdom's first aircraft carrier." These words were like a thunderbolt, exploding directly in Chen Yue's mind. What was an aircraft carrier? How could an unemployed college graduate like him be qualified to participate in such a project? Professor Zhou continued to explain that in recent years, the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet has frequently appeared in the open sea, especially in the high waters surrounding China. The two USS Freedom Blackhawks that were mentioned earlier took off from U.S. aircraft carriers. Chen Yue then realized that although the Freedom Black Hawk had a cruising range of 5,000 to 7,000 kilometers, enough to cover a small part of the planet, long-distance raids would pass through too many regions, posing a very high risk of exposure. Therefore, the U.S. chose to first deploy its aircraft carrier to coastal waters, and then send the USS Freedom Black Hawk off to conduct targeted reconnaissance. China is finding it difficult to effectively counter this in the short term, not only because it lacks a fully equipped fifth-generation reconnaissance aircraft, but also because its first aircraft carrier is still in the critical construction phase. Only by possessing its own aircraft carrier fleet can China truly confront the United States head-on in the seas and airspace. Otherwise, even with land-based reconnaissance aircraft, its reaction and maneuverability will be significantly slower against sea-based adversaries. Professor Zhou said that China's aircraft carrier development is in its final stages, but the biggest challenge now is the arresting cable technology for carrier-based aircraft. The United States has imposed extremely strict sanctions on this technology, while the fishing line made by Chen Yue, when scaled up proportionally, has tensile strength that even surpasses that of mainstream arresting cables worldwide. Hearing this, Chen Yue finally understood why his fishing line could hold up a speedboat. It turned out that the carbon fiber hybrid steel cable technology could solve the core challenge of landing aircraft on aircraft carriers. Professor Zhou spoke solemnly, saying that the major research institutes in the Great Dragon Kingdom had tried thousands of types of steel and composite materials, but none of them could compare to this fishing line, and no material could even withstand a pulling force of 1,500 kilograms. He said, "Chen Yue, the country needs your help now. As long as the arresting gear technology is implemented, our aircraft carrier will be launched soon." After hearing this, Chen Yue did not hesitate at all. He said solemnly, "You don't need to say anything more. As long as it's for the national defense and security of the Great Dragon Kingdom, I'm willing to join." At that moment, he no longer thought about making money. Money was important, of course, but what did it matter compared to this land? Professor Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile that as long as the technology is successfully implemented, the bonus will be substantial and will definitely be much better than selling fishing rods. Chen Yue laughed and said, "Money isn't important. Professor Zhou, when shall we start?" Professor Zhou told him to wait for news, as he needed to report to Deputy Commander Liu and then meet with Academician Zheng to discuss the next steps. Besides excitement, Chen Yue felt a greater sense of mission. In the past, he made steel pipes, paints, and fishing rods all to make money. But this time, his technology might actually help bring China's aircraft carrier to fruition. As long as China possesses its own aircraft carrier fleet, the U.S. carrier strike groups will no longer dare to linger and provoke in its coastal waters, and their harassment radius will be significantly reduced. Any attempt to violate China's territorial waters and airspace will have to pay a much higher price. On the other side, Liu Hongjun was stunned for a while when he learned that Chen Yue's technology could actually be used on aircraft carriers. After realizing what was happening, he immediately made a decision to appoint Chen Yue as the chief person in charge of the carrier-based aircraft arresting cable design team. Although Chen Yue did not hold any military rank, his authority as the person in charge was second only to Liu Hongjun, the deputy commander. That evening, Chen Yue returned to the Lanyan City machinery factory under the escort of 2 special cars. He quickly packed his luggage, as he was to head to the shipbuilding port where the aircraft carrier was docked the next day. Back in his dorm, Chen Yue turned on his computer as usual and waited for the dark web to load. Looking at the screen, he still felt a dreamlike sense of unreality. Just over a month ago, he was still struggling to survive. But now, he's actually able to join the construction of the Great Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier. This excitement and pride is something that money can't buy. Soon, the Dark Domain Network shop loaded. Chen Yue sent a message to the bearded man. "The 3rd batch of goods you requested is ready and will be shipped out soon." Less than 2 minutes later, the bearded man replied. Chapter 48, Arrival at the Aircraft Carrier Port. Project commences. Upon seeing the message, Lasker exclaimed in surprise. "Really? This time it's even faster than before." Chen Yue looked at the bearded man's reply and inwardly complained, "I have to be quick." He was probably going to be busy for a while, and if he didn't get what the other party wanted ready in advance, who knew how long it would drag on? So he replied directly, "I have some things to take care of here, and I won't be taking any orders for at least the next 2 weeks. Half a month." The bearded man and his men, who were far away in the Middle East, were stunned. Commander Benjamin frowned and asked, "I told you to have people keep an eye on Chen Yue's movements and the live stream, but we haven't found anything. What is he up to?" The bearded man looked equally bewildered and could only reply, "I'm afraid it's his own private matter. Commander, our people have indeed been tracking his movements." Benjamin paused for a moment, then waved his hand. Never mind. The most important thing right now is to get the first batch of stealth coating back as soon as possible. That way we can build our first stealth armored combat units. Although Chen Yue only provided 100 kilograms of stealth coating this time, it was a timely help for them. At Benjamin's prompting, the bearded man replied, "Okay, let's get back to each other in 2 weeks. Looking forward to our next collaboration." After shutting down the computer, Chen Yue quickly packed a few clothes and put the computer and his data notebook into his suitcase. That evening, he took a car arranged by the headquarters to the aircraft carrier port. Of course, he didn't know exactly where he was going along the way. Aircraft carrier ports are no secret to the militaries of any country, because places capable of building aircraft carriers are inevitably under constant surveillance by military satellites. The size of the port is what it is. Even if it's covered with a metal shield, it's nothing more than burying one's head in the sand. Therefore, most countries generally accept that large-scale shipyards and ports, whether for military or civilian use, are not kept in great secrecy. However, their specific locations remain classified to the average person. Chen Yue sat in the back seat and soon fell asleep. When he groggily woke up, it was already late at night, and the car slowly came to a stop. "Comrade Xiao Chun, we've arrived." Staff Officer Feng, who was accompanying him, got out of the car, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Get out of the car first. I'll take you to the accommodation arranged by the main base to rest. We can talk about the follow-up work tomorrow." Chen Yue looked up and immediately became more alert. The car was parked beside a huge, brightly lit port, and in the distance, a massive aircraft carrier was anchored in the harbor. Although the key parts of the aircraft carrier were covered by military green tarpaulins, its astonishing size was enough to identify it. Chen Yue glanced at it a few times and immediately realized that the aircraft carrier was using an electromagnetic catapult system. Compared to steam catapults, electromagnetic catapults have a shorter preparation time and are more efficient, but their demand for electricity is also far greater. This also means that the aircraft carrier is most likely nuclear-powered. Thinking of this, Chen Yue was no longer sleepy. He followed Staff Officer Feng to the nearby living area, where there were clearly strict anti-reconnaissance measures in place. There were sentry towers in the distance, and the area was also equipped with devices to block satellite detection. Staff Officer Feng led him to a small building, up to the second floor, and opened a suite. The room was about 100 square meters, fully equipped, and more than enough for him alone. "How's it going, Chen Yue?" Staff Officer Feng said with a smile. "This will be your temporary residence from now on. We'll arrange your specific work after you get up tomorrow." Chen Yue yawned and nodded, saying, "No problem. See you tomorrow morning, Staff Officer Feng." He slept soundly that night. After all, this was near an aircraft carrier port, and in the entire Great Dragon Kingdom, there were probably few places safer than this. At 9:30 a.m. the next day, Chen Yue arrived at the research center, led by Staff Officer Feng. Professor Zhou, whom he had met before, was there, as was academician Jingu Tao, an old acquaintance. Dozens of experts were sitting in the conference room, and as soon as Chen Yue pushed open the door, all eyes fell on him. Professor Zhou stood up and introduced, "Everyone, this is Comrade Chen Yue. The data I submitted to you yesterday was prepared by him." As soon as he finished speaking, a murmur arose in the conference room. Many experts looked at Chen Yue with expressions of surprise and doubt, while others clearly did not believe him. An elderly man with gray hair looked Chen Yue up and down, frowning as he said, "Old Zhou, you're not joking, are you? The barrier cable project is stuck at a critical juncture. Don't try to brush this off with a joke." He paused, then looked at Chen Yue. "So young, yet you can make materials stronger than mainstream international arresting cables? There's really no fraud involved." Professor Zhou smiled and said, "Of course not. Old Du, do you not believe in Comrade Chen Yue's abilities?" Old Du shook his head. "It's not that we don't believe it, but seeing is believing. We only saw the data, but we didn't see the materials themselves. Data alone isn't very convincing." Upon hearing this, Chen Yue asked directly, "So, can I understand that as long as my materials and data are consistent with what Professor Zhou gave you yesterday, you will all follow my instructions?" Chapter 49, Could it be that Chen Yue made a common-sense mistake? Of course. Old Du nodded, looked Chen Yue up and down, and smiled. "If you can really produce materials that match the data, all of us will be your assistants." For these military experts, the logic is simple. Whoever has the ability should take the lead. As long as Chen Yue can solve the arresting cable problem, they won't make excuses about age or seniority. Chen Yue thought for a moment and said directly, Then let's start work tomorrow. I'll make a batch of samples first, and everyone can check the quality. If it passes the test, we'll produce according to this standard from now on. After leaving the conference room, Chen Yue did not rest immediately. Instead, led by Staff Officer Feng and others, he went to the workshop responsible for producing arresting cables. The scale and equipment here far surpassed those of the Lanyan City Machinery Factory. In the more than 3,000 square meter workshop, all kinds of advanced equipment were neatly arranged. Chen Yue's eyes lit up after just a few glances. All these are good things. Compared to this place, the workshop in the machine factory he worked in before was like a primitive workshop. Back then, making carbon fiber composite steel cables had to start by melting the steel, stretching it by hand, and then gradually moving on to the next step of the process. Here, however, the equipment can be automatically controlled by programs. As long as the corresponding parameters are input, the intelligent system can complete the production process. Staff Officer Feng asked, "How is it? Does the condition meet your needs? Just let us know if you need any equipment. As long as production requires it, we will spare no expense to mobilize it." Chen Yue smiled and said, "No need. These are more than enough. With them, we can mass-produce arresting cables for aircraft carriers." Staff Officer Feng nodded and told him to go back and rest first, and that work would officially begin tomorrow. The next morning, when Chen Yue arrived at the arresting cable production workshop, a large group of experts had already gathered there. Mr. Du, who had attended the meeting the previous night, was also present, as were Zheng Gutao, Lu Hongjun, and others. Upon seeing Chen Yue enter, the murmurs among the crowd immediately subsided. Lu Hongjun walked to his side and introduced him to everyone. "Everyone, this is Chen Yue, who was invited by the Southeast Coastal Base. He's the one who intercepted 2 U.S. reconnaissance planes in our waters while piloting the modified Hailong 3. Old Du raised an eyebrow. "You were the young man who intercepted the Freedom Blackhawk." Chen Yue chuckled. "It's me. Could someone else be claiming this as a fraud?" Old Du didn't speak again, but the surprise in his eyes deepened. If Lu Hongjun hadn't confirmed it himself, he would have found it hard to believe that a recent college graduate could have modified the Hailong 3 and even engaged in combat with a 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. But precisely because of this, his concerns lessened somewhat. Since this kid could modify the plane, perhaps he really did have a solution to the arresting cable problem. While the experts were still whispering among themselves, Chen Yue had already walked to the equipment and was ready to start work. He quickly checked the data and soon discovered the problem. The initial steel rolling process was incorrect, he said to the 2 engineers beside him. "Modify the process immediately. When rolling steel, do not use multiple strands of steel wire twisted together. Use a single steel wire instead." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone behind him objected. One expert frowned and said, "Chen Yue, it's not that we doubt your abilities, but you're making a common-sense mistake." Chen Yue turned to look at him. "What common-sense error?" Another expert said with a stern face, "Steel cables are made of multiple strands of intertwined steel wires, which increases their tensile strength and overall power. You want us to use a single steel wire for a barrier cable? Are you kidding me? How could the quality possibly be up to standard?" Many experts looked rather grim, clearly agreeing with this assessment. Chen Yue laughed instead. "It seems that people still don't quite believe me. Conventional steel cables, with multiple intertwined strands, are indeed stronger, but stopping cables are different." Old Du raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then stepped forward and asked, "What's different?" Chen Yue explained, "Once the arresting cable is installed, it is fixed to the deck. One end will bear the direct impact of the aircraft's tailhook, while the other end will be much less impacted, but will experience greater tension and deformation." He looked at everyone and asked calmly, "Under such unequal forces on both sides, can a conventional multi-strand steel cable work stably for a long time?" The experts who had just refuted the claims were immediately speechless. They quickly realized that steel cables made of multiple strands of wire twisted together were actually more prone to breakage under these stress conditions. The repeated failures in previous tests likely stemmed from a problem in the steel rolling process. Chen Yue continued, "Therefore, truly high-strength arresting cables must be made of single-strand steel wire mixed with high-strength carbon fiber materials in order to withstand the enormous impact when carrier-based aircraft land." After he finished speaking, he looked around and said, "Now I'm going to get started. Does anyone have any questions?" Silence fell over the workshop. Chen Yue returned to the console and, following the parameters in his mind, methodically rewrote the program. After a long silence, Du Lao finally pulled Lu Hongjun aside and asked in a low voice, "Deputy Commander Lu, just who is this young man?" Chapter 50, Aircraft Carrier Arrestor Cable Test. A great success. Lu Hongjun stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Chen Yue, who was busy in the distance, with the same puzzlement in his eyes. He had already had someone check the young man's information. An orphan with a clean background, he had been working in a local machinery factory since graduating from Lanyan City Mechanical University. Lu Hongjun lit a cigarette and brought up the matter of Chen Yue being invited for tea by the local Public Security Bureau a while ago. As for making steel pipes for the bearded men in the Middle East, he actually already knew about that. However, in his view, those weren't the main points. A few steel pipes wouldn't cause much of a stir. The real key was whether Chen Yue could currently build an arresting cable for an aircraft carrier. After a whole morning of work, Chen Yue finally finished readjusting all the equipment parameters. He pressed the start button, and the automated system immediately began operating according to the new program. High-strength steel was fed into the rolling mill, stretched, and quickly transformed into a steel cable as thick as a wrist. The bright red steel cable continues into the next stage of the process, with each step progressing rapidly. Chen Yue walked out of the workshop and said to everyone, "It can be completed in half an hour. The manufacturing difficulty is not actually that high. The key is in the carbon fiber mixing." He planned to do this precise process himself. With the current level of machinery, it is not yet possible to completely replace human labor, and his hands have a precision that even surpasses many high-end machines. Half an hour later, the carbon fiber material fusion was completed, and a brand new carbon fiber hybrid steel cable, steaming, was sent out of the production line. The experts immediately gathered around to examine it. But from its appearance, the first impression of this steel cable could be summed up in 2 words: fragile. Even with carbon fiber reinforcement, can a single steel cable structure really be stronger than a traditional steel cable made of multiple strands of steel wire? Mr. Du stepped forward and asked, "Chen Yue, is this the final product? Is there anything that needs to be modified? If not, start testing immediately." Chen Yue smiled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Didn't you say yesterday that seeing is believing?" Mr. Du nodded, signaling the engineer to send the steel cable into the testing workshop for comprehensive testing. Since it is an arresting cable, the first thing to test is its tensile strength and instantaneous impact resistance. Mr. Du reminded us, the carrier-based aircraft on future aircraft carriers will inevitably be advanced 5th-generation fighters, and the impact force during landing often exceeds 50 tons. Therefore, this steel cable must withstand at least 60 tons of impact to be considered qualified. Before Chen Yue, the steel cables that experts had repeatedly developed could only withstand a maximum load of about 30 to 40 tons. Soon, inside the testing workshop, a huge steel ingot simulating the landing of a fighter jet was rapidly launched along a track under electromagnetic acceleration. A few seconds later, the hook at the bottom of the steel ingot precisely caught the steel cable made by Chen Yue. Buzz! A clear, buzzing sound came, and the steel cable was instantly pulled into a near 90-degree bend. The experts present all squinted, because in the past, the steel cables they manufactured would almost always snap on the spot if they exceeded this angle. But Chen Yue still had a faint smile on his face. The next second, the steel cable continued to be stretched into an acute angle under the enormous impact, but there was still no sign of it breaking. The steel cable slowly returned to its original state only after the kinetic energy of the steel ingot was completely exhausted. In the testing room, the experts fell silent. After a moment of silence, Old Du finally gave the order, send over the current structural data of the steel cable and check for any damage. If the steel cable is not strained or structurally damaged, then it proves that it truly meets the requirements for use as an arresting cable for carrier-based aircraft. 10 minutes later, the test data appeared on the big screen. Damage to the steel cable itself, 0. Tensile mechanical damage, 0. External damage, 0. The wear rate of carbon fiber materials is 0.01%. Looking at this string of data, the experts were speechless once again. The damage level is 0, meaning the steel cable is almost identical to when it was first manufactured. While carbon fiber wear is unavoidable, a wear level of 1/10,000th is enough to prove that it can withstand at least tens of thousands of impact drops. Lu Hongjun finally couldn't help but ask, "Old Du, what do you think?" Does Chen Yu's steel cable meet the requirements? Old Du took a deep breath, looked at Chen Yue, and said in a deep voice, "From now on, all personnel in the Aircraft Carrier Research and Development Center will follow your orders." Upon hearing this, the experts present all became serious. Without a doubt, Chen Yue completely won everyone over with this carbon fiber composite steel cable. This also means that China's carrier-based aircraft arresting cables will officially achieve domestic production. That afternoon, across the ocean, the Pentagon received news of an explosion. In the office, Commander Mike, who held 4 general stars on his shoulders, looked shocked. "What did you say?" "The Great Dragon Kingdom isn't planning to buy our carrier-based aircraft arresting gear." The staff officer stood at attention and reported, "Yes, Commander. We just received notification that they have decided to cancel the negotiations and will no longer purchase our arresting gear. Currently, only the United States and a few European countries possess the technology for arresting gear used in carrier-based aircraft." A few months ago, the U.S. even pressured other countries to prohibit the sale of this technology to China, intending to take the opportunity to extract a hefty profit. Mike sneered, "Interesting. Why is the Great Dragon Nation suddenly being so tough this time, refusing to buy our arresting gear? Are they planning to leave their aircraft carrier as an empty shell at sea?" Chapter 51. Trusting Chen Yue. The aircraft carrier is ready to be launched. Without arresting gear, an aircraft carrier's combat effectiveness will be directly weakened. After all, a large part of an aircraft carrier's true deterrent power comes from its carrier-based fighter jets. The staff officer stood before General Mike and cautiously asked, "Commander, how should we respond to the Great Dragon Kingdom now?" General Mike sneered. "Respond? Why should we respond? The Great Dragon Kingdom is just setting up bait, trying to force us to lower our stance and renegotiate the price with them." He spoke with certainty, completely disregarding the actions of the Great Dragon Kingdom. No matter what smokescreens they throw out, the price of the interceptor cable technology cannot be reduced by a single cent. In less than a month, they will be unable to hold on and will come back to beg us. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed. During this period, Chen Yue stayed in the arresting cable workshop to direct production. Under his arrangement, all processes proceeded in an orderly manner, and in just half a month, the first fully formed arresting cable was finally officially produced. Inside the meeting room, Chen Yue, holding the test report, said to the experts and Lu Hongjun, "All the data from the laboratory are up to standard. What we need now is the actual machine test. No matter how impressive the theory is, it's still just theory. Whether the arresting cable can withstand the enormous impact of a carrier-based aircraft landing can only be determined after it's actually installed on an aircraft carrier and tested." After listening, Lu Hongjun immediately stubbed out his cigarette and ordered, "Notify all departments to immediately install the arresting cables on the aircraft carrier. We will set sail for exercises and training tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the experts present all changed their expressions. Someone immediately tried to dissuade him. "Deputy Commander Lu, this is too risky. If it fails, we will lose at least one fighter jet. We should continue the catapult tests in the laboratory first." Another expert added that maritime exercises would inevitably be monitored by foreign powers. If the test fails, the news would quickly spread globally, resulting in immense international pressure. They spoke with high-sounding words, but everyone knew their true concerns. Ultimately, they still couldn't fully trust Chen Yue. Chen Yue was almost entirely responsible for the design and manufacture of this safety cable. The experts weren't really involved. If something went wrong, who would dare take responsibility for a young man who had only recently graduated? Lu Hongjun paused for a moment, then looked at Chen Yue. "How confident are you that you can succeed with this barrier?" Chen Yue thought for a moment, then smiled faintly. 90%, I guess." "What? 90%? The experts were immediately alarmed. For military products, an error margin exceeding 1% is considered a serious problem. Chen Yu's claim of 90% certainty was utterly baffling. How could they dare to install it on an aircraft carrier? Chen Yue was somewhat puzzled. Isn't 90% enough? Then, according to your standards, how long would it take to manufacture an arresting cable with an error rate of less than 1%? One sentence left everyone speechless. If we really follow this standard, let alone a month, even a year or 5 years, they might not be able to produce a qualified product. At this point, Lu Hongjun finally made the decision. It's settled then. I will bear the risk of the obstruction ropes that Chen Yue manufactured. If anything goes wrong, I will be held accountable. All units should prepare immediately. As the chief person in charge of the aircraft carrier project, Liu Hongjun saw things very clearly. Although Chen Yue was young, he had already managed to acquire 2 USS Freedom Black Hawk helicopters through his own abilities. Liu Hongjun and his team also studied the heavily modified Hailong 3. Even these military experts were completely baffled by its engine, aerodynamic structure, and materials application. Now that things have come to this critical juncture, if they don't trust Chen Yue, who else can they trust? The next morning, a major piece of news spread throughout the Great Dragon Kingdom. In particular, in several coastal cities, including Lanyan City, almost everyone is discussing the same thing. The first aircraft carrier of the Great Dragon Kingdom has been officially named Lanyan and will be launched today for naval exercises and training. The military's announcement quickly rose to the top of the trending topics on major social media platforms within minutes. The city of Lanyan was in an uproar, with countless citizens both surprised and delighted. No one had expected that the nation's first aircraft carrier would be named after Lanyan. Meanwhile, in a private room at a 4-star hotel in Lanyan City, a group of people were also having a lively discussion about the same thing. Sitting in the main seat, Liu Jie laughed heartily. "Look at us, that's why we're so special." An old classmates reunion, coinciding with the launch of an aircraft carrier. What do you call that? That's what you call having status. Those present were all classmates of Liu Jie and Chen Yue back then, and upon hearing this, they all echoed their sentiments. As they were chatting, Liu Jie suddenly looked around and said, "By the way, where's Chen Yue?" Someone else chimed in, "Yeah, doesn't he work at the Lanyan City machinery factory? It shouldn't be too far from here, right?" Liu Jie looked at Feng Ming beside him. "Didn't I tell you to go to the machinery factory and invite our class heartthrob? Didn't you go?" Feng Ming smiled and said, "Yes, I went early this morning. But the people at the factory said, Chen, you wasn't there. He left half a month ago, saying he had something to do." Someone immediately said sarcastically, "Oh, it seems our class's smartest kid is now even turning selling tea eggs into a science." Liu Jie waved his hand, his smile growing even more smug. "Never mind, there's a live broadcast of the aircraft carrier launch today. Let's watch that first. When Chen Yue arrives, we'll have someone pack him a few tea eggs to take home." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted in the private room. Chapter 52. Naming the Blue Cloud. Chen Yue is on TV. Even before graduation, Chen Yue was always the target of Liu Jie and his friends' ridicule. This was because, apart from his good grades, he had almost no special talents and was also introverted. In high school, good grades could get you ahead, but things were completely different in college. People like Liu Jie, who were good at networking, quickly formed a clique and would cause trouble for Chen Yue every now and then. At this old classmates' reunion, Liu Jie praised Chen Yue, but everyone knew that in their eyes, Chen Yue was nothing but a joke. A tea egg seller, whether he came or not made no difference. Liu Jie picked up the remote control and turned on the huge LCD TV in the private room, which was as big as a wall. The screen was showing live footage of the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud before it set sail. "Look, this is our Great Dragon Kingdom's first aircraft carrier." Liu Jie watched the television with great interest. The footage, taken from above by a drone, shows colorful ribbons and red flags fluttering in the harbor, with the majestic Blue Cloud aircraft carrier anchored in the center, its deck already carrying various types of aircraft. Feng Ming also became interested and introduced to everyone. "I heard that the Blue Cloud is over 300 meters long, nearly 80 meters wide, and has a displacement of nearly 80,000 tons. Most importantly, it does not use ordinary steam catapults, but electromagnetic catapults, which are at least twice as efficient." At this moment, a student put down his chopsticks and asked in confusion, "Didn't we just hear a while ago that our country was negotiating with foreign countries about arresting gear for aircraft carriers? How come the aircraft carrier is about to be launched so soon?" Liu Jie smiled and said, "That just shows how good our experts are." Then he steered the conversation back to Chen Yue. "When I hear this, I think of Chen Yue. That kid used to tinker with things in the machinery factory and even did live streams to pretend to be an expert." He picked up his wine cup, his tone full of disdain. "If he's really capable, he should contribute something to the country's military industry. Working illegally for foreigners in a factory. For that alone, I'll never respect him." But just as he brought the wine to his lips, Feng Ming, who was next to him, suddenly shook him violently, as if he had seen a ghost. Liu Jie coughed twice, choked by the choking sound, and said angrily, Are you crazy? What are you doing? Feng Ming pointed at the television, his voice changing. Look at the television. That person looks so much like Chen Yue. Everyone immediately turned to look. The camera was filming the aircraft carrier deck, where a row of officers stood ramrod straight, and in the distance, a large number of naval soldiers were lined up. But in the crowd, one young figure stood out. He looked quite young, and standing among the officers and experts, he seemed somewhat out of place. Lu Jie squinted and looked closely, his heart suddenly sinking. That person really did look a bit like Chen Yue. But he quickly turned cold. Impossible. What makes Chen Yue think he's on an aircraft carrier? He's not qualified at all. He must have made a mistake. Because the image was a distant view, people could only make out a general outline and couldn't confirm the face. Yet, someone couldn't help but whisper, could it really be Chen Yue? Has he been away for the past 2 weeks researching aircraft carriers? The atmosphere in the private room immediately became awkward upon hearing this. How could Chen Yue, who graduated in the same year as them, be involved in the aircraft carrier project? The best among them was Lu Jie, who got into the local research institute through his parents' connections. Soon, the camera zoomed in, and a female reporter stood next to Lu Hongjun to begin an interview. Dear viewers, I am Chen Qingqing, a reporter from CCTV. Standing next to me is Lu Hongjun, the deputy commander in charge of the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier project. Next, please let Deputy Commander Lu introduce the relevant information about the first aircraft carrier of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Lu Hongjun saluted the camera and then began to speak. The Blue Cloud aircraft carrier project was initiated 6 years ago. After a long period of research and development, it is now officially announced that it will undergo sea trials. With a solemn expression, he said, countless researchers have devoted their efforts to this process. They are all heroes in the construction of the aircraft carrier. But today, I want to specifically mention one person, an outstanding young man who made special contributions to the Blue Cloud. Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room fell silent, staring intently at the screen. Lu Hongjun continued, as everyone knows, the arresting cable for aircraft carrier-based aircraft is known as the lifeline of pilots. It was this very cable that troubled us for more than a year. Now, with the help of this young man, we have successfully overcome the challenge of independently developing the arresting cable. In front of the television, Lu Jie and his classmates looked at each other, speechless. A young man? A young man had actually solved the obstacle row problem? A thought flashed through Lu Jie's mind, and a chill ran down his spine. Could it really be him? The next second, Lu Hongjun pulled Chen Yue, who was off camera, to his side and solemnly introduced him. This is Chen Yue, the outstanding young man in charge of the arresting gear project for the Lanyan aircraft carrier. Chen Yue stood calmly in front of the camera and said, Thank you, everyone. I only did my bit. Contributing to the country's military research and development is everyone's responsibility, and I believe this is what I should do. Outside the television screen, the private room was initially deathly silent, then suddenly erupted into chaos. It really is Chen Yue. Feng Ming grabbed Lu Jie's arm and shouted excitedly, Brother Lu, look, that really is Chen Yue. The deputy commander said himself that he was in charge of the barrier cable project. Lu Jie was completely speechless, his mind was buzzing, and only one thought kept echoing in his head. How is that possible? Chen Yue, the coward he mocked, the one who spent half a year selling tea eggs in a machinery factory, has suddenly transformed into a key figure in cracking the aircraft carrier's arresting gear. In Chapter 53, Chen Yue on the deck became the focus of attention. At this moment, Chen Yue, standing next to Lu Hongjun on the deck of the aircraft carrier Lanyan, has become the focus of all media cameras. He was surrounded by high-ranking military officers, yet he looked like a recent college graduate. Even more shocking was that Lu Hongjun had just stated that Chen Yue had designed the arresting cable for the Lanyan's carrier-based aircraft. Inside a small building near the port, a conference room was filled with high-ranking generals. Most of them were over 50 years old, with serious expressions, and the ashtrays on the tables were overflowing with cigarette butts. An army general stared at Chen Yu's face on the big screen, frowned and said, Old Wu, isn't your Navy being a bit too reckless? A college graduate designed an arresting cable, didn't even test it, and you dare to install it on an aircraft carrier. Many generals in the conference room shared the same question. The launch of an aircraft carrier is a major national event, and every step must be taken with utmost care. However, The arrangements made by the Southeast Coastal General Base this time were truly baffling to them. Wu Haidong smiled and said, "Old Run, you don't know this. This young man is no ordinary person." Ren Taijun lit a cigarette, his tone skeptical. "What makes him so special? Don't I know you, Wu Haidong? Tell me, what exactly are his skills?" The surrounding generals all looked over. Wu Haidong then spoke. "A while ago, our coastal headquarters intercepted 2 USS Freedom Black Hawk helicopters. You've all heard about that, haven't you?" Ren Taijun nodded. "Of course I know. The Freedom Black Hawk is a 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. We've always wondered how you managed to bring it back intact. All military regions are aware of this matter. The U.S. has long been pressuring China to return the 2 reconnaissance planes and their pilots, and has even threatened sanctions. However, after a meeting, the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom quickly reached a consensus. There was no way they would let them spit out the meat that was already in their mouths, especially since the meat was delivered to them voluntarily." Ren Taijun pressed further. "But what does this have to do with Chen Yue?" Wu Haidong laughed. "It's a big deal. Let me make this clear first. Lao Run, don't try to steal him away. I've already set my sights on Chen Yue." The generals burst into laughter. Ren Taijun waved his hand. "We have plenty of talented people in the army. We wouldn't risk robbing a little kid. Hurry up and tell us." Wu Haidong then said, "Chen Yue modified a Hailong, 3 reconnaissance aircraft at the Lanyan City military base. It was he who flew that plane and intercepted the 2 Freedom Black Hawks. Impossible." Ren Taijun immediately denied. "The Hailong 3 barely meets the standards of a 4th-generation fighter jet. How could it possibly be able to counter a 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft?" Wu Haidong didn't argue and simply had his staff officer deliver the documents. Soon, a technical document about the modified Hailong 3 was distributed to everyone. High-compression hydrogen engine, top-grade stealth coating, top-grade aerospace composite steel, biomimetic flap structure. Ren Tiejuan's expression changed more and more as he looked at the document, and finally he looked up abruptly. "Did Chen Yue do all this? You're not kidding me, are you?" Wu Haidong smiled faintly. "Whether it's true or not, you'll know when the aircraft carrier is launched. The Hailong 3 is not visible for now, but that arresting cable is on the Lanyan. The carrier-based aircraft catapult test will be conducted soon." Meanwhile, outside the port, at 10 a.m. sharp, the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud was at full power. Amidst music and cheers, this massive sea fortress officially sailed into the sea. Chen Yue stood on the deck, facing the howling sea breeze. From a distance, the aircraft carrier seemed to be moving slowly, but only by standing on it could one feel its astonishing power and sense of oppression. An officer strode forward and saluted. "Reporting to Deputy Commander Liu, all parameters of the aircraft carrier are normal. Should we immediately conduct carrier-based aircraft takeoff and landing tests?" Liu Hongju nodded. "Let's begin. Countless eyes around the world are watching us right now. Now that the Blue Cloud has set sail, how can we not conduct takeoff and landing tests?" The facts are as he said. The Great Dragon Kingdom did not keep the launch of the Blue Cloud a secret. The television station was broadcasting the entire event live, and other countries also received the footage. Inside the Pentagon, General Mike, a 4-star U.S. general, stood before a large screen, his face ashen. His gaze pierced through the live broadcast and fixed intently on Chen Yue in the center of the deck. "Was our Freedom Black Hawk also intercepted by this kid?" Mike asked coldly, his hands behind his back. His subordinate immediately replied, "It's him, General." It said that the arresting cables on the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier were also designed by this Chen Yue. General Mike sneered after hearing this. "Interesting. No wonder the Great Dragon Kingdom canceled its negotiations with us. It was all because of this kid." Chapter 54, Global Attention. Carrier-based aircraft takeoff and landing successfully. In fact, as early as a month ago, shortly after the Black Hawk Freedom was intercepted, the Pentagon had already collected a large amount of information about Chen Yue. However, no matter how hard they investigated, the clues they obtained were all unremarkable. Chen Yue's resume was so ordinary that General Mike suspected that this might be a smokescreen deliberately released by the Great Dragon Kingdom. In his view, the real Chen Yue might be a deeply hidden young genius, and the information the Pentagon possessed was all a facade. General Mike stared at the screen with a cold smile. "Let's see how good their homemade arresting cables are." If the takeoff and landing fail today, they'll not only have to come begging to us again, but they'll also lose face in front of the whole world. At this moment, in the eastern waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom, the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud, escorted by several ships, had arrived at the designated sea area. Chen Yue and a group of media reporters followed Lu Hongjun to the control tower on one side of the aircraft carrier deck. Lu Hongjun briefly explained, "The flight deck and runway have been cleared. The first aircraft to take the test flight is a fifth-generation fighter jet currently in service with the Great Dragon Kingdom. As for the specific model and parameters, they will naturally not be disclosed." Soon, the control tower issued the order, and a fifth-generation fighter jet slowly taxied onto the catapult runway. Behind the aircraft, the catapult panel rose, and the electromagnetic rails on the deck were quickly put into place, all in less than 10 minutes. This is precisely the advantage of electromagnetic catapults. Compared to traditional steam catapults, they're faster to prepare and can launch multiple aircraft in quick succession, while steam catapults require a large amount of steam reserves and are much less efficient. The fighter jet has entered the catapult track, all equipment is ready, and it is just waiting for Lu Hongjun's order. Lu Hongjun looked serious. They had conducted countless takeoff tests at the port, but what was truly nerve-wracking was the landing that followed, and the arresting cable designed by Chen Yue. If something goes wrong, at best the fighter jet can only fly to a shore airport to land. At worst the plane will be destroyed, and everyone on board will die. Chen Yue also looked at the track ahead, but there was no panic in his eyes, only confidence and composure. Start. With Lu Hongjun's command, the fifth-generation fighter jet's engine roared to life, the turbine exhaust creating a deafening roar. The electromagnetic rails instantly exerted force, propelling the fighter jet to takeoff speed on the 300-meter deck runway. Under the tense gaze of hundreds of millions of people in the Great Dragon Kingdom and the attention of countless eyes around the world, the carrier-based aircraft of the Blue Cloud took off perfectly. After the fighter jet took off and flew for 15 minutes, it began preparations to return and land. But this moment is the real test. The generals surrounding Chen Yue clenched their fists, their nerves on edge. Overseas, military intelligence agencies in countries like the U.S. were also watching the footage intently. In the Pentagon Command Center, General Mike said in a low voice with a cold expression, "They can't succeed." Soon, the returning fifth-generation fighter jet came into view. The control tower observed that after correcting its attitude, the jet began to decelerate at a distance of about 1 kilometer from the aircraft carrier, preparing to land. At the same time, the arresting cables of the aircraft carrier, raised according to procedure, hung above the deck. Looking at the slender, smooth barrier cable, Lu Hongjun still couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. In the other conference room, Ren Taijun stared at the large screen and couldn't help but frown. Rely on this? A smooth steel cable, can it really hold up an airplane? The surrounding generals were equally nervous. In their understanding, the arresting cable should be made of multiple strands of steel wire twisted together, not something so thin and unsettling as it appeared. 5 seconds to go. Prepare to make contact with the deck. After reporting via radio, the pilot readjusted the attitude. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen. As the fighter jet approached the deck, its nose tilted slightly upward, making it easier for the tail hook to catch the arresting cable and minimizing the risk of stalling and crashing after detachment. The next instant, the fighter jet's tail hook firmly caught the arresting cable. Whoosh! The arresting cable was instantly pulled into an acute angle, and the fighter jet's speed dropped sharply. Lu Hongjun and his generals were on tenterhooks. If the arresting cable hadn't been caught, the plane could have taken a go-around. But now its speed had been forcibly reduced, and if the arresting cable snapped, the fighter jet would immediately plunge into the sea. Everyone held their breath. After taxiing forward for more than 10 meters, the fighter jet came to a steady stop on the deck. The arresting cable designed by Chen Yue rebounded smoothly after the tail hook detached, and its surface remained smooth, without even a trace of damage. After a brief silence, the control tower erupted in thunderous applause. Lu Hongjun finally showed a relieved smile and let out a long sigh of relief. The meeting room erupted in applause, but as the generals clapped, their expressions changed completely when they looked at Chen Yue on the big screen. Ren Taijun stood up with a smile and shook Wu Haidong's hand. "Congratulations, Lao Wu. The successful launch of the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier and the successful takeoff and landing of its carrier-based aircraft are a great event for the Navy and for the Great Dragon Nation. Wu Haidong couldn't hide his smile. From today onwards, our waters are no longer a place where the U.S. can come and go as it pleases. Rin Taiju nodded and smiled. That makes sense. But Lao Wu, now that your aircraft carrier has been successfully launched, given our old brotherhood, there's something I'd like to ask you. Chapter 55, Successful Return. This spectacle was a bit over the top. Stop. Before Rin Taijun could finish speaking, Wu Haidong raised his hand to stop him, saying, if you really care about our friendship, then don't say anything more. Rin Taijun became anxious and said stiffly, that won't do. I've already said it, so you have to listen today, whether you like it or not. The generals in the conference room burst into laughter, and Wu Haidong was amused by his arrogant demeanor. The two came from the same class back then, and their relationship is closer than brothers. They can joke around without either of them taking it to heart. Wu Haidong said with a smile, everyone says that you, Rin Taijun, are a notoriously stubborn mule in the Army headquarters. Fine, then I'd like to hear what kind of nonsense you can come up with today. Rin Taijun stopped joking, pointed at the big screen with his cigarette in his hand, and there was Chen Yue on the screen. I've taken a liking to this young man. He made no attempt to hide these words in front of everyone. Wu Haidong feigned ignorance. So what if you like it? Rin Taijun glared at him. Your Navy's aircraft carrier has been successfully launched, so why are you keeping it? The Navy, Land Forces, and Air Force are all one family. In times of war, we fight together, and in times of peace, we conduct scientific research together, so we should help each other. He got more and more excited as he spoke. This kid can even make a resting gear for aircraft carriers. He'll definitely be able to achieve even greater things if he joins our army. It's settled then. You write a notice right away and transfer Chen Yue to the army. I want him to be in charge of the development of a main battle weapon. Wu Haidong waited until he finished speaking before slowly asking, are you done? Rin Taijun was taken aback. If you're done talking, hurry up and write the notice. Wu Haidong waved his hand. Write it down. Chen Yue is a talent discovered by Lao Lu, and also an important scientific researcher in our Navy. Borrow him? You're dreaming impossible. The moment the fighter jet successfully landed on the aircraft carrier, Wu Haidong and the generals present all realized one thing. Chen Yue had become a hot commodity. Rin Taijun retorted, what good is he to you? Your Navy already has aircraft carriers and destroyers. What more do you want? Why don't you just fly to the sky? A middle-aged Air Force general standing nearby also chimed in with a smile. I think Chen Yue should be assigned to our Air Force first. His modified Hailong 3 is so outstanding, and we just happen to be developing a 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. Stop! Rin Taijun stood up abruptly. Old Joe, you're trying to steal our man? I asked for him first, and no matter what, he has to go to our army first. Wu Haidong also stood up. Go where? I haven't agreed, so none of you are getting a chance. Commander Zhou said unhurriedly. The Air Force's research and development is still more urgent. You are all generals. How come you don't understand the big picture at all? The meeting room erupted in chaos. At that moment, Chen Yue, who was returning to port on the deck of the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud, had no idea that the three commanders of the Army, Navy, and Air Force were arguing fiercely over him. As he watched the port draw ever closer in the distance, Chen Yue felt not only excitement, but also immense pride. To be able to contribute to the construction of the nation's aircraft carrier was something countless people dreamed of. At this moment, Lu Hongjun walked over and asked him with a smile, Chen Yue, the successful launch of the Blue Cloud is all thanks to you. What are your plans for the future? Chen Yue scratched his head. After that, I plan to go back to work, Deputy Commander Lu. Lu Hongjun was taken aback. Go back to work? Aren't you considering staying? Being a full-time research staff member at the Southeast Coastal Base is better than what you're doing now, isn't it? After listening, Chen Yue did hesitate. He knew in his heart that as long as he stayed, Lu Hongjun would definitely not treat him unfairly. But staying at the main base to do scientific research also meant that his movements would be restricted in the future, let alone using his phone or going live. Compared to stability and high salary, Chen Yue prefers a free and easy life. He said earnestly, Deputy Commander Lu, I'm sorry. I still hope to return to Lanyan City and live a normal life. Of course, as long as the country needs me, I, Chen Yue, will not hesitate to do so. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Lu Hongjun sighed inwardly and nodded, saying, "All right, since you don't want to stay, we can't force you. I'll send someone to take you back later." Chen Yue breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Deputy Commander Lu." At this time, the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud had already entered the port area and was preparing to dock. Lu Hongjun glanced at the dock unintentionally, and his eyelids twitched. Good heavens, Commander Ren, Commander Wu, and Commander Zhou are all waiting at the dock. What's even stranger is that although the three of them had smiles on their faces, their eyes clearly showed that they were wary of the people around them. 10 minutes later, Chen Yue, along with officers including Lu Hongjun, officially disembarked from the aircraft carrier via the gangway. Lu Hongjun stood up straight and saluted the three commanders. Reporting to Commander Wu, the first voyage and series of tactical tests of the aircraft carrier Lanyan have been successfully completed. After returning the greeting, Wu Haidong's gaze quickly fell on Chen Yue, his eyes full of approval. "Chen Yue, on behalf of the Great Dragon Kingdom's Naval Command, I would like to express my gratitude to you. I never expected that such a cutting-edge technical problem as the arresting gear for aircraft carriers would be solved by a young man like you." Chen Yue was extremely nervous and could only reply dryly, "Commander Wu, you flatter me." It's not that he's a coward, because standing before him at that moment were the commanders-in-chief of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. How many times in a lifetime does an ordinary person have the opportunity to speak to three commanders simultaneously? Chapter 56 is really lively. Three commanders are trying to snatch someone away. However, as soon as Chen Yue finished speaking, Ren Taijun, dressed in the uniform of an army general, strode up and grabbed his hand. "You must be Chen Yue." Ren Taijun laughed heartily. A hero emerges from among the young. Old Wu, judging ability by age, is unacceptable. Wu Haidong's face darkened slightly, but with so many people present, he couldn't afford to make a scene. Lu Hongjun, standing nearby, quickly introduced, "Chen Yue, this is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army Headquarters, Commander Ren Taijun." Ren Taijun waved his hand, showing no airs whatsoever. Instead, he acted like a warm elder, pulling Chen Yue aside and asking, "I heard you graduated with a degree in mechanical engineering and even worked in a machine factory, right?" "Yes, Commander Ren." Chen Yue was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to smile or not, and could only nod. Ren Taijun immediately looked at everyone. "You majored in mechanical engineering and have worked in a machine factory. What does that mean?" "Machine factories manufacture equipment and vehicles, which is closely related to our Army's equipment." Then he asked Chen Yue, "How much do you know about the Army equipment of our Great Dragon Kingdom? Are you interested in researching Army equipment?" This scene stunned the surrounding officers and reporters in the distance. For an Army commander to be so enthusiastic toward the young man was clearly unusual. All right, stop right there." Zhou Changhong finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward with a smile to pull Chen Yue back. "Chen Yue, I'm the head of the Air Force Command. I heard that you brought back those 2 Freedom Black Hawks. How about we go to the Air Force headquarters to talk about this?" "What are you talking about?" Wu Haidong immediately stepped forward, pushed Zhou Changhong's hand away, and said with displeasure, "This is our Navy's territory. You two can't just blatantly try to take people away from us, can you?" Chen Yue then realized what was happening. Good heavens, the 3 commanders were waiting at the dock to rob him. But he had never even considered going to the Army or the Air Force. He was just an ordinary college student. How could he have imagined that 3 commanders would be vying for him like this? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lu Hongjun quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Commander Ren, Commander Zhou, please calm down. Chen Yue just told me that he has no intention of officially joining the organization for the time being and wants to go back to Lanyun City to rest first." After listening, Ren Taijun looked at Chen Yue and asked, "Is that really what you think?" Chen Yue nodded. "That's true. The success of the arresting cable on the aircraft carrier was partly due to luck and chance. With my current abilities, I might not be able to handle formal scientific research work." Hearing this, the 3 commanders calmed down. After all, Chen Yue himself hadn't given his consent, so no matter how fiercely they argued, it would be useless. Ren Taijun pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, if you want to go back and rest first, we can't force you to work." However, he changed the subject, looking at Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong. "But let me make this clear first. Chen Yue made the arresting gear for your Navy, allowing the Lanyun to be successfully launched, right?" Wu Haidong nodded. "That's right." Ren Taijun then looked at Zhou Changhong. He also sent 2 USS Freedom Black Hawk helicopters to your Air Force. Those are valuable research materials, right? Zhou Changhong frowned. That's true, Lao Run. What exactly are you trying to say? Rin Taijun patted Chen Yue on the shoulder and said matter-of-factly, you've all reaped the benefits, while our army has nothing. So if Chen Yue really wants to join the army and do scientific research, he must come to our army first. Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong were speechless for a moment. Although the words were arrogant, the logic seemed to be quite true. Seeing that the two agreed, Ren Taijun looked at Chen Yue with a serious expression. Chen Yue, next time you come to the army, I hope you can bring me an even greater shock. Chen Yue nodded. Please rest assured. If the country needs me, I, Chen Yue, will do my utmost. Upon receiving this reply, Ren Taijun smiled with satisfaction. After the aircraft carrier was successfully launched, the next step was a flurry of media interviews. To protect Chen Yue's privacy, Liu Hongjun arranged for someone to escort him away, while he stayed behind to deal with the reporters. More than an hour later, Chen Yue returned to the Lanyan City steel plant by car. He hadn't been back for over a month, and as soon as he got off the bus, he noticed that the steel plant gate was rusted and the weeds in the yard had been cleared away. Looks like the boss really didn't run away, Chen Yue muttered, carrying his package back to his dormitory. The factory looks more lively now, but there are still few workers, so it won't be able to get back to normal operations so quickly. Back at his lodgings, Chen Yue locked the door and collapsed onto the bed. His nerves, which had been tense for over a month, finally relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He was so comfortable that he just wanted to stay in bed for a week. After lying down for a while, Chen Yue took out his phone. His phone hadn't had a SIM card in for the past month, so the messages must be piling up. Instead of replying to them one by one, he decided to just go live and explain. He put his phone on the table, opened Douyin, TikTok, and was immediately startled by the 999 plus comments. Once ready, Chen Yue clicked Start Broadcast. As soon as the screen appeared, viewers flooded into the live stream. Chapter 57, Fishing Gear with Arresting Lines, link above. In less than a few minutes, the number of viewers in Chen Yue's live stream exceeded 10,000, and it was still rising rapidly. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. Some people shouted that he had finally started streaming. Some asked if he was the person on the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, and others urged him to talk about the arresting gear on the aircraft carrier. It has been more than a month since the last live broadcast from the river. The launch of the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud is a major event that has attracted nationwide attention, and almost everyone in the country knows about it. Although the military hasn't released much information about Chen Yue, he had already amassed a large following. His Douyin account now boasts over 1 million followers, with over 100,000 new followers today alone. Chen Yue looked at the screen and laughed. Don't worry, everyone. The anchor isn't as amazing as you all say. I didn't build the barrier cable by myself either. I just provided the experts with some ideas for improvement. He made it very clear that the specific construction, testing, and installation all relied on experts from the Great Dragon Kingdom and workers at the aircraft carrier port. Facing hundreds of thousands of spectators, he didn't intend to take all the credit for himself. The comments section became even more lively. Some joked about when he became so humble. Some wanted to know what kind of technology the barrier cable was, and some even asked him to post a link to the barrier cable. Are you crazy? That's something worth hundreds of millions. Can you even afford it? Looking at these comments, Chen Yue suddenly remembered the fishing rod he had made before. At first, he hadn't expected that the super-grade fishing line he created with his new skill could actually become an arresting cable for an aircraft carrier when enlarged. With the current equipment in the machine shop, it's unrealistic to recreate a real arresting line. But fishing line is different. It can not only be manufactured, but also mass-produced. Chen Yue chuckled, holding his phone. One of our fans hit the nail on the head. Since everyone's interested in stopcocks, how about I post a link? As soon as he said that, the chat in the live stream exploded. The audience was both surprised and excited. Some suspected he was joking, some worried whether it was a military secret, and others started urging him to post the link. After all, no one had ever heard of buying aircraft carrier arresting gear by watching a live stream. It wasn't just the domestic audience that was excited. Longtime customers in the Middle East also sat up straight. For these wealthy individuals, money is the last thing they lack. What troubles them, however, is the continued embargo on advanced military technology by countries like the U.S. No matter how rich they are, if those countries don't sell them technology and weapons, there's nothing they can do. Benjamin stared at the screen and asked in a deep voice, Is there any way to get him to sell this technology to us separately? The bearded man, Rask, had his eyes gleaming. Why don't we just stop buying arresting gear technology? Since Chen Yue can build arresting gear, he might be able to build an entire aircraft carrier. Commander, why don't we just buy aircraft carrier technology directly? Benjamin's heart skipped a beat. If they truly possessed an aircraft carrier, facing those mercenaries would be akin to a game changer. Even the U.S. military bases wouldn't seem so far away anymore. At that moment, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, Chen Yue stepped out of the camera's view. Not long after, he returned with a fishing rod and line. He introduced the product to the camera. Those who have watched my live stream should know that I was preparing to sell a self-made fishing rod. The fishing line technology that comes with this fishing rod is actually the technology one used to improve the arresting cable of an aircraft carrier. In other words, this fishing line is essentially a smaller version of a stop line. Chen Yue continued, "Today, in front of everyone, I guarantee that this fishing rod and line will not have any quality problems within 15 years. As for the strength of the fishing line, it can at least pull a weight of 2,000 kilograms. For experienced anglers, catching even a 2-kilogram fish, let alone a 2,000-kilogram one, is a rare occurrence. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the strength of this fishing line." Immediately, viewers in the live stream testified that during the last live stream, this fishing line had pulled up a speedboat. Viewers also pressed for the price, urging him to list it on sale quickly. Who would want a fishing line comparable to an aircraft carrier's arresting cable? Chen Yue waved his hand. "Everyone, don't rush. I'm producing this fishing gear by myself right now, so my efficiency is definitely not as good as that of a modern large factory. The first batch will be 500 sets, including 1 fishing rod and 2 sets of fishing lines." When it came to pricing, he hesitated slightly. Too expensive and the audience might not buy it. Too cheap and it would be a waste of time. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's tentatively set the first batch at 298 yuan per set. I'll count to 3 and then upload the link." At 300 yuan a set, Chen Yue thought it was much cheaper than those fishing gear brands that claimed to be high-end. After setting up the link, he counted down in front of the camera, 3, 2, 1, link up. The live stream briefly froze the moment the shopping link appeared. The next second, all 500 sets in stock were sold out. The live chat exploded. Those who missed out were furious, blaming others for cheating with their speed, shouting that 500 sets were gone in a second, and begging Chen Yue to release another 100 sets. The bearded man and his entourage, far away in the Middle East, were equally dejected, slapping their thighs in anger. How infuriating! How come these people from the Great Dragon Kingdom are moving so fast? The link to Chapter 58, 370 billion, has been sold. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of viewers in a live stream, 500 sets of fishing gear are simply not enough to grab. It's practically a lottery. If your internet speed is even slightly slow, you won't even see a shadow of it. Chen Yue smiled and reassured everyone. "Don't worry, this is just the first batch. I will expand production as needed, and once the capacity increases, there will definitely be more fishing gear available." That's what he said, but he knew in his heart that production capacity was indeed a problem. Right now, he was relying on himself, and even with high efficiency, there were limits. He couldn't possibly produce hundreds of thousands of sets a day. Hiring someone might compromise the quality. More importantly, he modified the equipment for manufacturing the barrier fishing line himself. There were no readily available machines on the market. To expand the scale, he would need to buy a batch of equipment and renovate it, a project no less demanding than building an aircraft carrier on his own. At least for now, he hasn't come up with a suitable solution. However, in response to the enthusiastic audience, Chen Yue made a promise. "I will hold a second live broadcast within a week, and at that time at least 10,000 sets of fishing gear will be available for sale, and all orders will be shipped within 7 days." The audience was relieved, but the comments quickly took a turn for the worse. "Hey streamer, tell me about aircraft carriers. How about adding a link for the aircraft carrier as well?" Seeing these jeers in the live chat, Chen Yue couldn't help but laugh. "Even if I could build an aircraft carrier, I'm afraid none of you could afford to buy one. This isn't to look down on you, but let me do the math for you." Upon hearing this, the bearded man and his crew on the other side of the screen immediately perked up. While the audience in the Great Dragon Kingdom was just having fun, they didn't take this as a joke. Chen Yue continued, "Based on the current configuration of the Blue Cloud, the entire aircraft carrier would cost at least 30 billion. If each fighter jet costs 500 million, it would still cost at least 5 billion more. Add in the port equipment and fuel costs, and it'll be around 37 billion. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone is, I'll provide a link for anyone who wants to buy. He was only half joking when he said that. 370 billion might be the assets of some groups in China, but to come up with that much cash all at once is something almost no one can do. Chen Yue didn't expect that his casual joke would be taken seriously by someone. In the Middle East, the bearded man looked at Benjamin. "Commander, how about this deal of 37 billion? Benjamin pondered for a moment. It is expensive, but it is an aircraft carrier after all, and it also comes with fighter jets and port facilities. If we were to study it from scratch, the money would probably be more than 10 times the cost." The bearded man immediately understood. "Then let's just buy Chen Yue's aircraft carrier technology?" Benjamin nodded. "Okay, quickly flood the screen and get him to link to the aircraft carrier." Meanwhile, even without them stirring things up, a bunch of viewers in the live stream were already jeering. "Stop bragging, streamer, post the link now. It's only a little over 30 billion. If you dare to bid, we dare to buy. Let's pool our money to buy an aircraft carrier." Chen Yue was both annoyed and amused, so he simply picked up his phone and said, "Fine, I'll give you a link to an aircraft carrier. Priced at 37 billion, come on, buy it." Soon, a new product link popped up in the bottom right corner of the live stream. The product name is prominently displayed. One aircraft carrier. The price tag is a full 37 billion. The link sat there for half a day without anyone clicking on it. Chen Yue laughed and continued to joke. "Why isn't anyone buying it? If you place an order now, you'll get a free aircraft carrier coupon, saving you 10,000 yuan. The comments section erupted in laughter. The streamer actually went live? Who can afford that? More than 30 billion yuan, even if hundreds of thousands of people combined, might not be able to raise that much. It's too expensive. Can I get it for free? However, at that moment, Chen Yue suddenly discovered that the aircraft carrier link he had just posted had disappeared. The next second, 5 large characters appeared in the live stream chat. Link sold. Chen Yue was stunned on the spot. Not only him, but hundreds of thousands of viewers were also stunned, with the comment section frozen for several seconds. Sold. Chen Yue stared at the page in disbelief. Those 3 words were indeed displayed. His first thought was that the platform was malfunctioning. But the next moment, the entire live stream room completely exploded. Holy crap, someone actually bought an aircraft carrier. Who's so powerful, throwing around 37 billion in one go? Could it be a system error? How could the payment have gone through? This is unbelievable, streamer. What's going on? The scrolling comments were almost impossible to see, and Chen Yue's mind was buzzing. Who would actually buy something like this? What would you do with an aircraft carrier? Sail home to fish? That's 37 billion. At this moment, not only Chen Yue was stunned, but the back-end staff of Douyin Software's headquarters were also dumbfounded. Chapter 59, This Rich Bastard is Ruthless. He just throws money around without any reason. Because everyone in the back office could see clearly that someone had indeed spent 37 billion yuan to purchase the product links in Chen Yue's live stream. The staff rubbed their eyes, thinking the system had malfunctioned. But after repeated checks, the result remained unchanged. The aircraft carrier link had indeed been bought. The live stream audience erupted in chaos, with the chat flooded with comments. Chen Yue, looking at the notifications in the background, was also completely stunned. Who on earth was playing such a huge joke on him? He could figure out how to build other things, but an aircraft carrier is something that no one person can handle alone. He was able to make a resting cable for carrier-based aircraft before, because he had a port workshop and hundreds of people working with him. Now, if he were to build an aircraft carrier single-handedly, let alone the entire ship, he probably wouldn't even be able to manage a single wheel. Soon, the official representative of Douyin, TikTok, arrived at the back office. Upon hearing that the amount was 37 billion yuan and that it was overseas funds, his expression changed instantly, and he immediately demanded to know where the money had gone. The staff member said with a grim face that the money had most likely already gone into Chen Yue's personal account. The person in charge was trembling. 3.7 million would be manageable, but this was 37 billion. He immediately ordered that Chen Yue's live stream be shut down to prevent the situation from escalating further. The next second, a notification popped up on Chen Yue's screen. The live stream has been cut off by the administrator. He sighed helplessly, and a possibility quickly came to mind. 9 times out of 10, it was those big spending bastards, the bearded man, who was responsible. Who else would casually spend over 30 billion yuan online? Chen Yue put down his phone, opened his laptop, logged into the dark domain network store, and sent a message directly to Big Beard, asking if they had bought the 37 billion aircraft carrier link earlier. Shortly after, they received a reply. Lasker said they had just seen Chen Yue selling an aircraft carrier, so they planned to buy one. Chen Yue's eyelids twitched. What do they mean by just happened to see one and bought it? What did these big spenders think of an aircraft carrier? A small fishing boat? He quickly explained that the link was just for fun and there was no intention to actually sell the aircraft carrier. He even asked them why they wanted to buy the aircraft carrier. Lasker replied seriously that their fishing industry was underdeveloped and the surrounding area was chaotic, making it unsafe for ordinary fishing boats to go out to sea. Therefore, they wanted to buy a larger and sturdier boat for fishing, and an aircraft carrier would perfectly meet their needs. Chen Yue was utterly speechless. Using an aircraft carrier to fish, that reason was utterly absurd. The problem is, the 37 billion has already been received, and the transaction was completed in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. Now, if you want to get a refund, it won't be so simple. The live streaming platform has already kicked him offline, and the relevant departments will definitely come knocking. If the money is still in his account, it's manageable to explain, but if the money suddenly disappears, the trouble will only be bigger. At this point, Lasker asked again how long it would take to build the aircraft carrier, and whether 6 months would be enough. Chen Yue almost cursed aloud. Building an aircraft carrier in 6 months? Wasn't that an international joke? He suppressed his anger and replied that the link was just a joke, that he had no intention of selling the aircraft carrier, that they had misunderstood, and that he would refund the money later. But when the bearded man heard that he won a refund, he immediately panicked. Benjamin frowned and analyzed that Chen Yue had previously said the cost price was 37 billion, probably because he felt there was no profit and therefore was unwilling to accept the order. Lasker asked if they should add more. Benjamin gritted his teeth and made the decision. Their money was worthless if they couldn't spend it. They would add another billion to try. So Lasker sent Chen Yue another message, apologizing for not considering things carefully earlier. Chen Yue saw that the other party's attitude had changed and thought they had finally understood what he meant. He breathed a sigh of relief, but the next sentence completely baffled him. Lasker said that 37 billion was indeed too little, and they decided to add 1 billion as compensation for Chen Yue's work. Chen Yue's vision blurred, and he almost slipped off his chair. 370 billion was already enough to give him a headache, and now the other side wanted to throw in another billion. Seeing that he didn't reply, Lasker continued to raise the stakes according to Benjamin's suggestion, saying that if 1 billion wasn't enough, then they should price it at 400 billion, and the extra 3 billion would be his personal income. The other party even advised him that this was a good deal, and that once he finished this transaction, he would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Chen Yue was both angry and amused. If he really took this job, he probably wouldn't be able to think about the rest of his life. The Navy headquarters would definitely not let him off the hook. He could only reply that he would talk about it later, and his meaning was very clear. He was unable to accept this order and would return the money after he finished dealing with his current matters. After sending the message, Chen Yue immediately closed the dark domain network shop, feeling his head buzzing. Who would have thought that having too much money could one day become a source of trouble? But soon, he didn't even have time to worry. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door, followed by someone shouting, "Is Chen Yue inside? Open the door. We're from the Lanyan City Public Security Bureau." Chapter 60, Chen Yue's second visit to the palace. Another tea party. Damn, they're here so fast. Chen Yue had guessed that the police would call him in for questioning, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He had only been offline for less than half an hour, and they were already at his door. They're here. They're here. He quickly got up and opened the door, where stood an old acquaintance, the criminal police captain Kong Maolin. Kong Maolin looked puzzled and asked, "What on earth are you up to? Come with us to the police station first." Douyin, as the largest live streaming platform in China, suddenly saw a single transaction of 37 billion yuan. The person in charge dared not suppress it privately and immediately reported it to the police. So Kong Maolin led a group of people to the platform. 10 minutes later, Chen Yue returned to the Lanyan City Public Security Bureau and sat in the familiar regret chair. Across from them, Director Zhao Chongfeng also arrived, his face equally filled with confusion. Chen Yue had been to the police station once before for hand-rolling seamless steel pipes, and it was the two of them who questioned him then. But this time it was completely different. 1 second, Chen Yue was the #1 hero of the aircraft carrier's arresting gear, a young prodigy who could stand on the deck of an aircraft carrier and go to sea. The next second, foreign forces placed an order in his live broadcast room, directly transferring 37 billion. Kong Maolin, holding his thermos, couldn't help but say, "Are you stupid? If you sold some handicrafts outside and kept a low profile, we would have turned a blind eye. You changed the subject, but you, on the other hand, took 37 billion from someone all at once. We can't pretend we didn't see it." Zhao Chongfeng also asked in a deep voice, "Chen Yue, tell me yourself, what exactly happened?" Chen Yue smiled wryly. "Director Zhao, you really can't blame me. I was just having some fun at the time. Who would have thought that someone would actually spend more than 30 billion to buy things?" Zhao Chongfeng was speechless for a moment. This situation certainly doesn't follow conventional wisdom. Who in their right mind would dare to spend over 30 billion yuan to order an aircraft carrier in a live stream? But those Middle Eastern tycoons are different. Their concept of money is inherently shallow, so 30 billion yuan might not really be a big deal to them. Kong Maolin asked, "Was this order placed by the same group of people who bought your steel pipes before?" Chen Yue nodded obediently. "Yes." Zhao Chongfeng frowned. "I knew it. Apart from those big Middle Eastern companies, there aren't many places in the world with this kind of scale. So, you really intend to build them an aircraft carrier?" Chen Yue quickly changed his tune. "Please don't joke around. How could I possibly have the ability to build an aircraft carrier? Even if I could, I wouldn't have the resources." Although the incident caused quite a stir, Chen Yue was relatively cooperative. Kong Maolin looked at him and said, "This matter has a huge impact. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in a live broadcast room saw it. If it's not handled properly, it will only get bigger and bigger. Are you planning to handle it yourself? Or cooperate with the public security authorities?" Chen Yue did not hesitate. "I will follow the arrangements of the Public Security Bureau." Zhao Chongfeng thought for a moment and said, "This 37 billion yuan will definitely be refunded. We'll issue a notarized statement later, saying that it was an abnormal order caused by illegal personnel exploiting a loophole in the platform, and not a genuine payment. Revealing the truth directly isn't out of the question, but that would only fuel even more controversy. In contrast, characterizing the incident as a platform malfunction is a more likely way to quell the storm." Chen Yue nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say. Should we transfer this money to the Public Security Bureau's account?" Zhao Chongfeng waved his hand. "Don't give it to us. You'll definitely find a way to contact them and return the money yourself later." "Okay," Chen Yue agreed, then tentatively asked, "Can I leave now?" "What's the rush?" Kong Maolin told him to sit down. "Originally, Lanyan City was going to reward you for the aircraft carrier arresting cable incident. But you're such a troublemaker. You've stirred up such a mess again." Zhao Chongfeng continued. "There will still be commendations, but only certificates and public media praise. No material rewards. Be careful in the future. You're not an ordinary person now, and countless eyes around the world are watching you." Chen Yue nodded quickly. "Understood." After the reprimand, he returned to the steel plant in a police car. Considering the value of 37 billion, deducting 10 or 15 days for investigation wouldn't be excessive. Zhao Chongfeng had already been quite lenient this time. Back at the steel plant, Chen Yue just reached the dormitory building when someone called out to him from behind. "Chen Yue, look, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early." He turned around and saw that the person who came was Huang Jun, who had a big smile on his face. Chen Yue glanced at him, then asked with a smile, "Mr. Huang, is there something you need?" Huang Jun stepped forward, looking familiar. "Others may not know you, but how could I not? We all saw it on TV yesterday. You haven't been around for a month, and you've done something so big." Chen Yue laughed and said, "You mean the obstruction rope? I was just doing what I could. It's nothing major." "You're too modest." Huang Jun quickly stopped him as he was about to leave. "Now, on behalf of the Lanyan City Steel Plant, I'm going to commend and reward you. Here, please accept this card. It's a small token of my appreciation." Looking at the gold card from the Great Dragon Kingdom that he handed over, Chen Yue did not reach out, but said calmly, "Mr. Huang, you might as well just say what you have to say." Chapter 61, or should we really build an aircraft carrier? It's hard to say about others, but Chen Yue knows Huang Jun all too well. Back then, because of a debt, Huang Jun abandoned the steel plant and ran away, not even paying the workers' wages. Now, suddenly presenting a gold card with an award and commendation bonus, Chen Yue knew without a doubt that if he dared to accept it, Huang Jun would definitely need his help later. Huang Jun smiled broadly, saying he was sincere and wanted to cooperate with Chen Yue to expand and strengthen the fishing gear business. Chen Yue pretended not to understand and asked him how much he planned to earn before leaving. Huang Jun's face stiffened, and he immediately explained that he had no choice but to leave back then, fearing that the debts would implicate the people in the factory. Chen Yue nodded and took the opportunity to expose his shortcomings. After you ran away, a third of the factory's equipment was moved and sold off, and you still owe us almost a year's wages. Boss Huang really helped a lot. Upon hearing this, Huang Jun immediately lost face. He quickly steered the conversation back to the collaboration, saying they planned to restock the equipment and mass-produce the fishing rods and lines Chen Yue sold in his live stream, initially aiming for 100,000 sets per month. Chen Yue would only be responsible for technical guidance. He would handle all other manpower, equipment, and materials, with profits split 20/80ths. After hearing this, Chen Yue was genuinely tempted. What he needed most right now was manpower. Even if he worked incredibly hard, he could only manage 100 sets a day at most. Although Huang Jun had a criminal record, with such a lucrative opportunity right in front of him, he probably wouldn't easily run away until he'd made enough money. So Chen Yue nodded and said that cooperation was possible, but the profit sharing was not right. Huang Jun was taken aback, then immediately changed his mind. How about a 30-70 split? In his view, Chen Yue only provided some technical skills and didn't even have to lift a finger, so giving him 30% was already quite generous. Unexpectedly, Chen Yue laughed. Boss Huang put in so much effort, and you only get 30%? I think it would be better to split it in half. Huang Jun was stunned. The 30% he mentioned was clearly for Chen Yue. But Chen Yue had already taken the lead, so he had no choice but to agree for now, lest they lose even 50% if they continued negotiating. So the two agreed to split the profits 50/50ths, and Huang Jun asked Chen Yue to quickly compile a list of equipment, materials, and supplies. Chen Yue agreed to give it to him tomorrow, and without further ado, went straight up to the dormitory building. Watching his retreating figure, Huang Jun's face darkened, and he muttered a curse under his breath. If it weren't for the money, he wouldn't have given Chen Yue a second glance. But now, if he wanted to make money, he had no choice but to appease him. Huang Jun lit a cigarette, got into his car, and left the factory to head to today's dinner party. Meanwhile, Chen Yue returned to his residence and, upon seeing the laptop on the table, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on again. The 37 billion yuan transferred from the bearded man's side still hasn't been returned. This money came from an outrageous source, and the amount is frighteningly large. Now, even if he wanted to return it, it would be difficult for him. What's more troublesome is that what if those people absolutely refuse a refund and insist on having the aircraft carrier? After all, Chen Yue himself did add the aircraft carrier link in the first place. Now that things have escalated to this point, simply saying it was a joke is probably not enough to resolve the situation. Thinking about this, a bold idea suddenly popped into Chen Yue's mind. Or should we really build an aircraft carrier? The idea had barely surfaced when even he himself was startled. Building an aircraft carrier is a massive undertaking, not just for an individual, but for a nation. The Great Dragon Kingdom had endured so many years before finally launching its first aircraft carrier. Among the hundreds of countries in the world, very few can build large destroyers, let alone aircraft carriers. It's definitely unrealistic to expect him to start construction now. But what if it's just blueprints? Drawing blueprints is a completely different matter from actual construction. Thanks to the enhanced mechanical product comprehension granted by the system, Chen Yue had already grasped almost all the blueprint information of the entire aircraft carrier when he boarded the Blue Cloud. Moreover, in his view, there are still many areas where the Blue Cloud can be improved. If he were to design it, he would definitely prioritize nuclear power over conventional heavy oil engines. At least 2 electromagnetic catapult tracks would need to be added to the deck, effectively doubling the aircraft's takeoff and landing efficiency. The deck space layout would also have to be completely redesigned. The more Chen Yue thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. He simply turned on his computer and used drawing software to write down everything that came to mind. In less than an hour, a draft blueprint for an aircraft carrier appeared on the screen. Although this draft is still rough, with many details missing and no complete explanation, its value is definitely not low. Looking at the blueprint, Chen Yue began to wonder, should he give this to Big Beard and his men? After all, the other party is a major Middle Eastern country. If they have the corresponding blueprint and technical support, it doesn't seem entirely impossible for them to start building an aircraft carrier. With that in mind, Chen Yue opened the dark domain network and contacted Big Beard. The other party asked eagerly as soon as they logged on, "Mr. Chen, what's your decision regarding our aircraft carrier order? Have you decided to cooperate?" Seeing the other party's eager attitude, Chen Yu's lips twitched slightly. Consider it? Does he think he can just build this thing by thinking about it? Does he really think aircraft carriers are steel pipes that you can just build a bunch of at will? Chapter 62. Negotiation successful. The military is contacting Chen Yue again. Despite his inner grumbling, Chen Yue still replied to the bearded man on his computer. He said that due to limitations, he was indeed unable to build an aircraft carrier directly, but he could provide blueprint designs for the aircraft carrier and its supporting port, and asked if they could accept them. In the Middle East, after seeing the reply, the bearded man and his men all fell silent. Benjamin frowned, finding the idea absurd. Asking them to build an aircraft carrier remotely according to blueprints was no simple matter. It wasn't as straightforward as building guns and cannons. Not to mention, they don't even have many ports that can accommodate ordinary warships, let alone aircraft carrier ports. Anyone who hears this plan would find it unbelievable at first. But Rask felt there was still a chance. After all, they had no other choice. They couldn't expect the U.S. to hand over its aircraft carrier technology. These words struck a chord with Benjamin. Right now, their only reliable outside friend was Chen Yue. Moreover, Chen Yue had recently appeared in the media of the Great Dragon Kingdom and was recognized by the Great Dragon Kingdom Navy as a hero of the aircraft carrier's arresting gear. Benjamin pondered for a moment, then slammed his fist on the table and decided to do it. He instructed Lasker to reply to Chen Yue, agreeing to the plan, but requiring the most detailed blueprints for the aircraft carrier's construction, along with the corresponding port plans. Chen Yue was also instructed to provide immediate support and solutions should any problems arise during construction. Lasker immediately complied and relayed the request. Chen Yue was somewhat surprised when he saw the message. No wonder people always call them dog big shots. These people really dared to make such a decision. He replied that remote technical support could be provided, but only remotely. Regarding the $37 billion, he hoped the other party would provide a solution as soon as possible so he could remit the money back. Not long after, Lasker sent another message, saying that the money would still be considered part of the aircraft carrier order. If Chen Yue could really help them build the aircraft carrier, then the money would be his. In addition, once the seaport and aircraft carrier are completed, they also plan to name the future seaport base and aircraft carrier after Chen Yue. Chen Yue had just taken a sip of water when he almost sprayed it all over the screen. Good heavens, naming a harbor and an aircraft carrier after him. Isn't that just making sure he lives a peaceful life? He could even imagine the day when Middle Eastern tycoons would suddenly unveil an aircraft carrier and announce to the world's media that the ship was named Chen Yue. Just imagining that scene sent chills down Chen Yu's spine. He quickly replied that the naming rights issue would be discussed after the project was fully completed. Since the other party had agreed to the plan, he would submit the harbor blueprint soon. After all, building a ship starts with building a port. An aircraft carrier can't be built out of thin air. Lasker readily agreed, saying no problem and looking forward to Chen Yu's harbor blueprint. After shutting down the dark domain network shop, Chen Yue got up and left the room, heading to the workshop where he usually worked. Previously, in order to modify Hylon number 3, he disassembled and reassembled many pieces of equipment in the workshop, and now they all look strange. Chen Yue pondered that he should first restore the equipment to its original state, then manufacture another batch of fishing gear to complete the orders he owed when he started broadcasting. Without hesitation, he took off his coat, leaving only a vest and work pants in the freezing cold, and immediately began disassembling and assembling the equipment. Back in college, he looked rather frail, which is why Lu Jie and his gang dared to bully him so brazenly. But after working for the past 2 years, Chen Yue has developed a solid physique with well-defined muscles that, while not exaggerated, exude a sense of power. With the clanging and banging sounds, Chen Yue quickly realized that he was disassembling and assembling equipment much faster than before. This is related to the advancement of the tech tree level. The tech tree brought by the strongest manual system not only unlocks new skills, but also enhances his original mechanical talents. He checked the system and learned that each level up in the technology tree increases basic talent by 5%. Now his basic mechanical talent has increased by 15%, naturally leading to a significant increase in efficiency. More than an hour later, the equipment in the workshop was basically restored to its original state. But before he could even begin making fishing rods and lines, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Chen Yue, open the door quickly. The iron gate was being banged on loudly. Chen Yue turned off the machine and then recognized Lao Ma's voice. When he opened the door, he saw not only old Ma standing outside, but also two military officers, both of whom were colonels. Chen Yue was stunned for a moment, and the other person was also startled by him. At this moment, Chen Yue was shirtless, wearing a vest, covered in engine oil, and still steaming. He didn't look like someone who had just come out of the house at all. Chen Yue asked who they were. Old Ma quickly explained that the two officers had come to the factory to see him and had important matters to discuss, so he asked them to talk first before going downstairs and leaving. One of the officers immediately saluted Chen Yue, confirmed his identity, and explained their purpose. We were sent by Commander Ren. Please come with us immediately. Chen Yue was taken aback. Commander Ren was naturally referring to Run Tai-jun, the commander-in-chief of the army. He had met this commander when the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier was launched, and he knew that the other party wanted him to conduct scientific research for the Great Dragon Kingdom's army. But the two of them had clearly agreed that he would need some time to rest first. Chen Yue couldn't help but ask, "It's only been 2 or 3 days. Didn't Commander Ren say he could give him a long vacation?" The officer looked serious and said this was a special emergency. Commander Ren instructed that he would be sent back after the crisis was resolved. After saying that, his tone became even more urgent. "Time is of the essence. Please cooperate with us and set off immediately." Chapter 63. The Army's tricky problem requires Chen Yue's approach. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Although he didn't know what exactly was wrong with the army, Chen Yue didn't dwell on it. Even if it couldn't be solved immediately, with the talents the system had given him, it shouldn't be difficult to analyze the direction of the problem. After going downstairs, Chen Yue saw a jeep with military license plates parked in the yard. After the group got into the jeep, one of the officers said that they would first go to a military base near Lanyan City and then transfer to a helicopter, which would take about 2.5 hours in total. Chen Yue glanced out the car window. The tinted glass and the darkness of night obscured everything. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" The colonel replied, "Army Weapons Research and Development Center. The specifics are classified, and I cannot tell you now. Once you arrive, a person in charge will contact you." After a 2-hour drive, the helicopter landed on the helipad of the Army Weapons Research and Development Center. The area was already under martial law, with a large number of armed soldiers guarding the perimeter and several high-ranking officers waiting. This is one of the most secretive areas in the Great Dragon Kingdom. Ordinary people, without special permission, would not even know of its existence, let alone enter. The propellers whipped up a gust of wind, and as soon as Chen Yue stepped off the plane, someone came to greet him. A general with stars on his shoulders smiled and extended his hand. "You must be Comrade Chen Yue?" Chen Yue quickly shook hands. "Hello, I am Chen Yue." The other party smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. My name is Fang Junshan, and I am the chief of the Army Weapons Research and Development Center. Commander Ren specifically asked us to invite you here, saying that you previously helped the Navy solve the problem of the aircraft carrier arresting gear and have great insights into military weapons research." Chen Yue appeared modest, saying he only knew a little about it. But in his heart, he couldn't help but think that Commander Ren's news had spread too quickly. It had only been 2 days, and the army already knew about it. Fang Junshan quickly got to the point. "I asked you to come here today because the R&D Center is facing a very serious problem. If it is not handled properly, we may have to recall some of the new main battle tanks that have already been put into service." Upon hearing this, Chen Yue immediately realized the gravity of the situation. For the army, besides strategic weapons like land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, the most crucial element is tank force. Tanks are known as the kings of land warfare, and that's no small feat. The Great Dragon Kingdom's navy is still growing, and its air force is only slightly inferior to that of top-tier powers. But when it comes to land forces, if the Great Dragon Kingdom claims to be second in the world, probably no one would dare to claim to be first. Chen Yue followed Fang Junshan into the R&D Center lobby and asked, "What exactly happened? Did the tank malfunction?" Fang Junshan shook his head. "It can't be called a malfunction. Come with me to the test site and take a look." After passing through multiple security checks and coded doors, the two entered a weapons testing range located underground in the Research and Development Center. The area was enormous, with a drop of tens of meters and spanning thousands of meters in length and width, stretching as far as the eye could see. Chen Yue immediately understood that this place was specifically used for testing new weapons. No matter how rigorous the ground-based testing was, it was still difficult to avoid being watched by spy satellites in space. Underground testing was different. Even the most advanced satellites couldn't see inside through the thick layers of soil and concrete. Inside the testing ground, several striking new tanks were parked there. Fang Junshan explained, "This is the Type 99T main battle tank, which we have already partially deployed to the Army. It is currently a leading main battle tank in China and even globally. Specific data involves classified information, so I won't go into details." Chen Yue nodded in understanding, then asked, "Is the problem with this tank?" Fang Junshan's expression was grave. "During routine testing, we discovered a problem with the armor of a 99T main battle tank. According to the design, it should be able to withstand heavy bombs, rockets, and enemy artillery fire. Tanks need more than just their own steel armor to stop these weapons. They also need external composite high-performance armor and explosive reactive armor to work together." Fang Junshan continued, "The previous tests were all successful. But today, we used a high-incendiary armor-piercing projectile that had appeared at a foreign military exhibition for a simulated combat test, and it actually penetrated the tank's armor directly and destroyed the simulated personnel inside." Hearing this, Chen Yue also frowned. If true, this is an extremely serious military accident. High-incendiary armor-piercing rounds are specifically designed to target armor. It's impossible for tank development to ignore this type of attack. After Chen Yue raised the question, Fang Junshan immediately shook his head. "Of course we've tested it, and more than 100 times in a laboratory environment. High-incendiary armor-piercing rounds are the old nemesis of tanks. How could we ignore them?" He frowned deeply. "The problem is the laboratory tests were all successful in defending against the attack, but things went wrong during the simulated combat phase. The entire research center is in an uproar. No matter how impressive the specifications on paper are, they're useless. If the Type 99T main battle tank can't withstand high-incendiary armor-piercing rounds in real combat, then its so-called advanced armor will become a meaningless decoration." Fang Junshan said in a deep voice, "Our military engineers have been investigating for nearly 3 days and 3 nights, but they still haven't found the cause. The armor on these tanks is exactly the same as the materials used in a laboratory, so why do they malfunction under actual combat conditions?" He looked at Chen Yue, his tone solemn. "Commander Rin sent someone to invite you here today, hoping you could help us investigate this matter. Chen Yue, are you confident?" Chapter 64, Easily Insightful Insight into the Type 99T Tank's Weaknesses. "I understand." Chen Yue nodded and summarized directly. "In other words, the laboratory data for this batch of tanks is fine, but anomalies are exposed during actual combat simulations. They're not what they're meant to be, right?" Fang Junshan said solemnly. "That's right. So we hope you can help us find out the cause as much as possible. Of course, do your best to find out as much as you can." Chen Yue was neither a military expert nor a researcher within the system, so even though Fang Junshan was a major general, he couldn't force him to obey orders. While he appeared lenient on the surface, he had actually made a solemn pledge to Ren Taijun. Chen Yue didn't say much, only saying, "I'll do my best. Give me a toolbox." Soon, the toolbox was delivered. Chen Yue climbed up the ladder onto one of the 99T main battle tanks. Only by standing on the hull could one truly feel the oppressive presence of this steel behemoth. As the main battle tank currently in service with the Great Dragon Kingdom, the Type 99T falls into the category of heavy tanks, weighing at least 40 tons. Standing in front of it, Chen Yue's height didn't even reach the track layer. Fang Junshan and several officers were watching him closely, hoping he would uncover the problem, but also worried about his safety. However, Chen Yue remained focused and did not immediately use his talent after going up. As Fang Junshan just mentioned, the tank armor materials have undergone hundreds of tests in the laboratory, and all of them meet the standards. This indicates that the research and development process is likely fine. The real issue affecting the armor is probably external factors. What in the external environment would cause changes in armor performance? Chen Yue pondered for a moment, then had an idea. The next second, he reached out and pressed his hand against the outer layer of the tank's armor. In an instant, a flood of information rushed into his mind. With the amplification of his mechanical product comprehension, he quickly analyzed the main materials of the 99T armor, as well as its various data parameters. Furthermore, he analyzed the data on external explosive reactive armor and high-performance armor one by one. But that wasn't enough. He had to compare it with the data on paper from the laboratory. Chen Yue turned to Fang Junshan and asked, "Do you have any lab data? I need a control." "Yes." Fang Junshan immediately instructed the officer beside him. The officer quickly brought over a stack of documents and handed them to Chen Yue. As Chen Yue reviewed the documents, he compared them with the data in his mind. After filtering through dozens of parameters, he finally discovered the discrepancy between the two sets of data. In a 99T armor material, the carbon content deviated by approximately 1 part per thousand. This may sound insignificant, but for steel armor, such a deviation can have a huge impact. The most direct result is that while the armor's hardness remains up to standard, its texture becomes noticeably more brittle, and its deformation capacity decreases. When faced with armor-piercing projectiles, it becomes unable to effectively absorb and neutralize external attacks. Apart from this point, almost all other data of the tank are consistent with those in the laboratory. In other words, the problem lies in the 1,000th carbon content. After Chen Yue stated his conclusion, all the officers present were stunned. This young man had only touched and looked at it, without even using any instruments. Yet he had directly pointed out an error of 1 in 1,000. One research expert couldn't help but ask, "Comrade Chen Yue, are you kidding me? A laboratory elemental analyzer has to go through a whole complicated process to detect this difference. You just figure it out like that." Fang Junshan raised his hand to signal him not to question it yet, then looked at Chen Yue. "More than that, I want to know why this error occurred." Chen Yue thought for a moment and said, "I haven't seen your tank production site, but it's highly likely that the laboratory uses single furnace, single processing of materials, while the tank armor that is deployed to the troops is mass-produced in military steel plants. It is inherently difficult to achieve laboratory standards in large-scale production. An error of 1,000th in carbon content would be extremely difficult for a large military steel plant to even detect, let alone avoid in advance." Chen Yue continued to explain. Large-scale furnaces may have unstable temperatures, insufficient material purity, or minor disturbances in the production conditions. These factors are what cause serious problems with the armor of tanks in service. After hearing this analysis, everyone gasped in shock. No one had expected that the root cause of the major accident that almost led to the recall of all main battle tanks was just a 1,000th deviation in carbon content. Fang Junshan immediately pressed, "Is there any way to remedy this now? I mean, can this be resolved without recalling these tanks?" Chen Yue was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "It's hard to say. This is a problem left over from the armor production process. Either we dismantle it and replace the armor, or we modify it with the help of other equipment without dismantling it." "Assisted modification?" the expert asked, frowning. "The armor has already been installed on the tank. What exactly do you mean by modification?" Chen Yue wasn't entirely confident about this method. His true reliance was on the 4th-level skills in the tech tree. Previous tech tree upgrades had already unlocked the Air Force and Navy domains. Now, only the Army skills remained ununlocked. But he couldn't be sure whether that unknown new skill could solve his immediate problem. For now, he could only take a gamble. Chen Yue pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I need time to formulate a plan. We can't delay, so let's set it for tomorrow morning." Chapter 65, Comprehensive Improvement, Active Defense System. One night, upon hearing Chen Yue's reply, Fang Junshan and a group of high-ranking military officials frowned. After all, this concerned a large-scale deployment of tanks, and even a slight misjudgment could affect the entire Army's equipment system. Fang Junshan reminded him, "Chen Yue, if there isn't enough time, we can extend it for you. This is a serious matter, and whatever plan you come up with, you must be absolutely certain of success." Chen Yue nodded, his tone steady. "I understand. Let's do it by tomorrow morning. I will have the plan ready. Please rest assured." Subsequently, at his request, the officers and experts on site temporarily left the test site, leaving the entire area to him alone. Half an hour later, in the office, Ren Taijun, with a cigarette between his fingers, listened to the report and his eyes lit up. "He really said that?" Fang Junshan nodded. "Yes, Commander. He said he would definitely come up with a plan by tomorrow morning. But does this young man really have the ability?" Ren Taijun shook his head and smiled. "I can't say for sure, but I admire his confidence. Don't forget, He made great contributions to the Navy and Air Force before. As he spoke, he walked to the window and continued. Putting everything else aside, the design difficulty of arresting cables for aircraft carriers is probably even higher than that of tank armor. Since he was able to build the arresting cables, he might be able to propose improvement plans for tanks as well. Let's wait and see the results tomorrow morning. On the other side, Chen Yue had already activated his strongest manual system. The tech tree panel unfolded, and a pale blue light screen appeared before his eyes. The tech tree had already reached level 3, and he had accumulated just enough experience points to directly advance to level 4. Chen Yue secretly rejoiced. If he hadn't spent a month working at the aircraft carrier port and handcrafting a batch of fishing gear to gain experience, he might not have been able to solve the problem of the army tanks today. The next second, without hesitation, he chose to upgrade the tech tree. With a whoosh, a flash of white light appeared, and the system's mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding, the host technology tree has been upgraded to level 4. New skills now unlocked. Armored active defense system manufacturing technique. Interception system manufacturing technique. Suppression system manufacturing technique. In an instant, a flood of blueprint information rushed into his mind. In just a few seconds, Chen Yue had completely mastered these 3 new skills. He quickly learned about the functions, and his heart leaped with excitement. This was a godsend. These 3 defense systems could be perfectly applied to the current 99 T-tanks. Chen Yue immediately picked up a pen and paper and began to plan the next renovation project. The next morning, Ren Taijun personally led experts and officers to the test site again. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Yue jump down from the tank and exclaimed in surprise, "You bastard! You spent the night here last night? Why didn't you go to the restroom? This isn't a place to sleep." Chen Yue smiled and said, "Hello, Commander Ren. I was busy working on a planning blueprint last night and didn't get much sleep, just a quick nap. Please take a look at this first." After he finished speaking, he handed over the completed design plan. Ren Taijun took the plan, glanced at it a few times, and his expression changed. Active defense system? Interception system? Suppression system? What are these? As the army commander, his familiarity with army weapons and equipment was no less than that of an expert, but the 3 systems that Chen Yue wrote about gave him the feeling that he had never heard of them before. Chen Yue wasn't surprised. Pointing to the tank next to him, he explained, "The core problem with these tanks is that their armor is too fragile. When faced with weapons like high-speed armor-piercing rounds, they have difficulty effectively withstanding damage, right?" Ren Taiju nodded. "That's right." Chen Yue continued. "If we recall all the main battle tanks in service and re-upgrade their armor, it will not only be extremely costly, but also take too long, making it a losing proposition. Moreover, the current battlefield environment is no longer one where simply thickening composite armor can solve the problem." He put it bluntly. Anti-tank missiles, rockets, and the currently popular FPV racing drones can all accurately attack the weak points of tanks. For example, the top turret. Once hit, it's not difficult to severely damage a tank. Are we going to use just increasing the thickness and toughness of our armor against these weapons specifically designed to fight tanks? No. If the enemy simply increases the power of their missiles and bombs, are we just going to keep increasing the thickness of our armor indefinitely? These words silenced Ren Taijun and the experts present. Ren Taijun nodded. "What you said makes sense. Then tell me your improvement plan." Chen Yue said in a deep voice, "The active defense system I designed is a broad category, which includes suppression systems and interception systems. My idea is to make tanks no longer passively take hits, but to actively intercept, interfere with, and even destroy incoming munitions." His tone grew increasingly firm. In other words, the enemy's missiles and drones were dealt with by us before they even hit the tanks. At this point, a military expert frowned, but tanks can only attack land targets. How do you plan to make them counter missiles and FPV drones? He paused, then added, "Besides, we already have explosive reactive armor as a countermeasure. Young man, your idea is good, but I'm afraid it's unrealistic." Chapter 66, Dual System Solution. Tanks now have wings. Unrealistic? Chen Yue looked at the expert and asked, "I haven't even given you a specific plan yet. How do you know it's unrealistic?" Ren Taijun raised his hand to interrupt everyone, signaling the experts not to interrupt, and then looked at Chen Yue. "In just one night, you've already designed countermeasures?" Everyone present found it unbelievable. After all, This involved the modification of main battle tanks, and it was already quite remarkable that an outline could be produced in just one night. Chen Yue remained calm and said he planned to strengthen the Type 99T main battle tank from two directions. First, the suppression system. Second, the interception system. He first talked about the suppression system. Smoke grenade launchers and thermal smoke generators can be added to tanks to create illusions and disrupt the observation and judgment of enemy land units. At the same time, an infrared warning device will be added to increase the tank's warning range for FPV racing drones to more than 5 kilometers. In this way, tanks can disrupt the aiming and guidance of enemy drones through electro-optical interference before they arrive, rendering these weapons useless. This is the core of the suppression system. Destroy or disable the enemy's attack before it even lands. The experts were somewhat bewildered. They had never imagined that so many countermeasures could be added to a tank. Ren Tiejuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "What about the interception system?" Chen Yue explained that the interception system consists of a small radar and active intercept munitions mounted on a tank. Once the radar detects a missile or bomb breaching the suppression system, the system will automatically lock onto the target and launch an interceptor missile to destroy it at close range. Even if it cannot be completely destroyed, as long as the target is deviated from its original trajectory, it is enough to ensure the safety of the tank. These two designs were created by Chen Yue based on the newly unlocked 4th-level technology tree. As long as they can be successfully installed on tanks, the weakness in armor protection will no longer be a fatal problem. If an enemy attack can penetrate 2 layers of defense in succession, then it is no longer within the scope of ordinary weapons. After hearing the proposal, Ren Taijun remained silent for a moment. He was not one to hesitate. With such a proposal before him, he had to decide whether to proceed as soon as possible. He began, "Chen Yue, your 2 systems are indeed very attractive. But for the military, they are almost unheard of, and the Research and Development Center has no precedent for them. Are you confident that you can help us develop them?" Chen Yue laughed. "Commander Ren, it's not as complicated as you think. Some of the weapons needed for the 2 systems can be modified from existing equipment, and I will be responsible for the research and development of the rest." "Fine, that's exactly what I've been waiting to hear." Ren Taijun burst into laughter, patted Chen Yue on the shoulder, and led him directly to the conference room to finalize the project immediately. An hour later, at the Army Weapons Research and Development Center, Chen Yue signed an unprecedented research and development agreement. In the agreement, Ren Taijun granted him the highest authority to make transfers. All personnel in the entire RD Center were required to unconditionally cooperate with his arrangements. Before the meeting ended, Ren Taijun stood up solemnly. 1 month. The Army is the ace of the Great Dragon Nation, and tanks are crucial weapons for defending the country. The improvement project is urgent. On behalf of the nation and our superiors, I entrust this to you all. After he finished speaking, he bowed solemnly to the experts in the conference room and to Chen Yue. From this moment on, the entire RD Center entered a special operating state. As soon as the meeting ended, Chen Yue immediately began to take action. The first thing to solve was the problem of obtaining the equipment needed for the suppression system. Smoke grenade launchers are the least technically difficult to manufacture, and their function is very clear: to create a large amount of smoke barriers to interfere with the enemy's physical reconnaissance. In less than an hour, Chen Yue designed a 12-tube smoke grenade launcher. The device was arranged on both sides of the tank turret, controlled by the commander, and could be fired from one side or from both sides simultaneously. The smoke generated by a single launch is enough to cover an area of about 200 square meters, and the effect is quite obvious. Chen Yue handed the blueprints to Fang Junshan. "Major General Fang, please have the RD Center manufacture according to these blueprints as soon as possible and test them immediately upon completion." Fang Junshan looked at the extremely detailed blueprint in his hand, his face full of surprise. "So fast? Now I understand why Commander Ren insisted on inviting you." Chen Yue simply waved his hand. "This isn't technically difficult. You go ahead and make the arrangements. I still need to continue." In addition to smoke grenade launchers, the suppression system also requires thermal smoke generators and photoelectric devices. Thermal smoke differs from ordinary smoke screens. It primarily relies on high-temperature smoke to interfere with enemy infrared detection. Chen Yue quickly decided that this could be achieved by directly utilizing the tank's own power source and modifying the high-temperature steam injection nozzles. As for the optoelectronic system, it sounds complicated, but it wasn't difficult for him. Essentially, it's like a precise laser pointer. As long as there's radar as its eye, it can lock onto the enemy's weapon guidance system. The high temperatures generated by the laser are enough to damage the guidance components of conventional weapons, including FPV drones. In less than half a day, all the design related to the compression system was completed. However, Chen Yue knew that the real challenge was not here, but rather the interception system that needed to be overcome next. Chapter 67. The Blue Army Commander's Provocation, Simulated Combat. Smoke grenade launchers and electro-optical destruction devices are not the most technically challenging in Chen Yue's eyes. What truly troubles countries is radar detection technology. Radar is the eyes and ears of the military. Whoever sees farther and more accurately can gain the upper hand on the battlefield. In modern warfare, the two sides may fight from start to finish without ever seeing each other. Once electronic warfare and radar gain an advantage, they can achieve complete suppression. For tanks, radar detection range is crucial to interception efficiency. If a radar can only detect at a distance of 1 kilometer, it's practically useless. At that distance, it's only a matter of seconds for missiles and military FPV drones. After careful consideration, Chen Yue decided that if he was going to do it, he should do it the best. The tech tree happened to contain blueprints for a ray fire control radar, which was particularly suitable for tanks and other cluster-based combat equipment. A single tank may only have a detection range of 1 kilometer, but when multiple tanks are interconnected and form an array, the range can be increased to 5 kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers. Once the radar problem is solved, the interceptor missiles are actually simpler. Just installing a small caliber interceptor missile launcher will suffice. However, while a ray fire control radar sounds easy, it actually took Chen Yue nearly 20 days to go from blueprint to completion. The 1-month deadline he had agreed upon with Ren Tai-jun was also fast approaching. That day, in the underground testing ground, Chen Yue lay on top of a Type 99T main battle tank, inspecting the newly installed equipment. The Type 99T was now covered with many devices, looking like it was baring its fangs, exuding a powerful aura. A squad of tank crews stood nearby. They were the driving team for this 99T tank. Chen Yue instructed the captain, "You all understand how to use the array fire control radar, right? Once a missile or rocket appears within the warning range, the intelligence system will immediately calculate the optimal interception time. You just need to launch the interceptor missiles." The team members nodded in agreement. To minimize the burden of actual combat operations, Chen Yue also ported over the intelligent computer system previously used on Hailong 3. Now, most of the new devices added to the 99T can be intelligently controlled and even launched automatically. Just then, Ren Tai-jun arrived at the test site with a group of army leaders. Upon seeing the modified Type 99T, everyone's faces showed surprise. Chen Yue jumped off the tank and walked up to Ren Tai-jun. "It's all finished, Commander Ren. Please inspect it." Ren Tai-jun smiled at him. "I heard that you've hardly left the testing ground for the past month. Putting everything else aside, I admire your tenacity. So, are you confident in this improved tank?" Chen Yue laughed. "Of course. I can guarantee that this 99T can easily take on 10 opponents in actual combat." 1 against 10? Ren Tai-jun raised an eyebrow, and several army leaders next to him laughed as well. One of the colonels with his hands behind his back said, "Young man, you're not that old, but you've got quite the nerve. 1 against 10? You're that confident in this tank? To be honest, I don't really believe it." Ren Tai-jun then introduced, "Chen Yue, this is Li Guangji, a veteran commander of the Blue Army in the Army exercises. He has always been the villain in simulated combat, the one who loves to contradict and is the most difficult to deal with." After saying that, he added with a smile, "He's just not convinced by what you said earlier and wants to test his skills against you. What do you think?" Chen Yue blinked. "Commander Ren, do you mean I should have my modified 99T tank conduct exercises and tests with the troops commanded by Colonel Li?" Ren Tai-jun shook his head. "It wasn't my idea. It was his idea." Then he reminded Li Guangji, "Don't underestimate Chen Yue. He designed the arresting gear for the Lanyan aircraft carrier." Li Guangji became even more interested after hearing this. "Then I'll have to spar with Comrade Chen. You just said that the modified tank can take on 10 at once. I don't believe it. Let's have a simulated battle. I won't bully you. It's 2 against 1. If you can destroy one of my tanks, you win. Chen Yue smiled and said, okay, but to avoid you accusing me of bullying the weak later, I'll relax the conditions. If my tank destroys 2 of your tanks, I'll allow you to send more tanks into the field. Upon hearing this, the surrounding army officers burst into laughter. One of them cautioned, young man, you probably don't know how formidable he is. Last year, in a simulated battle between the red and blue forces, he wiped out an entire armored brigade with just 5 tanks. Don't exaggerate. Li Guangzi Shukalat. He had never seen such a headstrong young man. If he were to be defeated by Chen Yue, the Blue Army commander who had dominated the army for many years and rarely suffered defeats, would be finished. He immediately nodded. Okay, Chen Yue, let's have a simulated battle. If you can really defeat me, it will prove that your renovation project is a success. I will acknowledge the result, and I will apologize to you. At this point, Li Guangji changed the subject. But if your noisy things don't work, then we'll have to terminate your plan. Chen Yue nodded without hesitation. It's a deal. It's just a simulated combat exercise, right? Who's afraid of who? Chapter 68. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. It gains the upper hand. Okay, arrange the simulated battlefield immediately and bring over a few more of my 99 T-tanks. Li Guangji gave instructions to his staff while secretly marveling. Chen Yue was young and not from a military background, yet he dared to take on this confrontation. Was he truly a fearless young man? Despite his surprise, Li Guangji did not underestimate his opponent. He immediately deployed his most elite tank squads, intending to thoroughly suppress Chen Yue's arrogance. An hour later, numerous trenches and obstacles rose up in the underground test site, fully simulating the harsh battlefield environment. Li Guangji explained, this training ground is a square with sides of 5,000 meters. Both sides' tanks are equipped with training rounds, and the goal is to hit the target. Comrade Chen, do you understand the rules? Chen Yue smiled slightly. I understand. It's much simpler than the computer games I used to play. If there are no other questions, let's begin. Both sides then entered the command center of the red and blue teams. In front of Chen Yue were several large screens, which showed various monitoring perspectives of the simulated battlefield, as well as the internal view of his own 99T tank. He could also remotely command the tank squad through communication equipment. He picked up a radio. Everyone to your positions. Once the simulation begins, act according to my commands. A response came quickly over the radio. Number 1 received. Meanwhile, in the blue team's command center, Li Guangji appeared remarkably composed. He sat down in his chair, not even bothering to give detailed instructions. The 2 blue team tank squads were elite troops he had trained. Their coordination was impeccable, and he didn't need to waste any words. Ren Taijun walked in and, seeing his appearance, joked, Old Li, aren't you going to arrange some tactics? Li Guangji laughed heartily. What tactics are you going to arrange? Commander Ren, do you really think that kid can be a match for me? Besides, it's 2 against 1. If we can lose like this, I'll eat my computer screen right here and now. Ren Taijun cautioned, don't be too confident. Underestimating the enemy is a big no-no. Chen Yue has modified quite a few strange things on that 99T in the past month. Li Guangji remained unconcerned. Isn't this a good opportunity to test those new gadgets? If even I can't pass them, let alone go to the battlefield to fight against real enemy troops. As the 2 men spoke, a 30-second countdown began in the command center. The large screen clearly showed the positions and field of view of the 2 blue team tanks, but information about Chen Yue's tank was unavailable. Similarly, Chen Yue's side could only observe the battlefield from the perspective of their own tanks and did not know the exact location of the 2 blue team tanks. As the countdown was about to end, Li Guangji picked up the radio. Everyone to your positions. Advance in the alternating fire formation we've been training for. 2 tanks against 1. I refuse to believe we can't take it down. Prepare to attack. As the countdown reached 0, the 2 blue team vehicles, each with 99T engines at full power, roared out of the trench bunker. Their massive bodies, propelled by the powerful engines, overcame obstacles. The 2 to 3 meter high trenches were no match for them. The simulated field is only 5 kilometers long, and both sides can quickly capture the target using tactical eyepieces. Sure enough, from the perspective of the blue team's tank, the red team's tank also rushed out of the trench. Ren Taijun frowned and couldn't help but sigh. That silly boy. A confident smile spread across Li Guangji's face. In a 2-on-1 situation, Chen Yue's reckless charge was simply making him a sitting duck. Even if he hit perfectly, the best outcome would be a one-for-one trade. Without Li Guangji giving any orders, the two blue team tanks had already coordinated loaded training rounds and locked onto the red team tank several kilometers away. Prepare to fire. But at that moment, the blue team suddenly noticed that a large cloud of smoke exploded around the red team tank in their tactical goggles. The smoke field had a radius of 50 or 60 meters, and the red team tanks that had just been locked on instantly disappeared from sight. Smoke interference? Li Guangji's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and ordered, advance in an S-shaped pattern, fire first, and engage the area within the smoke. Boom! Boom! Both Blue Force tanks simultaneously spewed flames from their guns, and two training rounds blasted into the smoke. However, the command center computer did not display any destruction notification. This means that both shots missed. Before Li Guangji could give the second order, a red tank suddenly rushed out from the edge of the smoke, its gun barrel already locked onto one of the blue tanks. Boom! The shot hit its target instantly, and without any suspense, the first blue team tank was immediately destroyed, and a notification popped up on the computer. At that moment, in the blue team's command room, Li Guangji's smile and composure vanished completely. However, the smiles did not actually disappear. Instead, they moved to the faces of generals such as Rin Tai-jun and Fang Junshan. Fang Junshan chuckled and joked, "Guangji, what happened? 2 against 1. And Chen Yue still managed to take down one of them?" Li Guangji wasn't annoyed. He immediately grabbed the radio. "What do you know? This is called tactics. Number 2, open fire and destroy the target immediately. They're loading and aiming now, giving them at least a 5-second window of opportunity." Chapter 69. A 1-against-5 battle with overwhelming odds. A complete victory. It must be said that Li Guangji, as a veteran Blue Army commander, has a very accurate understanding of weapons and equipment and a good judgment of the battlefield. But today he miscalculated one thing. The Type 99T tank that Chen Yue modified was not an ordinary tank at all. Meanwhile, in the red team's command center, Chen Yue appeared quite composed. He gave the order over the radio. Prepare to launch interceptor missiles. The second tank will definitely fire while you're loading and aiming. The Red Force commander immediately activated the array fire control radar. All 12 long, rectangular interceptor missile bays on both sides of the 99T turret deployed and entered standby mode. The projectile speed was too high. Relying on human eyes and manual reaction was practically impossible. Therefore, Chen Yue had already transplanted the intelligent computer system from the Hailong 3 missile system into the tank, allowing the computer to take over the launch of interceptor missiles. Boom! The next second, blue team's second tank indeed opened fire. At that moment, the red team's tank was in the aiming phase. Seeing that the red team showed no reaction on the big screen, Li Guangji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they lost the Type 99T, as long as they could destroy Chen Yue's tank, it wouldn't be a disgrace. Generals like Rin Tai-jun and Fang Junshan also believed that the red team had no chance. Smoke grenades could interfere with aiming, but the shells had already left the barrel. How could they possibly dodge at that point? However, the next moment, everyone saw several small missiles with trailing flames being fired simultaneously from both sides of the red team's tank turret. They were extremely fast, as if they had eyes, and collided with the blue team's shells in midair. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in succession. Although the Blue Force's shells were not completely destroyed, their trajectories and power were severely weakened. Immediately afterwards, the Red Force's tank fired its second shot. Blue Team's tank number 2 has been destroyed. A notification popped up on the screen, and Li Guangji's face instantly turned red. Rin Tai-jun burst into laughter, patting him on the shoulder and teasing, "Old Li, I never thought you'd have a day like this, getting tricked by a little kid." Fang Junshan also joined in the teasing. "This is what they call there are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Why don't you hurry up and send in the second group? Chen Yue has given you permission to provide reinforcements." Enraged, Li Guangji immediately ordered, "Tanks number 3, number 4, and number 5, all move in. Also, send another group of anti-tank infantry carrying anti-tank missiles to cooperate in the operation." Rin Tiejuan's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. "Old Li, why are you adding more? You didn't say you could add anti-tank infantry." Li Guangji retorted firmly that the battlefield is ever-changing, and the enemy cannot possibly follow the rules obediently. No one could refute this reasoning, and they could only continue watching the battle. In the red team's command center, Chen Yue saw the blue team send out 3 more tanks and an anti-tank infantry squad, and a smile appeared on his face. He ordered, "Don't panic, the more the better. Make good use of the new weapons, conduct flanking maneuvers, and defeat them one by one." The red team's tanks quickly began to maneuver and evade. Having learned from the previous lesson, Li Guangji was much more cautious this time, not sending the 3 tanks to charge rashly, but instead sending the anti-tank infantry first. Infantry are smaller targets, and their man-portable anti-tank rocket launchers are tank killers. Even a heavy main battle tank like the Type 99T will lose its combat capability if hit by a few shots from the side or top. Soon, the blue team's anti-tank squad took up combat positions, and 2 rocket launchers simultaneously locked onto Chen Yue's red team tank. Bang! 2 rockets, trailing plumes of flame, roared out. Without hesitation, Chen Yue ordered, "Activate thermal smoke and photoelectric interference." These rockets rely on either infrared thermal tracking or photoelectric tracking, methods that Chen Yue had already prepared for. In an instant, the 4 modified nozzles simultaneously spewed out large plumes of hot steam. At the same time, a powerful laser beam shot out from above the 99T turret, sweeping across the area, and 2 rockets exploded directly in midair. How is this possible? In the blue team's command center, Li Guangji suddenly stood up, walked to the large screen, and looked incredulously at his anti-tank squad losing its combat capability. Meanwhile, Chen Yue's red team tanks, under the cover of smoke grenades, interceptor grenades, trenches, and obstacles, began to calmly counterattack, destroying the remaining 3 blue team tanks one by one. Faced with absolute technological and equipment superiority, the blue team's tanks could not even hope to hit the red team, let alone destroy them. 5 minutes later, the last blue team tank was destroyed, and the simulated battle was finally decided. Ren Taijun and the other generals' eyes lit up with amazement. Ren Taijun couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable! Chen Yue is really something else." He took on 5 people at once, plus an entire anti-tank squad, and none of them were a match for him. This result surprised everyone, especially Li Guangji, who at this point no longer cared about losing face. As soon as the door opened, he rushed to the red team's command room and saw Chen Yue standing up. Chen Yue asked with a smile, "So, Colonel Li, what are your thoughts on this simulated combat exercise?" After holding back for a long time, Li Guangji finally spoke in a deep voice. "I lost. I admit it, there's nothing to hide." Then he stared intently at Chen Yue and asked, "Did you develop all those devices independently?" Chapter 70, Generous Offers. We must keep this kid. I can't say that I developed it independently. Chen Yue shook his head and explained that the smoke grenades and thermal smoke generators were based on weapons such as the Air Force's thermal decoys, but the other devices were designed by himself. Li Guangji stared at him for a moment, then rarely spoke up and praised him, saying, "I rarely praise people, but you really are a genius." Ren Taijun laughed beside him. Although today's simulated combat was not entirely equivalent to the real battlefield, the fact that Chen Yue's modified 99T could take on 5 opponents and suppress an anti-tank infantry squad was enough to illustrate the point. Ren Taijun immediately decided to develop and produce these devices in batches as soon as possible, equipping all 99T tanks in service with the army at the fastest speed. The surrounding generals had no objections, and the decision was unanimously approved. More importantly, as Chen Yue mentioned before, the more tanks there are in an array fire control radar system, the stronger the synergy becomes. A single tank might only have a detection range of 1 or 2 kilometers, but with multiple tanks operating in coordination, the range can be multiplied. Thinking about this year's Chinese military exercises, Ren Taijun couldn't even imagine how much of a shock it would bring to countries around the world. After leaving the red team's command center, Chen Yue looked at Ren Taijun and asked, "Commander Ren, now that the 99T problem has been resolved, does that mean my mission is complete?" Ren Taijun nodded, but still couldn't help asking, "To be honest, Chen Yue, do you really not want to join our army?" Chen Yue thought for a moment and said that it wasn't that he was unwilling, but that he preferred a free and unrestrained life. Ren Taijun immediately offered his terms. If he was willing to join the Army Weapons Research and Development Center, he could be awarded the rank of Major immediately and directly appointed as the second in command of the Research and Development Center. Normally, unless there were special circumstances, he could go out for walks or return to Lanyan City without any problem. These conditions are already quite favorable. Chen Yue is only in his early 20s. If he continues to develop from this starting point, becoming an army general in the future is almost a certainty. Others wouldn't even dare to dream of it. But Chen Yue still shook his head and smiled. Commander Run, I don't care about position or power. Even if I agree to stay in the army, do you think the Navy and Air Force will really agree? I'm afraid there will be more trouble then. Rin Taijun thought about it carefully and realized that it made perfect sense. Old Wu and Old Zhou were both shrewd. If he really detained Chen Yue in the army, those two would definitely come knocking on his door to snatch him away. Moreover, given Chen Yue's demonstrated abilities, his future achievements will likely extend far beyond just one research and development center. Chen Yue sensed a softening in the tone, and his eyes lit up. So, you've agreed to let me go back? Ren Taijun laughed and scolded. Otherwise, would we have forced you to stay? All right, just tell Major General Fong when you're leaving, and he'll send someone to take you back to Lanyan City. Chen Yue breathed a sigh of relief, thanked him, and turned to leave. But just as he took a step, Rin Taijun called him back. Chen Yue turned around in confusion, thinking there might be some problem with the 99T. Rin Taijun reminded him impatiently that he had developed so many good things for the army, and the radar and interceptor missiles were independently developed. He couldn't be allowed to go back empty-handed. Chen Yue then realized that the other party was referring to rewards and research and development expenses. Before he could refuse, Rin Taijun raised his hand to interrupt, saying that there was nothing wrong with disclosing RD expenses, and the Army's annual funding for the RD Center was quite substantial. Chen Yue had made a great contribution this time, and he would hold a meeting later to discuss the reward plan. Chen Yue wasn't too fixated on this. After all, he still had 37 billion from Big Beard's side in his account. Although he couldn't touch it for the time being, if Big Beard insisted on not taking it, that money would eventually be his. The reward from the Army couldn't possibly be more than 37 billion. Back at his lodgings, while packing, Chen Yue remembered the aircraft carrier blueprints. Given his tech tree capabilities, he was certain he could unlock them. He just wasn't sure what level he'd need. Fortunately, the time frame given by Big Beard's side is relatively generous. They only need to get the aircraft carrier port blueprints done within 6 months, while the actual aircraft carrier blueprints can wait. After packing his things, Chen Yue prepared to return to Lanyan City. Reflecting on this trip, he suddenly realized that he had once again missed a whole month of his audience. He had previously promised to ship all the ordered fishing gear within a week, but now it seems he'll have to rush to finish it after returning to the factory. But as soon as he reached the door, Fang Junshan came up to him and said that Commander Rin had something to discuss with him. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue immediately nodded in agreement. Following Fang Junshan's instructions, he then went to the training ground and met Rin Taijun. Commander Rin, you wanted to see me? Rin Taijun turned around, his expression turning serious. Chen Yue, we just received a special notification from above. Do you remember the 2 Freedom Black Hawk reconnaissance planes we intercepted before? Chen Yue nodded. Of course I remember. Could it be that there was a problem with those 2 planes? Chapter 71. The U.S. carrier fleet deploys, attracting global attention. I wish they wouldn't have any problems, but it's as obvious as lice on a bald man's head. Rin Taijun's expression was serious. The Black Hawk Freedom is one of the most advanced 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft in the United States. Now that the Great Dragon country has acquired 2 for free, the United States will never admit defeat so easily. For the U.S., robber logic is ingrained in their very being. They've always been the ones sanctioning and threatening others. When has it ever been their turn to turn the tables and make them suffer? Moreover, the Black Hawk Freedom is also a crucial tool for them to spy on the airspace of various countries. Rin Taijun mentioned that the Air Force Research Center has already dismantled a reconnaissance aircraft. The U.S.'s technology is indeed superior, and there's no need to deny that. Great China can catch up. But what he really wanted to talk about wasn't the research progress, but rather what was happening on the American side. Chen Yue immediately understood the implication and asked, "Are you saying that the U.S. is going to send troops to exert pressure?" Feng Xiu nodded. 2 hours earlier, 2 complete carrier strike groups from the United States had entered the international waters east of China. Based on radar analysis, They would likely first proceed to Japan's military base for rest and reorganization before deciding on their next move. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue's face darkened. Currently, there are no military exercises around China, and Japan and several neighboring countries are generally keeping to themselves. However, at this particular moment, the U.S. has deployed 2 full-strength aircraft carrier fleets to its doorstep, making its intentions quite clear. They came specifically for the Freedom Black Hawk, hoping to use force to coerce the Great Dragon Kingdom into submission. Chen Yue knew that given the current size of China and the United States, a real war between them would likely be the beginning of a world war. No one wanted to see such a situation easily come to pass. Ren Taijun said that the military had just held a meeting, and everyone judged that the U.S. was likely to launch a series of pressure campaigns. Therefore, if the military still needed Chen Yue's assistance during this period, he absolutely could not fail to do so. Chen Yue nodded solemnly. Please rest assured. We now also have the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier, and we are fighting on our home turf. The United States may not have the guts to really challenge us. The Great Dragon Kingdom always prefers diplomacy before resorting to force. As long as the other party doesn't violate its territorial waters and airspace, everything is negotiable. But if they dare to cross the line, then they'll have to be treated to a feast. After chatting for a while, Ren Taijun hurriedly left to attend the next meeting that night to discuss follow-up arrangements. As for Chen Yue, Fang Junshan sent a car to take him back to Lanyan City. By the time he stood at the gate of the steel factory, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. He thanked the officers who saw him off for their hard work, watched the military vehicles leave, and then entered the factory area. On his way back to his lodgings, he was still thinking about what Ren Taijun had said. 2 fully equipped aircraft carrier fleets. This doesn't look like they're going to reason with anyone. Chen Yue estimated that the U.S. would likely send 1 fleet to demonstrate near the edge of China's territorial waters, while another would remain stationed at its base in Japan. With both sides supporting each other, the rear fleet could immediately scramble fighter jets to provide support should a conflict break out. For those 2 Black Hawk helicopters, the U.S. is clearly going all out this time, even temporarily setting aside matters in the Middle East and other regions to come to China and demand the planes back. After returning to his residence, Chen Yue went to his private workshop, took off his work clothes, and stretched. The familiar smells of engine oil and metal in the surroundings immediately put him at ease. This was the place he felt most comfortable in. He didn't plan to rest. He took a nap on the way and was now full of energy. In order to accumulate upgrade experience in the technology tree as soon as possible, Chen Yue decided to build that batch of fishing gear first. As for the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet, he decided to put it aside for the time being. He would be informed once Ren Taijun and the others had reached a conclusion. The night passed, and at around 7 a.m. the next morning, the workshop door was pushed open. When old Ma came in and saw Chen Yue, he was immediately startled. Chen Yue, when'd you get back, kid? Chen Yue had just put down the last set of fishing gear and said with a smile that he had only returned last night and it was too late to bother him. Old Ma put the bag on the ground, looked him up and down, and couldn't help but complain. Chen Yue had disappeared without a word for a month, and he had thought that someone had kidnapped him. During this month, although Chen Yue carried a cell phone, there was no signal at the research center, and he had to go through procedures to contact the outside world. Since no one usually contacted him, he simply turned it off. As a result, Lao Ma became extremely worried and even went to the police station to report the case. However, the police officer handling the case told him to go back and wait, saying that Chen Yue was carrying out a special classified mission. Chen Yue was both amused and exasperated. Our Great Dragon Kingdom has such good public security. Who would dare to kidnap someone in broad daylight? What's in your bag? Old Ma took the items out. They were full of grease, lubricant, and rust removal equipment. He said irritably that Chen Yue had been gone for a month, and the workshop equipment was left unattended. What if it rusted? That's why he came to maintain it every few days. As he spoke, Old Ma picked up the fishing rod that Chen Yue had just made, looked at it, and nodded, saying, "This fishing rod is not bad, but it's too light and doesn't seem very practical." Chapter 72. Another rush to meet deadlines? More money needed. Impractical. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue couldn't help but laugh. Does it mean that I really have to use rebar to make your fishing rod practical? This one is different from ordinary fishing rods. Old Ma picked up the fishing rod, gripped it with both hands, and swung it left and right a few times. He immediately shook his head. "No, it's too light. I can't feel it." Listen to this. As he spoke, he picked up a small piece of threaded pliers and tapped it on the fishing rod, producing a crisp clinking sound. Old Ma frowned and said, "This sheet metal is too thin. Judging from its length and size, it looks like it's for catching fish that weigh 20 or 30 pounds. But judging from the feel, it's more like it's for catching fish that weigh 7 or 8 pounds." Chen Yue laughed after hearing this. He said mysteriously, "Old Ma, don't be so sure. With this fishing rod and special fishing line, I can catch fish weighing not just 7 or 8 pounds, but even 7 or 800 pounds. 7 or 800, Gene?" Old Ma scoffed. "You've had too much to drink, haven't you? You think you're fishing for sharks? This thing, I could break it with just a couple of presses." Chen Yue had been waiting for this very sentence, and immediately pulled out a pack of good cigarettes from his pocket. "Then let's make a bet. If you can break it, these cigarettes are yours." Old Ma took it and glanced at it, his eyes lighting up slightly. Then he asked in confusion, "Don't you not smoke? Where did you get this?" Chen Yue laughed and said, "Don't worry about that. If you lose, you'll have to do workshop maintenance for me for another month." This cigarette was a gift from Li Guangji after the Red and Blue Army won a simulated combat exercise. Old Ma laughed and scolded, "You really don't treat your master like an outsider. Fine, 1 month it is. I want to see just how powerful it is." After saying that, Old Ma pulled out his fishing rod and pressed it hard against the ground. The middle of the fishing rod immediately bent at a 45-degree angle, but there was no sign of it breaking. Old Ma was startled and increased the force, pressing it down to a full 30 degrees. Such an arc would be difficult for even a carbon fiber fishing rod to withstand, let alone a metal fishing rod. With a whoosh, the fishing rod slipped from his hand, leaping into the air like a carp, and then straightened up without a trace of bending. Old Ma gasped, "Something's not right. This isn't ordinary metal, nor is it carbon fiber. How did you do this, kid?" Chen Yue laughed and said, "It's a secret, so please don't ask." As he spoke, he tossed the pack of cigarettes to Old Ma, then reminded him not to forget about the maintenance workshop, before picking up a large stack of packed fishing gear and heading out the door. He plans to contact the courier station today to ship these fishing rods. After all, the first batch of viewers who placed orders have been waiting for a whole month. Chen Yue spent half a day packing and shipping all the hundreds of fishing rods. As afternoon approached, he returned to his residence, ate something simple, and then turned on his computer to check out the Dark Domain Network shop. It's no surprise that after a month of not being online, the bearded ras from the Middle East would definitely be looking for him. Sure enough, the message box kept popping up. Lasker had left several messages. The last one was from yesterday. "Mr. Chun, please reply if you receive this. We have special circumstances that require us to speak with you." Chen Yue replied, "Just say what's on your mind. I've been dealing with some personal matters this month and haven't been logging into the shop much." Not long after, the bearded man's image lit up. Lasker immediately messaged, "Mr. Chun, regarding the aircraft carrier order we discussed earlier, can the port blueprint be expedited? Speed things up?" Chen Yue was puzzled. Both parties had clearly agreed that the blueprints would be delivered within 6 months. But now, only a few days had passed, and the other party was suddenly urging for progress, which clearly indicated that something had gone wrong. He replied, "We can speed things up, but how fast do you need it? If the time frame is too tight, I might not be able to arrange it." When Lasker and others, who were far away in the Middle East, saw this sentence, their expressions became solemn. Lasker turned to Benjamin and asked, "Commander, how much faster do you think we should request?" Benjamin frowned. "The sooner the better, of course. The U.S. carrier fleet has already begun global operations, and our adversaries are suffering defeat after defeat. The U.S. will not stand idly by. They all know that the U.S. most desires this region to remain in chaos. Only in turmoil can they make money and justify their intervention. Once Big Beard and his team complete their internal purge and thoroughly eliminate their adversaries, it won't be so easy for the U.S. to interfere again. Because of the actions of their carrier fleet, they now urgently need self-defense capabilities. And the key to countering the U.S. is aircraft carriers. Now, their only hope lies in the blueprint in Chen Yue's hands." Lasker quickly replied, "The sooner the better. How about we change the agreed-upon 6-month period to 1 month? Holy crap, a month?" Chen Yue was taken aback when he saw the news. He was currently overwhelmed with work and had no idea what the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet would do within the next month. To finish the port blueprint at this critical juncture, it would obviously require extra overtime. Chen Yue replied, "Isn't this time frame a bit tight? Besides, the initial delivery is just the port blueprints. Even if the aircraft carrier is built ahead of schedule, the construction period won't be short. Lasker immediately replied, Mr. Chen, we understand your difficulties. As a form of reciprocity, the 37 billion previously transferred will be used as payment for this port blueprint. Upon seeing this message, Chen Yue was completely stunned. Good heavens, 37 billion just to buy a port blueprint? Chapter 73, 30-kilometer territorial waters red line, level 1 response. Everyone says that wealthy and powerful people are arrogant and domineering, and Chen Yue has truly witnessed it this time. He had no doubt about the price offered by the bearded man, because these people were really capable of doing such things. Over the phone, Lasker continued, Mr. Chen, the port blueprints will be delivered within a month. As for the price of the aircraft carrier blueprints, we can discuss that later. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It would be foolish not to make money when there's opportunity, especially since this is just a port blueprint. It has nothing to do with selling military secrets. Chen Yue did some quick calculations and figured that even if they did build an aircraft carrier port, the project would probably only cost around 30 billion. So he readily agreed. It would be a pleasure to cooperate. I will deliver the port blueprints within a month. Lasker was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Mr. Chen, we've been waiting for your good news. After the call ended, Chen Yue rubbed his temples. He had originally hoped to get some rest for the next couple of days, but now it seemed he was lucky not to have to work all night. Since the other party was willing to pay 37 billion for the port blueprint, Chen Yue had no reason to refuse. He opened the drawing software and immediately began to draw the design drawings for the aircraft carrier port. This should have been a massive project, normally requiring a team of experts to work continuously for at least several months or even a year or two. However, Chen Yue had the ability granted by the system to directly access the blueprints of the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier's port in his mind and then modify them. However, he was also well aware that the blueprints for the Blue Cloud must not be handed over as is. Otherwise, once the other side actually built the port, there would be huge trouble. This busy period lasted a whole week. The results were also obvious. The port blueprint was about 35% complete. At this rate, delivery within a month was more than possible. After finishing drawing the last small base station traction equipment, Chen Yue stood up from his chair, stretched vigorously, and his joints cracked all over. That's enough for today. He barely left the house for the entire week, throwing himself into the blueprints. But just then, the phone rang. Chen Yue answered the phone, inwardly cursing. Just what I feared has come to pass. I haven't even had a chance to catch my breath. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Yue, this is Liu Hongjun. Do you remember me? Deputy Commander Liu? Chen Yue was taken aback, then immediately replied, Of course I remember. Did you need something from me? Liu Hongjun said seriously. Are you free now? I'll send someone to pick you up in a bit. Commander had mentioned to you before that the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet has some new developments. Chen Yue replied without hesitation. Understood. We can leave at any time. Less than half an hour later, a military vehicle arrived at the Lanyan City steel plant, picked up Chen Yue, and headed straight for the southeast coastal headquarters. When Chen Yue entered the conference room, he found the atmosphere to be more somber than he had imagined. The three commanders of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, Ren Taijun, Zhou Changhong, and Wu Haidong, were all present, and the conference room was almost entirely filled with generals holding the highest rank. Even field-grade officers were rarely seen. Chen Yue stood at the door, looking somewhat out of place. Seeing this, Ren Taijun laughed and scolded. What's wrong with you, kid? Are you shy? Hurry up and come in and sit down. We've been waiting for you. Wait for me. Chen Yue was startled. There was only one seat left in the conference room, right next to Wu Haidong. He had no choice but to walk over and sit down. But Ren Taijun's words, we've been waiting for you, still made him feel somewhat flattered. A room full of commanders and generals were all waiting for him alone. This was an absurdly high level of respect. Ren Taijun noticed his nervousness and said, According to your military rank, you are certainly not qualified to enter this conference room. But in terms of contributions, you absolutely deserve to sit here. If Chen Yue were willing to join the military, given his outstanding contributions to the Army, Navy, and Air Force, he should at least be a lieutenant colonel, or even a colonel. After everyone had arrived, Wu Haidong tapped the table and said in a deep voice, As you all know, the two fully equipped aircraft carrier fleets of the United States arrived at the Japanese military base a week ago. Just 5 hours ago, one of the carrier fleets, commanded by 4-star Admiral Arminos, approached within 30 kilometers of our territorial waters. 30 kilometers of territorial waters is an absolute red line. What's more, the other side has a full-strength aircraft carrier fleet. Hearing this, Chen Yue's expression also darkened. This was no minor skirmish. It was a major event that could trigger a level 1 military response from the Great Dragon Kingdom. Wu Haidong continued. Now, the U.S. military has sent us a text message expressing its desire to conduct a joint military exercise with the Great Dragon in the Outer Sea area. His voice grew colder. They specifically emphasized that they hoped this would be an exercise extremely close to real combat. They will not leave until they receive our response. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a general roared. These bastards. This isn't an exercise. They're just flexing their muscles at our doorstep. Another person said coldly, normal military exercises require at least a month of official communication in advance. How can you bring an aircraft carrier to someone else's doorstep and then demand an exercise? This is not a drill. It's a provocation. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became tense. Zhou Changhong nodded and analyzed in a deep voice. The United States has indeed become more and more arrogant in recent years. After all, their naval strength is among the world's leading. But the real purpose of this so-called joint exercise is probably to take the opportunity to strike the Blue Cloud Carrier Battle Group and even shake the morale of our Navy and the 3 services. The generals began to express their opinions, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly tense. At this moment, Wu Haidong suddenly looked at Chen Yue, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Chen Yue, tell us your thoughts. We invited you here not just so you could sit in. Chapter 74, a military exercise of 1 against 3, attracting global attention. Upon hearing this, Chen Yue smiled and said that the matter was actually not that complicated. The U.S. aircraft carriers had already sailed to the doorstep of the Great Dragon Nation. What they needed to do, of course, was to drive them back. The knife tip was already right under his nose. If he didn't even have the guts to fight back at that moment, he would only become a laughingstock for the whole world. Zhou Changhong stood up and walked to the main table in the conference room. A huge world map hung on the wall. He pointed towards the East China Sea and the South China Sea and solemnly reminded everyone. Nowadays, China is surrounded not only by the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet, but also by countries like the South Asians, the White Elephant, and Japan. Which of these countries isn't close to the U.S., or even clinging to its coattails? If the Great Dragon Kingdom and the United States were to actually clash, these countries would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. Even if they are no match for the Great Dragon Kingdom individually, they would cause much more trouble and drag the southeastern seas into chaos. For the Great Dragon Kingdom at present, waging a major war must be approached with extreme caution. Victory would naturally bring joy to all, but if the war drags on, economic development would be severely hampered. After listening, Chen Yue said seriously, now that the United States has taken the initiative to propose joint military exercises, their intentions are definitely not just for a simple exercise. In that case, as long as the Great Dragon Kingdom accepts the invitation, the other party will inevitably create other complications, which they can then exploit. Plans can never keep up with changes. Since the U.S. has taken a risky gamble, China will follow their lead and respond accordingly. Ren Taijun nodded slightly at these words. He also believed that with the joint military exercise just around the corner, it would be difficult to come up with a perfect plan, even if a meeting were held now. Ren Taijun immediately expressed his agreement with Chen Yue's idea and agreed to accept the military exercise invitation. Whatever tricks the U.S. tries, China will defeat them one by one. With him taking the lead, the other generals followed suit and nodded in support. Soon, the news that the Great Dragon Kingdom had agreed to the joint military exercise reached the hands of the Eagle Fleet Commander, Admiral Arminos, a 4-star naval officer. At his desk, Arminos looked at the notice, his eyebrows slightly raised, his blue-gray eyes full of disdain. He sneered, I didn't expect the Great Dragon Kingdom to actually dare to agree. It seems the launch of the aircraft carrier has given them too much confidence, making them think they can now go toe-to-toe with the U.S. Aminos lit a cigarette, and the staff officer immediately asked whether to proceed as planned. He answered without hesitation, of course. Since the Great Dragon Kingdom has accepted the military exercises, this matter must be made known worldwide. At the same time, Japan and the South should be notified to send their fleets and troops to participate. As Chen Yue had predicted, the situation unfolded almost exactly as he had anticipated. Within 8 hours of the Great Dragon Kingdom's formal agreement, fleets from Japan and the South China Sea rapidly arrived from the East China Sea and the South China Sea. At the same time, the U.S. announced the joint military exercise to the world through major domestic media outlets. Because this involves a maritime contest between two top powers, the military exercise has already caused a huge uproar in the media and public opinion circles around the world even before it has started. Media outlets from Western European countries, including the United States and the United Kingdom, have all focused their attention on this sea area. News reports are constantly rolling out. China will conduct joint military exercises with the United States, Japan, and other countries in the East China Sea region. In this military exercise, China is the red team, while the United States and other countries form the blue team. Both sides will conduct a series of exercises in the sea, including fleet confrontation, target shooting, electronic warfare, air force simulation, anti-submarine attack, and beach landing. In an instant, billions of eyes around the world were focused on this military exercise, and everyone was waiting for the results. In his office, Wu Haidong looked at the Western news headlines on the screen and snorted coldly. He said, "This is exactly the old trick that the U.S. usually uses. The other side is best at propaganda warfare and will take the opportunity to plant people to disrupt public opinion within China. The military exercises haven't even started yet, but the U.S. has already made a big show of it." Standing to the side, Chen Yue's eyes also flashed with anger. Anyone with eyes could see that this was the U.S.'s open and above-board scheme. Global public opinion is now in turmoil, and whichever side loses will likely find it difficult to back down. But in the eyes of the U.S., the one who will inevitably lose is China. After all, the blue team has the naval forces of several countries participating in the war. As for the claim of outnumbering the blue team, the U.S. has a very respectable explanation, saying that China is fighting on home ground and has a greater advantage, so the blue team's joint action is justified. Chen Yue looked at the coordinate map on the big screen and asked Wu Haidong whether the Great Dragon Kingdom fleet had arrived. On the screen, the two U.S. carrier strike groups have entered the 30 nautical mile zone outside the East China Sea and are loitering nearby. Meanwhile, the fleets of Japan and South Korea are also approaching the area where the military exercises are taking place. Neither of these two countries has an aircraft carrier, and the fleets they sent together consist of only 5 destroyers and 12 frigates, which is barely equivalent to the configuration of a single aircraft carrier fleet of the United States. Wu Haidong replied that the Navy had already begun mobilizing fleet forces from major bases after yesterday's meeting. This time, the Great Dragon Kingdom will deploy at least 15 destroyers, more than 20 frigates, and 10 missile boats and 10 submarines, with the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier as the core. However, he also explained that although the Great Dragon Kingdom has many warships, it is impossible to deploy them all. A portion of their forces must be left to guard the various military bases. Therefore, these are the main forces they can currently mobilize. Chapter 75, a pot of dumplings that wrapped up an American aircraft carrier. Chen Yue quickly calculated in his mind. It seemed that apart from the disadvantage in the number of aircraft carriers, the overall strength of the Great Dragon Kingdom's navy was fully capable of confronting the combined fleet of these three countries head-on. In his eyes, the so-called destroyers of Japan and South Korea are not worth mentioning at all. Most of them are old relics that were bought from the United States. In this joint military exercise, they're just there to make up the numbers. The real challenge lies with the U.S.'s 2 carrier strike groups. Not only are the ships fully equipped, but the carriers also carry nearly 100 fighter jets, as well as various air forces such as reconnaissance and early warning aircraft. Thinking of this, Chen Yue suddenly looked at Wu Haidong. "Commander Wu, how is the Hailong 3 aircraft that I handed over to the Air Force?" Wu Haidong smiled and said, "You've hit the nail on the head. After the Hailong 3 was delivered to the Air Force Research and Development Center, they completed the replication based on your improved engine and fuselage materials." He continued, "Furthermore, we have also incorporated some of the technology from the Freedom Black Hawk, and the first batch of new 5th-generation fighter jets and 5th-generation reconnaissance aircraft have already been modified. These new aircraft have been installed on the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier as soon as possible, in order to maximize the combat effectiveness of the carrier fleet." After listening, Chen Yue felt confident. "Then I'm in control. Commander Wu, I request to enter the command room tomorrow to observe this military exercise." "No problem, I approve." Wu Haidong nodded. "Old Joe from the Air Force also called me. He hopes that you will be in charge of mobilizing that batch of new fifth-generation fighter jets and reconnaissance aircraft. This is not only because of trust in Chen Yue, but also because those equipment were developed and modified by him. If it were someone else, they might not be able to truly unleash its power. Everything was ready. The next morning, nearly 100 ships of various types arrived at the designated exercise area in the East China Sea of the Great Dragon Kingdom. 2 U.S. aircraft carriers took the lead, and under the command of General Arminius, escorted by frigates and destroyers, they directly entered the territorial waters of the Great Dragon Nation. Both of these are standard nuclear-powered aircraft carriers with a displacement of over 80,000 tons, larger than the Blue Cloud. They are fully loaded with nearly 100 fighter jets and exude an extremely arrogant presence. On the left and right flanks, the fleets of the Japanese and Southern Monkeys were responsible for escorting them, looking like they were following their big brother and showing off their power, and they also sailed into the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom. The moment the Blue Force fleet intruded into territorial waters, the Great Dragon Kingdom's land-based reconnaissance radar locked onto their coordinates. Almost simultaneously, electronic warfare erupted between the two sides, with massive amounts of electromagnetic interference signals raining down on each other. Inside the command center of the U.S. Navy's Fulton-class aircraft carrier, Admiral Arminius sat leisurely on a sofa, a cup of coffee in his hand. A white general behind him laughed and said, "General, I think the outcome of this military exercise is already decided. Our radar and early warning aircraft haven't detected any movement from the Great Dragon Kingdom, which means they are no longer capable of resisting. Once electronic warfare is lost, even the most advanced weapons become useless." Arminos took a sip of coffee, glanced at his watch, and calmly ordered, "Cease electronic suppression in 10 minutes. Fleet, continue forward." Soon, the Blue Force fleet, led by the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet, began to accelerate and approach the coastal waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom in a mighty procession. But Arminius never dreamed that all the equipment inside the Great Dragon Kingdom's naval base was functioning normally. The Blue Force fleet's course was clearly visible on the dozen or so large screens in the command center. Chen Yue looked at the screen, a smile appearing on his lips. As expected, these foreign devils have fallen for the trap. It was he who had previously suggested to Wu Haidong and Zhou Changhong that the fleet remain silent, deliberately misleading the enemy and luring them deeper into the territory. Now it seems the plan has worked. The arrogant United States never expected that the silence of the Great Dragon Kingdom was not due to being paralyzed by electronic warfare, but rather a deliberate act. Wu Haidong sneered. "It's clear they're very confident. Order the flanking fleet to hold their position for now. Once they get a little closer, we'll cut off their retreat. Today, I'm going to encircle them." At this moment, the U.S.-led Allied fleet is advancing towards the coastal waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom in a single-file formation, displaying its military might. Unaware at all, 10 destroyers and more than a dozen submarines were already lying in ambush on both sides behind them. These ships will split into 2 groups, and once the Blue Force fleet is completely trapped, they will converge from the rear to wipe out the entire combined fleet. As arranged by Chen Yue, the 2 destroyer submarine convoys deliberately maintained a considerable distance to avoid the core detection range of the U.S. aircraft carrier. As for the Japanese and Southern fleets on the left and right flanks, they were more like a group of blind men, only knowing how to follow the U.S. forward, completely unaware of the danger behind them. 30 minutes later, Arminos gave another order. "We are less than 100 kilometers from the coastline of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Send fighter jets to circle around the near sea and see what they are up to." Driven by a general's instinctive vigilance, he did not order the fleet to rush directly to the Great Dragon Kingdom's port, but instead chose to send fighter jets to scout ahead. After all, more than an hour into the military exercise, the Great Dragon Kingdom had remained completely silent, which was highly unusual. Inside the Naval Base Command Center, Chen Yue and a group of generals clearly saw on the radar screen that the U.S. aircraft carrier had launched 2 fighter jets, which were rapidly approaching the coast of the Great Dragon Kingdom. An American plane has taken off. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened, and he turned to Zhou Changhong. "They're sending fighter jets, so we're sending ours too. Commander Zhou, send out the fighter jets that I've modified to engage them." Chapter 76, A Surgical-Style Precision Strike. Pass on the order. The aircraft carrier Blue Cloud is to immediately launch 2 Tsunami, 35 helicopters to deal with the invading enemy with the fastest speed and the most decisive means. At Zhou Changhong's command, 2 Tsunami, 35 fighter jets roared into the sky from the deck of the Blue Cloud and headed straight for the target. These two fighter jets are the most powerful fifth-generation fighters currently in service in the Great Dragon Kingdom. More importantly, the technologies that Chen Yue used when he made the radical modifications to the Hailong 3 were immediately transferred to the Tsunami 35 after being studied by Air Force experts. At this moment, the two sides are less than 100 kilometers apart. Four top-tier fifth-generation fighters. This distance is negligible. They could meet in the blink of an eye. In the command center of the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet, Admiral Armanos sipped his coffee, staring at the live feed on the large screen. In order to severely suppress the arrogance of the Great Dragon Kingdom, he specifically requested General Mike to transfer the most advanced F-22s over. In the eyes of American generals, using stealth fifth-generation fighters against China is practically like an adult beating a child, with no suspense whatsoever. Approximately 15 kilometers from the coastline of the Great Dragon Kingdom, no enemy targets have been detected. The F-22 pilot ahead scanned the airspace and glanced at the radar. The screen was clean. There was no reaction. Only the two fighter jets continued to approach. Aminos frowned. Although he underestimated the Great Dragon Kingdom, he was prepared for a protracted battle during this joint military exercise. But so far, not a single enemy warship, aircraft carrier, or fighter jet had appeared. Is this some kind of new tactic? Just as the two F-22s were about to approach the coastline, warnings sounded simultaneously in the headsets of both pilots. Warning, you have intruded into the airspace of my Great Dragon Kingdom. Land immediately as instructed, or we will open fire and shoot you down. The two pilots were instantly startled. The fact that the other side could directly shout meant that they had already been exposed, and that the enemy aircraft was nearby. Fuck, how is this possible? The pilot ahead hurriedly checked the system, only to find that the F-22 stealth mode was always on, and there were no coordinates of the other side on the radar. Another pilot yelled, "Don't even think about scaring us into an emergency landing with warnings. Dream on." Before the words were even finished, the two F-22s almost simultaneously performed maneuvers, rolling in the air to evade the attack and releasing a large number of flares and electromagnetic signals. The next second, they heard an angry curse coming through their earpieces. Damn it! Those foreign devils won't listen to reason. Immediately afterwards, the missile attack alarm blared loudly in the cockpit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two air-to-air missiles grazed the F-22's wing and exploded behind it. The two pilots were stunned. They knew perfectly well that the two missiles had locked onto their targets. The enemy hadn't missed, but had deliberately spared their lives. We'll repeat it one last time. If you don't land with us, the next missile will blow you to smithereens. The F-22 pilot in front finally chickened out, shut down combat mode, and prepared to receive guidance for landing. In the Naval Base Command Center, a group of generals were amused by what they saw. Zhou Changhong grinned from ear to ear. So what if it's an F-22? It didn't even know where our fighter jets were, and it still got captured. Rin Taijun snorted. Don't just be happy. The Tsunami 35's capabilities were not necessarily superior to the F-22. If it weren't for Chen Yue's new technologies, we wouldn't have been able to take it down so easily. Just when everyone thought that these two F-22s would be acquired like the Black Hawk Freedom, a sudden change occurred. Upon seeing the plane in front surrender, the F-22 behind suddenly turned sharply, frantically releasing heat decoys while maneuvering at high speed, and then turned and ran. At this moment, even several commanders, including Zhou Changhong, hesitated for a moment. But Chen Yue immediately ordered, "Fire! Shoot down that F-22." The command was transmitted into the air, and two Tsunami 35s simultaneously appeared in silhouette. The missiles under their fuselages had already locked onto the escaping targets. The next second, two air-to-air missiles were launched simultaneously, their exhaust trails leaving two long white streaks in the azure sky. Boom! On the big screen, the fleeing F-22 was accurately hit in midair and instantly exploded into a huge fireball. The three commanders were stunned. Good heavens, Chen Yue really dares to give orders. They were just weighing the pros and cons, and Chen Yue had already made the decision for them. However, for pilots, orders come from the command center and must be carried out, regardless of who gave the order. Chen Yue then turned to the commanders and said, "The two destroyer fleets lying in ambush behind us can begin to encircle them. Commander Wu, please have the Blue Cloud fleet move out immediately and attack from both sides. Meanwhile, more than 100 kilometers away in the sea, in the command center of the Fulton-class aircraft carrier, Arminos suddenly discovered that the signals and coordinates of his two F-22s had all disappeared. He jumped up from his chair, rushed to the large screen, and roared, "What's going on? Where's our plane? What's happening?" Chapter 77. Arminos is desperate, 10 against 2. At this moment, on the radar monitoring screen in the command center, both F-22s, one in front of the other, completely lost their signal. Although the F-22 is a stealth fighter, its coordinates are always transmitted back to the aircraft carrier before takeoff, and it's impossible for the signal to be interrupted without reason. Now that the signal has disappeared, there are only two possibilities. Either it was intercepted by the Great Dragon Kingdom, or it has been shot down. General Arminos was sweating profusely, his face extremely grim. The F-22 was the U.S.'s top-of-the-line fighter jet, costing nearly $200 million per aircraft. Now, with two gone, how is he going to explain this to General Mack? What's even more frustrating is that it would be one thing if both sides lost their aircraft in a direct air battle. But from beginning to end, the Chinese fighter jets didn't even show up, while our two F-22s just mysteriously disappeared. Who can accept that? Arminos cursed. "This is unbelievable. What are you all standing around for? Immediately send reconnaissance planes to investigate the area where the coordinates disappeared." But the generals behind him exchanged bewildered glances, none of them making a move. Arminos suddenly turned around. "Didn't you understand my orders?" A staff officer, forcing himself to speak, said, "General, we are likely surrounded by the warships of the Great Dragon Kingdom. They have a considerable number of ships, at least 10 destroyers and 20 missile boats and submarines." "What did you say?" Arminos's face paled, and he rushed to the command screen. Sure enough, a large number of unidentified ships had appeared on both flanks of the Blue Force fleet, seemingly out of nowhere, completely blocking their retreat route back to international waters. Almost simultaneously, electronic warfare jamming from the Great Dragon Kingdom also came down. The aircraft carrier's command center's electrical system was severely affected instantly, even experiencing a power outage for nearly 30 seconds. Fortunately, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers have backup artificial power systems, and power was restored to normal within a minute. However, under electromagnetic interference, apart from radar early warning aircraft with extremely strong anti-jamming capabilities, other fighter jets were unable to take off normally. Arminos slammed his fist on the table in anger, smashing his coffee cup to pieces. Those bunch of idiots from the South and Japan. They've already gotten to the flanks, and they haven't reacted at all. While American aircraft carriers are indeed powerful weapons of war, even the strongest carrier can become a sitting duck once the enemy fleet gets close enough to close the distance. Now, the Great Dragon Kingdom's destroyers had surrounded the left and right flanks of the two carrier fleets, while the Blue Cloud carrier fleet was pressing forward head-on. Even if Arminos was furious, he knew they were in an extremely passive situation. He quickly gave the order, immediately find a way to break through the electromagnetic interference and get all the fighter jets airborne. As soon as we regain air superiority, give them a carpet bombing. However, at that moment, the static on the command center's large screen suddenly disappeared, and the image returned to normal. Immediately afterward, a genuine Chinese voice connected directly to the aircraft carrier channel. "We have surrounded your left and right flanks and your retreat route. General Arminos, please surrender your fleet unconditionally to avoid greater losses. To reiterate, we are giving you 5 minutes to consider. If there is no response after 5 minutes, we will continue our attacks, including but not limited to electronic warfare." The shout clearly carried a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing it, Arminos's face darkened completely. This wasn't persuasion to surrender. It was a public slap in the face. The Great Dragon Kingdom had even given up on suppressing them with electronic warfare. This humiliation was more painful than a direct defeat. Arminos gritted his teeth and coldly ordered, "It seems they really want to fight. Immediately send 10 more F-22s into the air, authorized to use live ammunition. Prioritize destroying their carrier flagship, then attack the destroyers." Soon, F-22s took off one after another from the decks of the two American aircraft carriers via electromagnetic catapults. As for the Southern Monkeys and the Japanese, Arminos had already given up on them. It's a fact that the Chinese Navy is generally weaker than the American Navy, But that's because the American Navy is a global superpower. As for the Navy of the Southern Republic, in a head-on confrontation, it probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single heavy blow from the Chinese Navy. Meanwhile, at the naval base, Chen Yue and the three commanders also saw the movement of the U.S. aircraft carrier. Zhou Changhong laughed heartily. These idiots, they think our fighter jets are in the near sea? I must say, the live footage is much better than the radar footage. At that moment, two Tsunami 35 fighter jets were actually circling about 8 kilometers above the American aircraft carrier. Because of their special modified paint scheme and engines that are almost impossible to detect by radar, the entire U.S. carrier fleet has been unaware that two knives have been hanging over their heads for a long time. Ren Taijun, hand behind his back, chuckled, 10 F-22s. It seems Arminius is really desperate. Chen Yue, are you confident with a specially modified Tsunami 35? Do you need more fighter jets to support it? Chen Yue shook his head. There's no need. Air combat is all about seizing the initiative. Whoever spots the enemy first can strike first. Right now, the advantage is in our hands. So what if it's 2 against 10? In Chen Yue's view, this is not a problem at all. Unless the other side deploys 100 missiles at once and exhausts them through sheer numbers, the situation will not change. Zhou Changhong immediately connected to the communication frequency and ordered the two pilots. Command Center orders that if the other side's F-22s intrude into the territorial waters and airspace of the Great Dragon Kingdom, you are authorized to take any means of attack, including shooting down the target. Chapter 78. A complete victory. Over 100 million views worldwide. Tsunami 1 received. Tsunami number 2 received. On the communication channel, the voices of two fighter pilots rang out one after the other. On the large screen in the command center, Chen Yue could clearly see that the Great Dragon Kingdom's Tsunami 35 was speeding through the clouds. A few minutes later, F-22s appeared in the airspace ahead from the fighter jet's perspective. The American fighters remained oblivious, continuing their charge towards the USS Blue Cloud, attempting to concentrate fire and destroy the target. 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers away from our territorial waters and airspace boundary. The pilot of Tsunami 1 stared at the radar screen. 10 F-22s were about to cross the red line. Territorial sovereignty has always been a bottom line, and even the United States, if it dares to intrude, must pay the price. Prepare to launch 2 Sharp Sword air-to-air missiles and lock onto the 2 middle aircraft. Tsunami 2 received. Activate 2 missiles and lock onto targets 3 and 4. In just a few seconds, 2 Tsunami 35s locked onto 4 F-22s via fire control radar. So-called stealth became a joke in the face of the Great Dragon Nation. Their every move was completely exposed. Target has crossed the territorial waters red line. Open fire. This time, Zhou Changhong didn't hesitate at all and issued the order directly. The 2C Tsunami 35 submarine missiles instantly detached from their racks, for trails of flame tearing through the sky as they hurtled towards the F-22 formation. The missile could not be hidden, and the 4 F-22s that were locked on immediately went on high alert the moment it was launched. Airstrike threat. Airstrike threat. One of the pilot's expressions changed drastically. He couldn't understand why the missile from the Great Dragon Kingdom would come from behind. He instinctively tried to maneuver to avoid it, even releasing decoys, but the two sides were too close, and it was too late. What's even more critical is that these 10 F-22s had been maintaining a tight formation, with fighter jets flanking them on either side. They had originally planned to deploy their formation after entering the nearshore waters, never expecting that the Great Dragon Kingdom would attack from the rear first. Boom! The first missile struck an F-22 directly, exploding into a massive fireball high in the sky. The second missile, though interfered with by a decoy, caused even more devastation. In a panic, the pilot jerked the steering wheel, and the fighter jet crashed into its wing. The 2 F-22s immediately merged, turning into an even larger ball of fire as they plummeted towards the sea. The other 2 missiles also missed their targets, each destroying an F-22. In the blink of an eye, the U.S. F-22 squadron had lost half of its aircraft. In the aircraft carrier's command center, General Arminos witnessed this scene firsthand. His face turned deathly pale, as if all his strength had been drained away, and he slumped into his chair. The other officers behind him were also ashen-faced, and no one could utter a word. The Tsunami F-35 only briefly appeared on their large screens the instant the missile was launched. But that fleeting appearance resulted in heavy losses for the U.S. fighter jet group. Before the fighting even officially began, including the 2 lost earlier, the U.S. had already lost a total of 7 fighter jets. More unbearable for Arminius than a more than $1 billion in equipment losses was the loss of 7 excellent pilots. He brought over 100 fighter jets this time, but the number of pilots was not sufficient. Losing 7 men meant that even if he returned home safely, he would absolutely not be able to withstand Admiral MacArthur's wrath. Relay my order. Have the remaining F-22s return to base immediately. After saying this, Aminos's vision went black, and he almost fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, at the Great Dragon Kingdom's naval base, a frenzy was underway. Besides the billion-plus people within China, media outlets and netizens from hundreds of countries around the world were also awaiting the outcome of this joint military exercise. A few minutes later, several authoritative official media outlets of the Great Dragon Kingdom simultaneously released a video on major social media platforms. The video is less than a minute long, with no background music, no subtitles, and no unnecessary editing. The scene unfolds from the perspective of a fighter jet, followed immediately by the pilot's voice. Air-to-air radar activated. 10 enemy aerial targets have been detected ahead, all of them F-22 fighter jets. Tsunami 1. Prepare to launch 2 Sharp Sword air-to-air missiles to attack aircraft number 1 and 2 in the middle. Tsunami 2. Prepare to launch 2 missiles to attack aircraft 3 and 4 at the center. In the footage, the pilot taps a few times on the smart screen, and the fire control radar immediately locks on. Emission. Whoosh, whoosh. The missiles, trailing plumes of flame, emerged from beneath the fighter jet, and the view immediately shifted to the side. In less than 10 seconds, 4 missiles struck their targets in succession, unleashing a series of brilliant explosions in the high sky. The video ends abruptly here. Inside the Naval Base Command Center, Chen Yue was also scrolling through this video on his phone. When he first clicked on it, there were only a few thousand views, but by the time he finished watching and exited, the number of views had exceeded 20 million, and the number of reposts had reached millions. Someone excitedly shouted, "Look! The video we posted on our official account on the international internet has already surpassed 150 million views in just 10 minutes. And it's still skyrocketing. It's become a global sensation." Chapter 79, Military Press Conference. Chen Yue must sit in the middle. Not only were the people of the Great Dragon Kingdom excited to the point of boiling over, but people around the world who were paying attention to this confrontation were also shocked by the Great Dragon Kingdom's strong counterattack. The internet exploded instantly. Some exclaimed that the Great Dragon Nation dared to directly attack the United States, while others worried about whether it would trigger a major war. What was even more unacceptable to them was that the United States' 2 fully equipped carrier fleets failed to gain any advantage whatsoever. A dozen minutes later, the command center received intelligence from the Blue Cloud aircraft carrier. The 2 U.S. carrier fleets had withdrawn from the waters of the Great Dragon Kingdom and were retreating towards the Japanese military base. Wu Haidong smiled and said, "It seems they're not invincible after all. They feel the pain when they're beaten. We should have done this a long time ago." Rin Taijun coldly replied, "In the past, the U.S. military, relying on its superior strength, has openly provoked us quite a bit. Today's battle will surely be remembered. The loss of 5 F-22s is not only a heavy blow to the United States, but also a resounding slap in the face." Wu Haidong immediately ordered, "Have the fleet withdraw. Don't pursue a desperate enemy. They're running wild in our territorial waters, so it's only right that they get beaten. But if we chase them into international waters, then it's not about defending our territory. We won't do anything that's unreasonable." Soon, the aircraft carrier Blue Cloud and its destroyer flotilla began their return voyage. Meanwhile, outside the command center, a large number of domestic and foreign reporters had already flocked to the scene. Wu Haidong instructed, "Prepare for press conference. Lao Ren, you're good at this, you go." After saying that, he patted Chen Yue on the shoulder. "Chen Yue, you'll attend with Commander Ren too." Chen Yue was taken aback, then smiled and declined. "Commander Wu, I think I'd better not go." Rin Taijun immediately walked back. "How can that be? Anyone with eyes can see that if it weren't for your modification technology, could our fighter jets have taken down the F-22 so easily? This operation was a great success, and you deserve the most credit." What's wrong with showing your face? He added, as for safety, the government guarantees it, so you don't need to worry. Let's go. After saying that, Rin Taijun pulled Chen Yue directly to the press conference hall that had been prepared. Half an hour later, the press conference hall of the Naval Command Center was packed with hundreds of domestic and foreign media reporters. The front row was densely packed with cameras and video recorders, creating a very impressive scene. Chen Yue followed Rin Taijun and a group of officers into the venue, and couldn't help but be surprised. After arriving at the main stage, Rin Taijun sat in the middle, with Chen Yue and a military staff officer sitting on either side. Facing countless cameras, Rin Taijun cleared his throat and began to speak formally. At this press conference, as the spokesperson for the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom, I would like to briefly explain the situation to our media friends. At the same time, the footage from the press conference hall was broadcast live to television stations across the Great Dragon Kingdom and even around the world through various media cameras. Rin Taijun said in a deep voice that the incident stemmed from the hegemonic behavior of the United States. They disregarded the sovereignty of other countries' territorial waters and airspace, and used fifth-generation reconnaissance aircraft to conduct illegal reconnaissance over the waters and airspace of the Great Dragon Country. 2 months ago, the military of the Great Dragon Kingdom used special means to intercept 2 Freedom Black Hawk helicopters and temporarily detain the aircraft and pilots. But instead of engaging in normal negotiations, the U.S. used the so-called joint exercises to pressure China, forcing us to return our personnel and aircraft. We will never tolerate such outrageous behavior. At this point, his tone grew even colder. During today's exercise, the U.S. Carrier Strike Group intruded into our territorial waters and airspace without authorization and took the lead in launching an attack with F-22 fighter jets. Therefore, our military immediately retaliated, destroying and capturing 5 F-22s and taking 1 pilot prisoner. As soon as he finished speaking, the Q&A session began. Reporters in the audience immediately raised their hands, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Rin Taijun glanced around and said calmly, "Everyone is very enthusiastic, but time is limited, so I can only answer a few questions." Then, he pointed to a blonde, blue-eyed female reporter in the front row. "Miss Reporter, may I ask you something?" Chen Yue glanced at the other party's name tag. It belonged to the BBC, a media outlet for the United States. This media outlet was an old friend of the United States, frequently distorting news from the United States and then exaggerating it before publishing it on foreign websites. Clearly, Rin Taijun called her out first because he wanted to see what tricks they were up to. The female reporter stood up and asked in a broken accent, "Commander Rin, did the U.S. fire first during the joint exercises? Can we assume that the Great Dragon Country launched an attack on them and intended to provoke a war?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of several high-ranking military officers on the main stage immediately turned cold. Many reporters from the Great Dragon Kingdom below the stage also turned to glare at her. Goodness, the problem has only just begun, and she's already setting a trap for us. Rin Taijun laughed. "Miss Reporter, your words are truly laughable and ignorant. How about this? Let Comrade Chen Yue answer you." After he finished speaking, he handed the microphone directly to Chen Yue. Chen Yue took the microphone and said calmly, "Your first half of the sentence is correct. The Great Dragon Kingdom did indeed open fire. But the premise was that the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet intruded into our territorial waters. The so-called exercise did not allow them to enter the Great Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters without authorization." He paused, then looked at the female reporter. "And I've heard that your Great Eagle also has several pilots in the U.S. Carrier Strike Group this time. Can I interpret that your stance is completely aligned with that of the U.S.? Chapter 80. When faced with a trap, fight back decisively. No. We have no intention of taking side with any country." The female reporter quickly shook her head, but continued to press. "But the fact is, the Great Dragon Country suffered no losses, while the United States had several fighter jets shot down by you. Isn't that right?" Upon hearing this, the officers on stage all turned grim. The viewers of the live broadcast also erupted in anger, with the comment section filled with accusations that the reporter was deliberately misrepresenting facts. It was clearly an American reconnaissance plane that had intruded into territorial waters, yet she was only focusing on China's counterattack. In the press conference room, Chen Yue laughed in response to the female reporter's unreasonable arguments. In front of hundreds of reporters and countless cameras, he calmly said, We did shoot down an American fighter jet, just like you said. Is there anything wrong with that? Chen Yue's gaze was cold, and his voice was firm and resolute. The Great Dragon Kingdom loves peace and never initiates aggression against other countries. But we will never allow any country or force to trample on our territorial sovereignty. He continued, saying that the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet, under the guise of joint exercises, intruded into the territorial waters of the Great Dragon Nation and is now paying a heavy price, which is entirely its own fault. Subsequently, Chen Yue used the press conference to state his position to the world. We warmly welcome any country that wants to cooperate amicably with the Great Dragon Nation. But anyone who tries to force the Great Dragon Nation to bow down through hegemony and military strength will suffer the same fate as the U.S. today, which will be there tomorrow. After he finished speaking, the entire press conference hall fell silent for a brief moment. Even Ren Taijun couldn't help but look at Chen Yue, his eyes flashing with admiration. He increasingly felt that this kid was not only capable, but also truly able to keep the situation under control in crucial moments. Afterwards, Ren Taijun answered questions from several domestic reporters, and the military press conference officially ended. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon across the ocean, U.S. Army General Mike was staring at the screen with a grim expression. The footage showed U.S. military officers leaving in an orderly fashion, but his eyes were so dark they seemed frozen in place. The news of the disastrous defeat of the carrier fleet led by Arminius had already reached the Pentagon a dozen minutes earlier. At first, Mike even thought his men were joking. That was 2 full-strength aircraft carrier fleets, with the Southern Monkeys and the Japanese helping them, and their opponent was just the Great Dragon Kingdom. In the past, when American reconnaissance aircraft probed the airspace over China's territorial waters, China mostly responded with stern protests and representations. The Pentagon had long been accustomed to this pattern and completely disregarded those protests. But this time, the situation completely exceeded Mike's expectations. He never expected that, despite the seemingly overwhelming disparity in strength, Arminos would lose 5 F-22s in one fell swoop. What he found even more unacceptable was that the Great Dragon Kingdom was virtually unscathed. At that moment, a staff officer stepped forward to report. Admiral Mack, General Arminius's carrier fleet has arrived at the Japanese military base port. He just called to inquire about your next steps. Arrange. Mike suddenly laughed, but the laugh was so ferocious that it resembled that of a crazed gray wolf, and the surrounding officers immediately fell silent. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Get that bastard back to the Pentagon immediately. I'm going to personally dismiss him and send him to a military court." Immediately afterwards, he ordered General Fax to go to the Japanese base and temporarily take over the carrier fleet. After speaking, Mike walked to the large screen and rewound the video of the Great Dragon Kingdom's military press conference. A moment later, he pressed pause, and the screen froze at the moment Chen Yue stood up to speak. "Is this young man Chen Yue, whom you were asked to investigate before?" Mike stood in front of the screen, staring intently at Chen Yue's face. When the Black Hawk Freedom was intercepted by the Great Dragon Kingdom last time, reconnaissance data indicated that Chen Yue was likely involved. Now that Chen Yue has appeared at the military press conference, Mike is even more convinced that his previous speculation was probably correct. He turned to a military engineer and asked coldly, "As far as I know, although the Great Dragon Kingdom's Tsunami 35 is their most advanced 5th-generation fighter, it still lags behind our F-22. Why didn't our F-22 detect it and was shot down first?" The bald engineer, sweating profusely, could only grit his teeth and explain, "Perhaps the Great Dragon country is hiding some special technology. According to laboratory data, the F-22 should not be easily suppressed by any country." "Asshole!" Mike roared on the spot. "What kind of bullshit lab data is this? Is the battlefield fought with data tables?" He said angrily that the Special Affairs Bureau had just sent word that the Great Dragon Kingdom's Tsunami 35 had most likely been modified by Chen Yue, which was why it had the ability to suppress the F-22. Just minutes before, Mike had received the investigation results. The Secret Service had investigated for 2 months and discovered that Chen Yue was suspected of having close ties with the Great Dragon Kingdom's military research projects. In the past, Mike would never have believed such a claim. But now, with the brutal loss of 5 F-22s before his eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if that young man named Chen Yue might actually have the ability to transform the Tsunami 35 into a monster that could crush the F-22.